Ladies and gentlemen, gather round your radios for a journey back in time. Step into the golden age of radio, where captivating stories and unforgettable characters come to life. Welcome to Golden Age Radio, where the magic of vintage audio dramas awaits.
That's right. Prepare to be transported to an era when families huddled around the radio, eagerly awaiting their favorite shows. It's a world where imagination runs wild and storytelling reigns supreme. Get ready to experience the nostalgia and charm of old-time radio like never before.
Join us as we bring you a curated lineup of 30-minute episodes that will whisk you away to a bygone era. Discover thrilling mysteries that keep you on the edge of your seat, heartwarming dramas that tug at your heartstrings, and side-splitting comedies that leave you in stitches.
Picture this: dimmed lights, crackling static, and the sound of a needle dropping on a vinyl record. As the stories unfold, let your imagination paint vivid scenes in your mind's eye. From distant lands to roaring cities, let your senses come alive as you become part of the story.
Lose yourself in the adventures of daring detectives, follow the triumphs and tribulations of fascinating characters, and journey through time and space with the power of sound. Each episode is a time capsule, preserving the essence of an era when radio was the heartbeat of entertainment.
But it doesn't end there. Golden Age Radio is not just a stroll down memory lane, it's a chance to create new memories too. Share these timeless stories with your loved ones, introducing them to the magic that captivated generations before us.
So, dust off your radio, dim the lights, and prepare for an evening of enchantment. Tune into Golden Age Radio and let your imagination take flight.
Stay tuned to hear our curated selection of 30-minute episodes. Relive the nostalgia, discover the classics, and immerse yourself in a world of unparalleled entertainment.
Golden Age Radio, where the past comes alive, one episode at a time.
Golden Age Radio, your ticket to timeless storytelling.
Visit our channel, rumble.com/c/gar, to see more videos like this, new videos every day.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble, but when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to wind up with my catching a war criminal because a china shop vanishes into thin air. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you had an assignment for me.
I do, Steve. Ever hear of Gluten-Schweitzen?
No, sounds like something you spread on rye bread.
You're not even close. It's a women's track team.
Well, hey, you know, for a moment I thought you said
That's just what I did say. The Gluten-Schweitzen girls are an amateur track team who travel around Europe.
Gluten-Schweitzen yet? Where did they ever pick up a handle like that?
Mrs. Gluten used to be quite a track star herself. She went over to one of the Olympics from St. Paul. And as the story goes, she pole vaulted into the lap of her future husband, Mr. Gluten.
How enchanting,
Isn't
huh?
it, though? Anyway, she married Gluten and never came back to the States. Gluten has a lot of money, pretzels or something, so she started sponsoring this track team.
So that explains the gluten. Where does the Schweitzen come in?
He's the coach.
Oh, I see. Well, Commissioner, I think it's just dandy of you to send for me so that you could give me all this real fascinating information, but would you mind telling me what it's all got to do with me? If you think I'm going to challenge any of those Amazons to a potato race...
Steve, I'm sure you remember the name Carpel.
Rudolph Carpel?
That's right. One of the most vicious war criminals there was. His concentration camp was a nightmare of brutality.
Yeah, I remember. Nobody was ever quite sure whether Carpel was dead or alive.
We're sure now.
Is that he's dead?
That he's alive. That's where the Gluten-Schweitzen girls come in, Steve. One of them, a girl named Martha, saw Carpel in Rotterdam, Holland 2 days ago.
Look, Commissioner, we've had a few similar reports like this in the past, as I remember, and each time it turned out to be a false alarm.
I know, but this girl, Martha, swears she really saw Carpel, and apparently she knows what she's talking about.
How so?
Her father and Carpel used to be in business together before the war.
I see. Well, that sort of throws a new light on it, huh?
Yes, I think we're really on Carpel's trail at last.
Rotterdam, Holland, huh?
Yes, the Gluten-Schweitzen girls are training at a stadium there. Get over there, Steve. Talk to this Martha. Talk to Mrs. Gluten. Talk to Schweitzen if you want to. But above all, find Rudolph Carpel. Well, that's it. You got your assignment? Good luck.
National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. To all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you'll find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Go over to Holland and get a lady track star to put the finger on a war criminal named Rudolph Carpel, whom we've been chasing for 6 years, all of which gives me an uneasy feeling that before the deal's over, I'll find myself in a track meet, that somebody will be putting a shot at my direction with a gun. It's Tuesday when my plane lands in Rotterdam, and I head for the stadium, and there in all their glory are the gluten Schweitzen girls. Some of them doing calisthenics, others charging around the track, and out in the center of the field stands a beefy woman with a sweatshirt and a whistle and a megaphone.
Hey, sir!
Which, with her voice, is strictly excess baggage.
Hilda! The knees up! Higher! Higher!
Excuse me, are you Mrs. Gluten?
Yeah! Ingeborg!
No, Steve Mitchell from the States.
Yeah! Ingeborg, longer strides take!
Oh, you mean the girl coming around the track?
Yeah. My best 400-meter runner.
What do you know?
Here, I introduce you.
Yes.
Ingeborg, this is Mr. Mitchell. Happy to meet you.
Hi. Hi. Well, that was undoubtedly the shortest acquaintance on record.
She has good form, that Ingeborg.
Yeah, speaking for form, who's that little number over there?
Oh, that is Frida.
Very nice. What's her specialty?
Broad jump.
Uh-huh.
Anna, hips, hips.
Yeah, she sure has. Mrs. Gluten, I came over here to question one of your girls. Her name is Martha.
Yeah, that is Martha. The exercise is doing. Martha!
Brother, you take no chances of not being heard, do you?
You should hear me with the megaphone.
I'm sorry I asked.
What is it, Mrs. Gluten?
Now, this is Steve Mitchell. He has questions.
Oh, yes, Mr. Mitchell. They told me to expect you.
Well, I go now.
Okay, thanks, Mrs. Gluten.
Ingeborg! Let the arms loosely swing.
Martha,
1, 2, 1,
as I
2,
understand it,
1,
you
2.
think you saw a man named Rudolph Carpel here in Rotterdam?
I am positive of it, Mr. Mitchell. You see, he and my father used to be in business together back before the war.
Mm-hmm.
That was 14 years ago, and I was only a little girl, but I have always remembered his face, like a weasel.
Where did you see him?
I was shopping the day before yesterday. Late in the afternoon, I reached a chinaware shop named Spears.
Mm-hmm.
I went inside, and there behind the counter was Carpel.
Did he see you?
I do not know, but I doubt it. He was waiting on some other customers at the time.
I see. Okay, Martha, I'd like you to take me to that shop so I can arrange for Carpel to retire from the chinaware business for keeps.
The shop is just a few doors farther down the street, Mr. Mitchell.
What did you say the name of it is?
Spears.
Okay. Now, look, all you have to do is point him out to me through the window. Then you better get out of the line of fire just in case...
Mr. Mitchell,
What's the matter?
this is the place.
Oh, okay. Now, just... Hey, wait a minute. I thought you said a china shop named Spears was supposed to be here.
Yes. That is the trouble. This is a bakery shop instead.
Look, are you sure this is the right
Oh,
location?
but of course.
Maybe we're on the wrong street.
No. Mr. Mitchell, this is the place. I'm positive of it.
Yeah, well, a lot of chinaware got transferred into a lot of pies all of a sudden. Wait a minute. How long ago was it that you saw Carpel?
The day before yesterday.
Maybe he did spot you and pulled the switch here.
You mean change the entire shop?
Sounds like a lot of trouble to go to, doesn't it? Well, come on, let's see what we can find out inside.
All right.
Oh, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning.
You sound pretty sure of it.
Some nice strudel this morning?
No. Some information, please.
Inf. This is pastry, yeah?
Look, how long have you been here, Buster?
Buster. No. Otto.
Okay, Otto, then.
I'm here all morning baking strudel.
I mean before this morning.
Let me see. Mama and I, we came here when Karen was 3 and Hans, he was 6. Now, Karen,
Look,
she
skip
is...
the family history, will you?
23 years.
What?
Yeah. 23 years making strudel.
Look, Martha, you must have the wrong place.
I would swear this is the place, Mr. Mitchell.
Yeah, it is the place for strudel, yeah.
Come on, let's get outside.
Come again when you can't spend so much.
Happy strudel to you, too.
I can't understand it, Mr. Mitchell.
Neither can I. Look, Martha, isn't it possible you got mixed up about the location of this Spears chinaware shop?
Well, I suppose I must have, and yet I was so sure.
Wait a minute. This guy with the pushcart, maybe this is his regular beat. Hey, just a minute, mister.
Yeah, meine, yeah. Candies, sweet meat, sugar plums.
Look, is this your regular beat?
Beat? What is this beat?
You push your cart around this part of town often?
Oh, yeah, every day.
Good.
It is.
Yeah. You see that bakery shop a couple of doors down the street?
Yeah.
How long has it been there?
Well, I don't know.
You don't, huh?
Steve, maybe?
Yeah.
You see, I don't know how long is the bakery shop there because I have only had this cart for 5 years.
You mean the bakery shop was there when you started pushing this cart?
Oh, yeah. And that strudel that they make there, you would not believe.
Look, I know all about the strudel. Come on, Martha.
I'm sorry, Steve. I don't know what to say.
I wonder. I was just thinking, Martha, it was very convenient of the gent with the pushcart to come by just now.
You think he lied?
I don't know, but that's what we're going to find out right now. Come on. We checked the shops up and down the street, but all the shopkeepers agree that the bakery's been there as long as they can remember. Finally, we work our way to a jewelry store at the end of the street, and we question the proprietor and get the same answer.
Otto's bakery shop? Why, it's been on the street as long as I can remember.
In that same location, halfway down the block on the west side?
Yeah.
All right, Steve. I obviously am wrong about the street. But the chinaware shop must be right around here somewhere. Perhaps in the next block. You, sir, perhaps you could tell us.
Chinaware shop?
The name of it is Spears.
Spears? Why, no, I've never heard of it.
You sure?
Quite sure.
Steve.
Yes, Martha.
I am quite convinced at this point that I am crazy.
Look, Martha, Rotterdam isn't your hometown, is it?
No, why?
Well, maybe being a stranger in town, you got more mixed up than you think. Maybe this Spears is in a different part of the town altogether.
And maybe there is no Spears at all.
Now, look.
You're being very kind about it, Steve. But I know what you are thinking. Here is a girl who claims to have seen a dangerous man. So a government agent goes with her, expecting her to lead him straight to that man. But suddenly she cannot. She is all mixed up. It sounds as if I had imagined the whole thing, doesn't it?
Will there be anything else, sir?
No, thanks.
Oh, thank you for your trouble. We are sorry to have bothered you.
That is quite all right.
What now, Steve?
Oh, look around a few more streets, I guess.
Steve, all I can say to you is this. Somewhere in this city, I saw Rudolph Carpel. I thought I knew the name and location of the shop. I appear to be wrong about both. But please believe me, I did see him. And I will not rest until I can remember where and lead you to him.
Yeah, sure. Come on, Martha. I'll take you back to your hotel.
Thank you for seeing me into the lobby, Steve.
Sure.
I'm going up to my room now and rack my brain until I can remember. I will call you as soon as I do.
Okay, Martha.
Mr. Mitchell.
Brother, talk about pear-shaped tones. Alligator pear.
Did you find out what you wanted from Martha?
Not exactly. Look, Mrs. Gluten, what kind of a girl is Martha?
Well, all my girls is good girls, Mr. Mitchell.
That's not what I mean. What I'm wondering right now is whether Martha could have imagined the whole thing.
Well, maybe you got something there.
What do you mean?
Well, this Martha, she is the flighty one of the team.
Oh?
Yeah, last year she had her engagement broken. And since then she is not so happy and keeps to herself. Yeah, I would say she could have imagined.
Hey, hang on!
What is...
Explosion! Sounded like it came from upstairs. Come on.
Mr. Mitchell?
Huh?
Your form, it is very good.
What?
But if you swing the arms more and stride lengthen...
Look, Coach, this is no time for a running lesson.
I don't see no...
Wait, around this corner. Hey, look at that. The door to that room blown right off its hinges.
Yeah, and flames coming up. Mr. Mitchell, that is Martha's room.
What?
Yeah, Martha, she must be in there.
Quick, turn in the alarm. I'll see what I can do with that fire extinguisher on the wall. but I can't make enough of a dent in the flames to get into the room. I just about hold my own for 10 minutes or so, and then the firemen arrive and go to work. Finally, they get the fire enough under control so they can work their way into the room. Mrs. Gluten and I wait outside in the hall.
Mr. Mitchell, anyone in that room, there would not be much left of them.
I'm afraid you're right, Mrs. Gluten.
Yeah, look, out they come with the stretcher. Oh, Martha, Martha.
Well, she sure wasn't just imagining she saw Rudolph Carpel. That's a cinch, but it's also a cinch she'll never be able to lead me to him now.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. There's music and fun for you tomorrow evening here on NBC. For music, hear the premiere broadcast of a refreshing new series called Musical Merry-Go-Round, bringing a melodic blend of classical and popular music. And for laughs tomorrow, hear Monty Woolley as he stars in The Magnificent Montague, formerly heard on Fridays, now brought to you as a Saturday night feature. Remember, tomorrow evening, it's Musical Merry-Go-Round and The Magnificent Montague. Now back to Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Poor Martha.
Yeah. If she could only have remembered where she spotted Carpel before he rigged this booby trap for her.
Booby trap?
Yeah, he must have had some sort of a bomb rigged here in the room.
So that when she opened the door, it exploded.
Yeah, you know, funny.
Oh,
though,
what is?
She left me in the lobby at least 10 minutes before the explosion. Took her a long time to get to her room.
This Carpel, where will you look for him now?
Oh, search me. Martha was my only lead. Well, come on, let's...
What happened?
Martha!
Well, you are alive?
My room, what happened?
That's what I'd like to know. Apparently your room was booby-trapped, Martha. We figured you were the one that they carried out on the stretcher
But
just
I
now.
did not go to my room after I left you in the lobby.
Oh?
No, I decided to walk around some more and see if I could remember about Carpel. So I did not even take off my coat. I went downstairs and out.
Then who got booby-trapped in your room?
I don't know.
Well, perhaps it was one of the other girls. They visit back and forth a lot. I can quickly find out.
Wait a minute.
What is it?
Chances are that the killer hung around the hotel long enough to see how his trap worked.
Yeah, perhaps.
If so, he could have seen you enter the hotel after the explosion, Martha. With that red raincoat you're wearing, you'd be easy to spot.
What are you getting at?
Maybe she's still around somewhere. If there were only some way we could trap him, make him think...
I got it, Mr. Mitchell.
Huh?
This red raincoat of Martha's. I could squeeze into it.
But why?
I will go outside, and maybe in the dark the killer will think I am Martha. He will follow me, and then you can follow him. See?
I don't know. It might be pretty dangerous for you, Mrs. Gluten.
Mr. Mitchell, I am no weakling.
Oh, that I believe, but still... Hey, wait.
What is it?
I think I figured out a way to do it without any risk to either of you.
Oh, I will do anything to help, Mr. Mitchell.
You don't have to do a thing, Martha, except stay in a safe place. Mrs. Gluten's suite, for instance.
Well, all right. But what are you going to do?
Give Mrs. Gluten your raincoat. She and I are going for a ride.
Mr. Mitchell, I don't understand you. I put on the raincoat. We get into the car and drive here to the edge of the city. And now you keep craning your neck around.
Yeah, to see if we're being followed.
Well, are we?
I'm not sure. Hey, here we are.
Yeah, here we are. Where?
See that little hotel right there?
Well, what about it?
That's as good a place as any. Come on.
Mr. Mitchell, perhaps you'd be good enough to tell me what is which.
Look, you're wearing Martha's red raincoat. From a distance, you could pass as Martha.
Sure. All that we have figured out already. But
now, suppose Carpel is following us. He sees us go into the hotel, and in a minute, I come out alone.
Ah, he thinks you have hidden Martha here.
That's right. I drive off, double back, and if he tries for the hotel, I grab him.
Well, what do you want I should do?
Slip out the back door, grab a cab back to your hotel, and wait for me. And above all, don't let anything happen to Martha. Mrs. Gluten eases out the back door. I wait a few minutes and then go out the front. I get in the car and drive off. Around the corner I park, get out, and work my way back to a spot in the shadows of the alley across the street from the hotel. Then I wait. 15 minutes later, I see a gent approaching the hotel very cautiously. He could be my boy. He gets to the entrance and takes a quick look around, then slips inside. I'm just about to go after him when suddenly there's a faint sound behind me in the alley. I start to turn around, but something very solid connects with the back of my head, and I take a dive. When I come out of it, I'm all alone. I don't get it. If the guy entering the hotel was Carpel, then who slugged me and why? I cross the street and check the hotel, but of course the guy is gone, so I head back to Mrs. Gluten's hotel suite.
Oh, Mr. Mitchell, come in.
Thanks.
Oh, my, you're hit. You got a lump?
Lump, yeah. I'll sell at a loss, believe me.
Who did that?
I don't know. Incidentally, did you come right back here after you went out that back door?
Oh, yeah, sure, why?
Just wondering.
Very smarter.
What?
I said very smarter.
That's just what I was afraid you said. I thought she was here with you.
Well, she was, but now I thought she was with you.
What do you mean?
I came right back here like you told me. Martha was just leaving. She said you had just telephoned her.
What?
Yeah. She said you told her the plans had been changed, that you wanted her to meet you at a certain place.
Oh, great.
So why isn't she with you?
Because I'm not the guy who telephoned her.
What? Then who did?
Oh, 3 guesses.
Yeah, Capel.
Look, did Martha say where this phony meeting place was supposed to be?
Yeah, she did. Now, let me think a minute.
Come on, think.
Yeah, wait now. I got it. The west entrance to Vondel Park.
Okay, I'll see you later.
Yeah.
I head for the park entrance fast, but when I pull up and see the crowd gathered there, I figure I'm a few minutes too late. I expect to see Martha's body in the midst of them, but as it turns out, I'm wrong. 2 guys have locked bumpers and are busily haranguing each other, much to the enjoyment of the crowd standing around. At first, I'm relieved, but when I look through the crowd, Martha isn't there. I ask a few people if they remember seeing her, but they tell me that the quarrel's been going on about a half an hour, and they haven't been paying any attention to anything else. So it looks like Carpel has finally gotten to Martha and shut her mouth. I drive back to the hotel and head for my room.
Hello, Steve.
Martha?
Yes, I...
Hey, you okay?
Uh-huh.
Oh, brother, that's a relief. You know, I'm going to quit worrying about you. First, I think you've been blown up in your hotel room, but you come walking down the hall a few minutes later. Just now I figure Carpel's finally gotten to you, but you show up in my room safe and sound.
I'm glad you were wrong both times.
Oh, so am I. But what happened?
Well, I went to the meeting place I thought you had told me about over the telephone. But on the way, I began wondering about the call, wondering whether it really had been you. Then the street was deserted, and I became frightened, so I left.
I see.
When I got back to Mrs. Gluten's suite, she told me you had not been the one who telephoned me.
Lucky you left when you did, then.
Yes.
Come on, Martha. I'll take you back to Mrs. Gluten's suite.
All right. Steve, do you think that it was Carpel who called and disguised his voice?
Well, he'd be the logical one, wouldn't he?
Yes. That means he definitely did see me the other day in that chinaware shop.
Yeah, it looks that way. Well, here we are.
Come on in. So, the 2 of you finally got together safely. From now on, we must keep an eye on this young one.
Yeah, might be a good idea if you got some rest, Martha.
Yeah. Go into my bedroom and make yourself at home.
Thank you. I think I will. I am rather worn out.
Yes. Well, Mr. Mitchell, what now?
Did you find out who the girl was who died in Martha's hotel room, Mrs. Gluten?
Oh, yeah, it was Frida. Poor thing. I guess she went in to visit and thinking Martha was there.
Okay, I'm going to make a telephone call.
Telephone call? What about?
Not so loud.
Well, what is the secret? Who are you going to telephone?
The morgue. So I make my call and tell them what I want to know. Half an hour later, they call me back, and what they tell me doesn't surprise me at all.
Well?
They just finished the autopsy on Frida. She was stabbed to death.
Stabbed? You mean Carpel killed the wrong girl and then rigged up the explosion to make...
No, I don't mean that at all, Mrs. Gluten. Come on. I want to have a little talk with our little Martha.
Martha? But what has she got to do with it?
That's just what I want her to tell me. Hey, she's gone.
Yeah, look, the window, it's open.
Yeah, an extension phone beside the bed. She probably overheard what the morgue told me.
I still don't understand what...
Wait, fire escape outside. Yeah, there she is down on the street hailing a taxi. Come on, let's get down on your to the car, fast.
I could swear I saw her jump out of that taxicab when it slowed down near the canal here.
Yeah, I thought so too, but where'd she go?
She is a good swimmer. Maybe she went...
Wait a minute. See that barge tied up on the bank over there?
You think she could be hiding on it?
It's the only cover I can see for quite a way. Slow down.
All right.
Okay,
What are you doing?
I'm getting out here.
Huh?
I'll check the barge. You continue along the canal away, and if you don't spot her, come back here to the barge. I jump out, hit the ground, and roll to my feet. Every second counts now. I jump aboard the barge. Looks deserted. There are no lights. I start walking towards a small deckhouse at the stern. Then, as I get to it and turn the corner, I spot a glint of metal. I drop to one knee, and a fire axe buries itself in the bulkhead behind me. Close, but no cigar, Mother.
Let go of me.
Stay put.
Let go.
I said stay put.
Oh, why, you...
That's better.
I should have cracked open your head when I had the chance.
You mean in front of that other hotel when I was waiting for Carpel to show up? Yeah. You sure didn't want me to grab him then, did you?
What? You know about that?
Yeah. I think I finally got you pegged. You see, I caught you in one lie, so I figured maybe you'd lied about a few other things. Looking back on the deal in that light, a lot of things fell into place.
What lie are you talking about?
You told me you got a phone message from me setting up a meeting place. You said you went there and it was deserted. That's what tripped you up, because there'd been a traffic accident there, and a crowd had gathered.
All right. But you cannot prove a thing.
You rigged that story about a fake phone call as an excuse for you to get out of Mrs. Gluten's suite. You knew I had a plan to trap Carpel, and you were afraid it would work. That's why you slugged me when I was closing in on him.
No, that is not true.
What's your angle, Martha? Blackmail?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Sorry, your eyes just gave you away. Sure, it all fits. You spot Carpel here in Rotterdam and try to blackmail him, but he won't pay, so you get me over here to protect you. And to show him you mean business. Then you take me on a wild goose chase around town, pretending you're looking for him.
Yes, she's been quite clever.
What?
Carpel!
You both move almost too fast for me. It was with difficulty that I followed the chase here from the hotel. Stand quite still, both of you.
Hey, I remember you.
But of course. Martha brought you into my jewelry store yesterday to inquire about a mythical china shop.
Pretty smart, Martha, parading me in front of Carpel to let him know that you could blow the whistle on him any time you wanted.
As I say, Martha's a clever girl, of us.
Carpel, listen to me.
Martha, one thing I don't get is why you killed that other girl, Frida.
Frida, did you say?
Yeah.
Oh, I believe I can explain that.
Oh?
You see, after your visit to my jewelry store, I realized I was powerless, that I must pay Martha the blackmail. So I telephoned her hotel room to tell her. As I was talking, I heard her suddenly exclaim, Frida, as if someone had just come into the room.
I get it now. Frida heard you talking to Carpel. You killed her to shut her mouth and then rigged an explosion to make it look like Carpel had tried to kill you.
Carpel, you must listen. I will not blackmail you anymore, I promise.
I know.
What do you mean?
Simply that if I kill both of you, I will be quite safe again.
No!
I'm afraid you're a little too late, Carpel.
What do you mean?
I notified the Rotterdam police. There's a car coming toward us along the canal bank. It should be them.
You're bluffing.
No, I see the headlights. I hear it, too.
What?
Thanks for turning your head. Too late. Oh, no, Martha, you're not going anywhere.
Mr. Mitchell!
Here on the barge, Mrs. Gluten. And Martha's with me.
I did as you said. Then down to the end of the canal and come back.
I'm glad you did. I just passed you off as the Rotterdam police.
As for you, Martha, you have disgraced the Gluten-Schweitzen girls. You are the rotten apple in our cake. You will turn on your sweatsuit at once.
Yeah, I don't imagine she'll be doing much running from now on as far as disgracing the Gluten-Schweitzen girls, though I'm sure you and the rest of your team will live that down, Mrs. Gluten. Incidentally, there's one thing that's been puzzling me all through this deal.
Yes, oh,
Your team is called the Gluten-Schweitzen girls, right?
Right?
The commissioner told me that the Schweitzen came from the name of the coach.
Yeah,
But when I got here, I find you coaching the girls.
Well,
So
yeah.
where's Schweitzen?
Well, could you keep a secret?
Well, yeah,
There is no Schweitzen.
Mrs. Gluten.
Confidentially, who could marry a man with a name like that?
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. On the big show this Sunday, you'll hear Margaret Truman, Fred Allen, Groucho Marx, Ginger Rogers, and many more. Plus, the glamorous and dynamic Tallulah. No wonder it's the big show. And remember, it's a radio first for Theater Guild on the Air Sunday as Catherine Cornell makes her radio dramatic debut in the first radio presentation of Shaw's Candida. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, with Herb Butterfield as the commissioner, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondo, with music by Robert Armbruster, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Others in the cast were Martha Wentworth, Tony Barrett, Virginia Gregg, Sidney Miller, and Barney Phillips. Join us again next week at this same time, when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another dangerous assignment. Dangerous Assignment came to you from Hollywood. Next, enjoy The Man Called X and your hit parade on NBC tonight.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
DuPont presents the Cavalcade of America. Certain of the letters received by DuPont, sponsors of the Cavalcade of America, have special qualities of interest which will appeal to other radio listeners. Such a letter is this one, received recently, and written by a member of that famous organization of actors, dramatists, and composers, the Lambs in New York City.
I beg to thank you for the Cavalcade program. They are delightful. Last night's program brought tears to my eyes, happiness to my heart, and gratitude to you. I've spent my life in the dramatic profession, on the stage, in pictures, and in radio. I'm 70 years of age. Recently, my hearing has become impaired. But I can hear the radio, and I want to tell you how much I enjoy your program. Thank you again.
Such a tribute repays every member of our cast for the effort put into this entertainment. It is appreciated, too, by the DuPont Company, who sponsor these programs to spread wider knowledge of their service and their pledge. Better things for better living through chemistry. The DuPont Cavalcade Orchestra plays an overture based on some of the original themes used during the broadcasts of the Cavalcade of America, composed and arranged by our musical director, Harold Levy. In the Cavalcade of America, the instinct for self-preservation finds expression in the slogan, safety first, or as Poor Richard puts it, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. In December 1733, Benjamin Franklin, creator of Poor Richard, published an article on fires and how to extinguish them. He deplored the fact that the city had no fire company. True, Philadelphia had 3 hand-pumping engines placed about the city, with nearly 300 leather buckets and a score of hooks for tearing down burning buildings. But there was no trained or organized group of men. The state of unpreparedness against fire continues until the year 1736, a street in Philadelphia.
What's the matter? What are they ringing the church bells for?
Well, I don't know. Perhaps it's fire. Look. There's smoke down by the river.
Oh, Lord, protect us. I wonder whose place it is.
Here comes a boy on the run. I'll ask him. Hey, boy.
What?
Where's the fire?
Down in front of our house on Front Street above the cooperative. Where's the bucket?
I don't know.
Nobody knows. Get buckets in a ladder.
There must be some buckets near the market. I'll go there first. Get the hook, somebody, and pull down that house.
Well, you can't do that. It hasn't caught yet. You've got to wait and see if it burns.
You want to see the whole town burning? Get some hooks there. Where are the hooks? Who's got more buckets? We can't keep water in the pump. Here's someone coming with buckets now. Benjamin Franklin. Here's some buckets I brought from the courthouse. Oh, thanks, Mr. Franklin. There's more there. Here, you boys. Run back and get the rest. Now, all you men, make one line from here to the river. One line, that's right. You women and boys make another line. The men pass the buckets full of water to the pumping engine. Women pass the empties back to the river. That's right. You men there, tear down that next house.
But, Mr. Franklin, it isn't burning yet.
Well, if you don't tear it down, it'll catch fire any minute and toll the whole city. Tear it down.
On whose authority?
In the interest of the city. Here, boy. Get all your friends to form another line to the river. One more bucket brigade, and we'll give this fire a good fight. This narrow escape opened the eyes of the people to the danger of their unpreparedness. And when, soon afterward, Franklin began to organize the Union Fire Company for mutual assistance in case of fire, scores of men were eager to join. But not satisfied with this precaution, Franklin took the next step and organized what is today the oldest fire insurance company in America. In April 1752, a group of distinguished and public-spirited citizens meet in the courthouse in Philadelphia to sign Articles of Association. Franklin is presiding.
Governor Hamilton, yes, as representative of the proprietors of the province, your name should be first on this list.
Very well, Mr. Franklin. If you'll put yours immediately under it.
Gladly, sir. May I trouble you for the pen, Mr. Finch? We want no blot on our record.
Here you are, Mr. Sanctum.
Thank you. Will you sign next?
Certainly.
Step up in turn, gentlemen. If the quill breaks, you will find a penknife in the drawer.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin.
The Philadelphia Contribution Ship for the Insurance of Houses from Loss by Fire. That's a pretty long title.
We've already shortened it. We call it the Hand in Hand.
The Hand in Hand?
Yes, from the emblem. Here is a drawing of it. 4 hands clasped in Lady to London fashion.
Very nice.
Each hand seizes the next man's wrist. That's the strongest grip possible. It's almost unbreakable. One of these emblems will be put in full view on every house we insure. And then, in case of fire, everyone will know it's under our protection.
How will that reduce losses?
We'll employ watchmen and patrol. That'll discourage looting houses in the excitement of fire. And our volunteer firefighters will know we contribute to their company.
Franklin, you have the most prudent head in the colony. Pray let me have one of these emblems for my house.
We'll send you the first one. The hand-in-hand emblem was cast in the same factory where, a few months later, they recast the Liberty Bell. Until 1783, the contribution ship was alone in its field. But in that year, a fire was carried from one house to another by means of a burning tree. And several directors decided they would have to ask an extra premium for any house with a tree growing near it. Some other directors did not agree with this principle. It is discussed at a meeting of the directors.
Oh, the whole thing.
Gentlemen,
It is perfectly evident that a tree close to a house is an added fire hazard. Therefore, we ought, in fairness, put an additional premium on all such policies.
It's also perfectly evident, sir, that our streets are lined with fine shade trees, that many of our best houses stand in beautiful groves of trees. I see no reason why we should penalize properties that adorn our fair city.
It is not a matter of penalty, but of risk. Let us put it to a vote. All in favor of a new policy?
Aye.
Contrary minded?
No.
The majority stands with me in this business.
Then, sir, some of us shall withdraw and make it our business to insure houses with trees around them.
This minority formed the Mutual Assurance Company for the insurance of houses from loss by fire, and adopted for their emblem a green tree. It is called the green tree to this day. For the next 100 years, very little progress was made in protecting property against loss from fire. Hydrants were placed along the streets, and hand-pumping engines were used by the volunteers. But these volunteers were not the efficient firefighters that are found in many of our towns today. Here is an example of firefighting in 1852 in a small eastern city before the volunteers had become organized as they are now. Where? Where's your fire bucket? Well, I'll get mine. It's in the hall where it belongs. You tell the volunteers where to go. Hurry.
There's a fire, mister.
There, the smoke's coming out. Go get your bucket.
I don't live around here.
Well, there's no use trying to use that barrel. Nobody could lift that full of water.
I don't want anyone to
Well,
lift
then
it.
put it down and come and help me with the bucket.
You go get your own bucket. I'll stay here with this barrel. I got a use for it.
This way, boys. Here's the house. All right, with the first sunshine here. I guess nobody gets ahead of the Hibernian, boys. Where's the water hydrant? Well, scatter, boys. Look for the hydrant. Be quick about it. Here comes the friendship laddies with their linen hose.
Hey, mister, have you seen a water hydrant around here? Can't see one no more than you can.
Well, don't sit there gaping. We gotta have water. Get off that barrel. Help us look for it.
Can't. I got a bad leg.
That's too bad, but there must be water somewhere around here. If we don't find it ahead of those friendship boys, they'll hook into one first.
Come on, boys.
Here they come now.
Hello, Hibernia. What's the matter? Afraid of a little fire? It won't burn you, boys. You're too green.
We'll take that back, friendship, as soon as we find the water.
Why, where's your eyes? There's plenty of water right here. All right, laddies, swing the cart this way. Here's the hydrant.
Where's the hydrant? I don't see none.
All right, Jack. You can take that barrel off the hydrant now. All right, Joe. Friendship boys are all here. There's the hydrant, laddies.
Hey, boys!
Here's the hydrant. They hid it under a barrel. Stand back, Hibernia. This is our water. We're putting out this fire.
Oh, no. We got here first. We're putting the fire out.
What with?
With water from that hydrant.
We got to hitch up to it first.
We will.
Come on, laddies. Clear the boat. Clear the boat. It's out of fire.
It's no use, lady. They won't stop now till one side wins. Then suddenly came one of those milestones that marked the progress of the onward march of the Cavalcade of America. On New Year's Day in 1853, a crowd of people have gathered in front of the shops of John H. McGowan in Cincinnati, Ohio, where for months they have been building the first practical steam fire engine for inventor Alexander B. Latta.
Well, there she is, Mr. Latta, and she's a beauty. Yes, you've done a good job, McGowan. If it passes the test, we'll try it as soon as we get up more steam. Good.
Oh, Mama, let's get nearer. I can't see.
All right. Would you mind letting my little boy through? He can't see over your head.
Of course.
Thank you. You are Johnny. Come right in. Thank you very much. There we are, son.
It's big, isn't it? And shiny.
And that's Mr. Latta, the man who made it.
I want to ask him about it.
No, Johnny, come here.
Are you Mr. Latta?
Why, yes, son.
Did you make that engine all by yourself?
Well, not exactly. It took my friend McGowan here and his whole shop about 9 months. All I really did was plan it.
But how can it put out fires? Does it eat them?
Oh, no, son, no. That firebox there is just to get up steam pressure. Then it pumps water of fire in a steady stream. 6 streams almost 2 inches thick. And water puts out fire, you know.
Steam's up now, Mr. Latta. We're ready for the test.
That's fine. Is Mr. Greenwood here yet?
Right here, Latta, and I hope this brass monster of yours isn't just another hoax.
I hope not, sir.
There isn't much pressure in the city water pipes here, you know.
All the better, sir. We've marked off the street so you can see how far the engine will throw the water from the hose.
I doubt if it throws all 6 of them very far at one time.
It ought to throw them over 200 feet.
If it does, I'll see that the city adopts your engine, even if we have to have a fire extinction to do it.
The hose is all connected, Mr. Latta. Will you turn on the hydrant? I'll go down the street and check the distance.
You turn on the water, Mr. Greenwood.
Oh, no, that honor must be yours as the inventor.
Thank you, sir. Everyone out of the way,
All right,
please.
stand back there.
Step to one side. Stand by, men.
All right.
Better get 2 on each nozzle and brace yourselves.
You're optimistic, Latta.
Well, so no. There we are. All right. Let her go.
Why, look at that. That's amazing. By George, Latta, that's a sight. Congratulations.
I can't see how far the stream's carried.
It's all of 200 feet. 240 feet!
So Cincinnati had the first practical steam fire engine. And exactly 3 months later, also through the far-sighted civic efforts of Miles Greenwood, Cincinnati had the first department in America whose members were paid regular salaries. The Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont, moves on. American cities grew in size, but not in safety. Fire buckets were common equipment in public buildings and homes. Until, in 1905, a great invention based on chemistry brought safety a step nearer. It is evening, and a father comes home to his wife and children.
Is that you, John?
Hello.
Oh, Daddy.
Hello, son.
What have you got there, Dad?
I'll show you in a minute. Where's your mother?
In the kitchen.
Hey, Mary, come here.
I'm having supper, dear.
Oh, just a moment. Come on out.
Hey, Dad, what is it? It's a funny-looking thing. Sort of like a tank.
What do you want, John?
What?
The baby's in the kitchen. I've got a kettle of deep fat on the stove. I don't like to leave it.
Oh, look, I brought home a new piece of furniture.
Furniture? That thing? What on earth is it?
There's something for the front hall.
A copper tank in my front hall? Well, I should say not.
Well, anywhere, just as long as it's handy.
What for? Oh, come on back to the kitchen, John. I don't like to leave the baby. John, I smell smoke.
Mom, Dad, quick! The kitchen's on fire! There's still fat all over the floor!
Mary, come back here. You can't go through that fire. Stand back. This thing here. Stand back, I tell you. The baby's all right for a minute or two. When I turn this tank upside down... look out for the nozzle. Stand back, son. This will take care of the fire. Look at it.
It's putting out the fire!
Now, wait a minute. It's going to be all right. But don't go in yet, Mary.
John.
All right. Now, there. Now you can go to her. Is she hurt?
Oh, no, she's just frightened. Oh, there, darling. It's all right.
Oh, the fire's going away.
Hey, Dad, what is that thing you brought home?
Son, that's a fire extinguisher. And by golly, it does.
The first practical fire extinguisher was based on a simple chemical principle. When the cylinder was turned upside down, 2 chemicals mixed, generated pressure, and forced the liquid through a short hose. On contact with the fire, the liquid turned to gas that was heavier than air, and so the fire was smothered. Today, we take for granted the elaborate and complex organization of a modern city, which makes equipment and coordination the first factors in safety. Let us trace a great New York City fire in the year 1936. During the evening, a fire starts in a warehouse on the riverfront. For a while, it burns unnoticed by anyone because at this hour, 12th Avenue is almost deserted. Then 2 men pass by.
Say, Joe.
Huh?
I smell smoke.
Well, what of it?
funnels of the ships around here are always smoking some.
No. This smoke smells sort of bitter and sour-like. Hey, you notice it? I never smelled smoke like this before. Say, I wonder if it... Well, look.
Huh? Where?
Over at that warehouse. Ain't that smoke coming out over the tops of the window shutters?
Why, looks like... Sure. And all along the whole side there.
Say, the way it pushes out through those thin cracks...
Looks like it was coming right through the wall. Up there near the roof.
Yeah. Gee, it must be like a furnace somewhere's in there.
We better give an alarm, quick.
Yeah, there's a firebox over in the corner.
I'll pull the box. You go look for a car.
Right.
The instant a firebox is pulled, the alarm goes directly to the Telegraph Bureau in Central Park. From that central point, the alarm is relayed simultaneously to all fire stations in Manhattan. Within 2 minutes after an alarm sounds anywhere in Manhattan, under any circumstance, at least one company will be at the scene of the fire. At this fire, the following units have responded to the first alarm. 2 ladders, 6 pumpers, in this case one of them is a fireboat, 1 insurance patrol, 1 police car, 2 chiefs of battalion.
All right. I'll take over, Captain.
Okay, Chief. Looks like we'll have to fight it from the outside.
You been inside yet?
Yeah, got an axe on that door now. It's locked.
Where's the watchman?
None in sight.
We'll have a look in there. Peters.
Right here, Chief.
Give it a good blow near the lock.
All right. That springs it.
All right, come on.
It blows.
Yeah. Hey, there must be a lot of fire in there. Turn in the second alarm.
Okay, Chief. Looks like it's taking all the floors on the riverside.
Yeah, we'll have to fight it from the outside, all right. We open much here. Be a draft.
There's an oil tanker tied up to the dock back there. If she catches...
That's the word for the fireboat to get the tanker out in the stream. We'll never hold this with 2 alarms. Send in the third.
Okay, Chief.
For the second and third alarms, 10 more engines, another fireboat, a rescue company with gas masks, 2 trucks or hook and ladders, a water tower, a fuel wagon, and a battalion chief arrive on the scene. As it is night, a special call is sent for the searchlight. On the third alarm, calls are also sent to the local gas companies, officials of the fire department, the fire commissioner, and the department ambulance. In a few minutes, over 30 elements are converging on one place through heavy traffic. Meanwhile, on the fireboat...
Make fast to that oil tanker. Now, one of you men cut the hoses that tie her to the dock. We've got to get her out in the river before she catches fire.
Too late, Captain. Those sparks are falling like rain on her deck structure.
Turn 3 streams on her. We've got to get her in the middle of the river in case she blows up.
If she does, we'll go with her.
That's the chance we got to take.
Captain, and we have her on a tow line.
All right. Full speed ahead. Lieutenant, the water won't help if that oil catches.
Hour after hour, the firemen on water and shore struggle with no thought to safeguard life and property. What a contrast to Bud's fire in Philadelphia 200 years ago in 1736. Today, in towns and cities, through perfect preparation and coordination of men and material, combining almost lightning speed, the most modern instruments of science and engineering, with the intellect of men trained to act promptly on quick judgment, the lives and property are saved daily as a matter of routine. All honor to these fearless guardians of our safety, brave riders in the Cavalcade of America. Stories told in this evening's program pay tribute to those whose job is to uphold the rule of safety first. But they can't do that work alone. You and I must do our part to make safety first more than just a slogan. A large number of products are available to help everyone to do things the safe way, and many of them have been contributed by chemistry. On the stage of this theater from which we broadcast, there is a good reminder of how chemistry aids safety first. Stage scenery
is treated with a chemical to make it fire resistant. An important development of DuPont Laboratories is a fire-resistant motion picture screen made of a coated textile for which DuPont's trademark is Fabricoid. This same safety principle, chemical treatment to defeat flames, has recently been made available for homes. Mattresses have frequently been the starting point of fires, but DuPont chemical products are now used by manufacturers to make mattresses fire-resistant. This chemical treatment likewise repels vermin, thus safeguarding health. It is also a comfort to know that when you visit a doctor's office or hospital, to have an X-ray picture made, that safety X-ray film is now used exclusively for such work. DuPont chemists pioneered in the making of this fire-resistant product. But there are other things besides fire to think of in connection with safety. For example, the skidding rug is a dangerous menace in every home. If you ever see anyone slide on a rug and crash on the floor, don't laugh. A good many legs, hips, and arms are broken that way, and you might be the next to make a pancake landing. DuPont chemists have minimized that hazard by developing a cushion underlay sold for the trademark Rug Anchor. This product, when placed under a rug, tends to anchor the rug to the floor, thus preventing the danger of skids or slips. Rug Anchor also lengthens the life of the rug because of its cushioning effect. If you would like to have a sample of Rug Anchor so you can test its non-slip properties for yourself, just write to DuPont, Wilmington, Delaware. We'll be glad to send you free a piece 5 inches square, large enough to put under a vase or some other object about the house to prevent skidding. Merely write to DuPont, D-U-P-O-N-T, Wilmington, Delaware, and ask for your free sample of DuPont's non-skid underlay Rug Anchor. All the safety-first products that I have mentioned show how DuPont chemists make good their pledge. Better things for better living through chemistry. In many communities, daylight saving goes into effect next Sunday morning. So Self-Reliance, a story of courageous American women, will be heard next week at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time, when DuPont again presents the Cavalcade of America. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
Countdown for blast off. X-5, 4, 3, 2, X-1, fire. From the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in a million could-be years on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of astounding science fiction, presents X-1. Tonight's story, The Embassy. Out of the infinitude of stars and planets in the solar system and other systems in the universe, it is almost mathematically certain that other forms of life exist on other worlds. Someday, in the future, in 1,000 years, or in the next 25 minutes, daring travelers through space will make contact with the inhabitants of another world. But the question is, will we contact them first, or will they contact us? A private detective agency in downtown New York.
Mr. Graffius, Mr. Broderick will see you.
Well, what can I do for you? My name is Graffius of Springfield. I would like your assistance in helping me locate the Martian embassy.
Would you say that again very slowly?
I came to New York to locate the Martian embassy.
I assume you were joking.
On the contrary, I am completely serious. As it happens, I am interested only in Martians at the moment.
I see. Okay, shoot.
Well, it occurred to me in the course of my studies that we, Earth people, cannot possibly be the only intelligent form of life in the universe. Since Mars is older geologically, and since it is also an atmospheric planet, its evolutionary history could easily be similar to ours. Do you follow me?
Well, so far I can't say no.
If this is true, then they must have been watching us, observing us for hundreds, possibly thousands of years. They also know we are a militaristic, warlike race. We might conceivably set out to conquer and occupy Mars someday.
In which case they would try to get the jump on us.
Ah, precisely, Mr. Roderick. Now, if you were planning to attack an unknown nation, what would be your first move, Mr. Broderick?
Well, intelligence. Find out what the odds are.
Oh, you have a very logical mind, sir. You would send agents to scout the nerve centers of earthly civilization and advancement. Not Kansas City or Equatorial Africa, my dear sir, but here, in New York, the most technically advanced spot on the earth.
And you want me to help you prove this theory of yours?
Precisely. The expense doesn't interest me.
Well, now, this may take a long, long time, Mr. Graffius. After all, nobody has ever seen the Martian.
I assure you they will be very ordinary-appearing people.
Mm-hmm.
Very likely they live together in downtown New York. Most certainly they live in a private house with no servants to pry in their affairs.
Oh, some ordinary people who live in a private house in downtown New York. How much is it we'll look up Martians in the classified section of the phone book?
There's one other lead which might help you.
What's that?
They would be almost certain to subscribe to every conceivable type of newspaper, scientific journal, and foreign language publication.
Now, that might be something. Okay, Mr. Graffius, it's a deal.
Excellent. I shall contact you tomorrow.
Boss, here's an address. Takes everything from Pick Magazine to the Manchester Guardian. Here, listen to this here. Pick, Look, Scientific America, the Daily News, Daily Worker, the Police Gazette, Journal of Engineering, a Scientific Quarterly, American Psychiatric Journal.
Let me see that.
Yeah.
Oh, Doolin. Sometimes I wonder, what is the address on this?
Well, it's 9 West 124th Street.
Which happens to be the Harlem branch of the New York Public Library.
Oh.
Now, listen, Noodle Brain, what we're looking for is a private house.
Oh, boss, what is the sense of all this? You know there ain't no Martian embassy in New York.
This crackpot is paying us $100 a day, and we got to keep him happy. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Also, I have a hunch that Mr. Graffius is not looking for any Martian embassies. He is looking for something quite different. So we are going to find it for him. Which house is it, Doolin?
It's right down there, number 108. Nobody comes out, nobody goes in. I asked around.
You haven't been blabbing around the neighborhood that we're looking for the Martian embassy, have you?
Boss, I'm stupid, but I ain't that stupid.
Who'd you talk to?
I struck up what you might call a casual acquaintanceship with those two girls standing with the baby carriages up the street. That cute one is real cute.
Look, Doolin, don't try to do anything intelligent, all right? Just keep walking up and down, see?
Check.
I'm going back to the office to meet Graffius.
I'll see you later, boss. Hiya, beautiful.
Hiya, Flatfoot.
Name is Doolin, honey. Iron Man Doolin.
Your line is getting rusty, Iron Man.
So help me, honey. If I'm feeding you a line, may the heavens open up and strike me dead. Hey, what's that?
Look out!
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Graffius.
Thank you.
But I've had Doolin casing our first lead for a week now. It's a house down in Greenwich Village, privately rented, number 108 Conklin Street. Nobody seems to know anything about who lives there, except that they subscribe to every paper and scientific journal put out. Also, there's a radio antenna on the roof.
Oh, you don't suppose your Mr. Doolan will try to get inside the house? If this place is the Martian embassy...
No, don't worry. Doolan can take care of himself. I'll copy him now. Excuse me. Hello. Yeah, speaking.
Doolan?
Yeah, he works for me.
What?
No. No, I can't think of any. Yeah, sure. Okay, I'll be right down. Okay, Lieutenant, yeah. Yeah, right away.
Something the matter?
Doolan is dead, Mr. Graphius. All right, come on, we get a cab. I have to identify the body. Lieutenant, I'm Broderick.
There's your boy, Broderick.
Anybody see it?
A maid pushing a baby carriage. We can't seem to get any sense out of her.
You mind if I talk to her?
Hanson, this guy wants to ask the girl a few questions.
Please. I told you what I saw. How many times I got to tell you?
But, miss, the dead man was a personal friend of mine. Would you tell me what happened?
Helen and I were standing in front of Rathman's candy store up on the corner. We both had the babies out. He said hello and joked a little. Then he...
What happened?
It's too awful.
No, please.
Well, first he squashed, and then a stone fell on him.
Could you repeat that?
They don't believe me, but Helen saw it too.
Saw what?
First he squashed, and then it fell on him. He was mashed flat before it even hit him.
Now, look, that's the story, Broderick.
Please, let me alone. Let me go home. I told you what I saw. Now let me alone. Let me alone.
Did you learn anything, Mr. Broderick?
I don't know.
May I ask, what do you intend doing?
Well, as soon as the cops clear out and this place quiets down, little Broderick is going to pay a personal call on the Martian embassy. Or whatever number 108 is. Whatever you are, open that door.
Yes?
Oh.
Well, young man.
Excuse me, ma'am. Is the lady of the house at home?
I'm the lady of the house.
Oh, well, my name is Broderick. I represent the Manhattan Child Adoption Center. We're soliciting funds and clothing for stranded and unadopted children.
Won't you come inside?
Well, we don't. Usually
Oh, not since I'm old enough to be your grandmother. Besides, my son Lauren is working at home.
Your son?
Oh, he's a bibliographer. He writes summaries of articles and books from scientific journals and publications for libraries and universities.
Oh, I see.
Sit down, Mr. Broderick. Let me pour you a cup of tea.
Oh, thank you. You know, I'm not much of a tea drinker, but seems to have a strange taste.
Oh, it's my own recipe.
Uh-huh. Well, I think that I'd better be running along now.
You haven't finished your tea, Mr. Broderick?
No, really. I feel a little funny.
I'll call Lauren.
No. Sorry, I'm leaving. I just feel kind of dizzy.
I'm sure Lauren would like to hear about the adoption center. I'll call him.
No, don't
but I must. Besides, you aren't well.
Tea.
Lauren!
I've got to get out.
Lauren, hurry!
Look out. Get out of my way.
No. You must stay.
Yes, Mother. You drugged my tea. You let go of my arm.
Lauren!
Let go.
No! Oh!
I've got to get out the front door. Open.
What happened? The other one, that Broderick, he was here. I drugged his tea.
He got away?
He was suspicious.
Fool! Idiot!
Go after him.
Risk another murder on our doorstep. Are you insane?
But he suspects.
Well, we'll have to take our chances. We'll have to think of some other way.
If he goes to the authorities...
Oh, they'll laugh at him.
How do they find out?
I don't know how. But I'm certain someone else sent them.
Who?
I don't know. I'm afraid to let myself think. It might be. It just might be them.
Got to get help.
Look out!
Miss, please.
All right, miss, we'll take care of him. Come along, mister. I'm going to give you a break and take you back to the wife and kids.
No, you can't. I'm sick.
Sick, is it? What's the matter?
I'm drugged. They drugged me.
Who drugged you?
Number
108, the Martian.
Who?
The Martians in 108 at Martian Embassy.
Well, I've seen them with pink elephants, rabbits, and mice, but you're the first one that's got Martians.
Oh, it's true, I tell you.
Come along.
Listen, don't take me back there. They'll kill me. I've got to make you understand.
Here, I'll help you up the steps.
What? Listen, my name. My name is Broderick. I'm a private dick.
We'll find out about this.
No.
Here, don't try any tricks.
Officer, listen, please. I'll give you any $1,000, but please, listen. For God's sake, listen.
Yes, officer?
Oh.
Why, Broderick.
You know this Lux, Granny?
Oh, why, that's my son, Broderick.
No, she's Martian.
He's in pretty bad shape. You better get him to bed.
Oh, dear, and he was doing so well at the Alcoholic Society. He must have gotten off again.
Looks like he's ready to pass out.
Lauren!
What is it, Mother? Oh, Broderick.
Your brother Broderick has been drinking again.
No, officer, please.
Look out. He's passed out.
Oh, I'll take care of him, officer. We've handled this sort of thing before.
Can you manage okay?
We'll be fine. Thank you.
Oh, you've been very kind, officer.
Nothing at all, Granny. I know how it is with these alkies. Well, I'll be seeing you.
Martian Embassy. Martian. Oh, my head.
Our Mr. Broderick is regaining consciousness, Mother.
What happened? I can't get up. Oh.
Do not struggle, Mr. Broderick. It will be impossible for you to rise from that chair. The pressure from this ray will keep you there.
Ray?
Who? You've already guessed, Mr. Broderick.
You mean this really is
the Martian Embassy? Yes. Yes, you have the honor to be the first prisoner of the Imperial Government of Mars.
First prisoner?
Yes. After the invasion, of course, you will all be our prisoners.
What sort of nonsense is this?
No nonsense, Mr. Broderick. As your people will soon find out. Our preparations for invasion are nearly completed now. As soon as we give the signal, our armed forces will launch a surprise attack. And then the Earth will be ours.
Crazy.
Or not half as mad as you, Mr. Broderick, to come muddling so foolishly into our affairs. It was a mistake, Mr. Broderick. A fatal mistake.
So Doolan's death was no accident, then, huh?
Oh, assuredly not. We found it necessary to use a pressure ray on your friend. The block of concrete was an afterthought. We thought it might help to divert suspicion.
All right. So what happens now?
If you cooperate, you can look forward to a quick, painless death. Like your friend, Mr. Doolan.
If not?
Well, this pressure ray has many delicate adjustments. It can move a pin, or it can crush a boulder. Let me demonstrate.
Oh!
You see, Mr. Broderick, as if an invisible vice were crushing you.
What do you want?
The name of your client. We are interested in knowing who is so anxious to locate the Martian embassy.
The names of my clients are confidential.
Oh! Well?
All right, all right!
Turn it off, Mother. Mr. Broderick has seen the wisdom of speech.
Oh. His name is Graphius.
Graphius?
Yes.
An unusual name for an Earthman.
Describe him.
Well, I don't think I really can.
Describe him.
Oh. He's tall. The big forehead. About 60. Wears thick glasses. He's bald.
Lauren, it sounds like one of them.
Yes. Yes, it does. Contact the planet. Tell them we suspect that our plans are known. Ask for an acceleration of the invasion day.
At once.
What about me?
Oh, I am sorry, Mr. Broderick. But I'm afraid you know too much now. In exactly 5 seconds, you will feel the full impact of the ray which faces you. I would suggest that you relax and meet your fate calmly.
What? No, wait a minute.
You will feel no pain, just a wall of force crushing you.
Yes, but listen.
5.
But you can't do this.
4.
This isn't human.
Yes, I know we're not human. 3.
Yes, but do you understand?
2,
No.
1.
Mother in heaven.
Now. Lauren! It didn't work. Something has happened. The magnetic field is dead.
Stand back from the pressure rater. It will not function anyway. I have decontrolled your field.
Lauren! Lauren, it's one of them. They found us.
Did you think we wouldn't? You are free to move now, Mr. Brown.
Look, I don't know how you got in here, Graffius, but stick around. These babies are really Martians, just like you said. They're planning to invade the Earth and take over.
There will be no invasion.
All right, you keep these characters covered. I'll get the police.
There will be no need for the police. I intend to handle them myself.
But, Graffius, the police will want
to... Do not call the police.
I don't get it.
You fool of an earthling. Don't you realize with whom you are dealing? The invasion of Earth by Mars would be like child's play compared with what... Lauren! Oh!
Holy mackerel. They just flattened out.
Yeah, like your friend, Mr. Dooley. Oh, I detest the use of violence where the intellect can rule. But unfortunately, the Martians are a threat to us and must be destroyed so that we can proceed with our own plans.
What plans?
Naturally, you wouldn't comprehend.
Wait a minute. There are some things here that I do understand. A second ago, that pressure array didn't work. Now, you're using it like it was a toy. How did you get in here, anyway? Who are you? Another one of these Martians?
No, Mr. Broderick. I happen to be a Venusian.
A what?
A representative of the planet of Venus.
You're crazy.
Not at all. Martian invasion would be like child's play compared to ours. The Martians would simply have conquered and enslaved your people. We Venusians intend to exterminate you completely.
And I suppose that you were going to start by knocking me off now,
On the contrary, you are free to leave any time you please.
Leave?
Yes.
Are you kidding? I know your plans, the invasion. I could go...
Tell the police? Go ahead. Huh? Why don't you try it, brother?
Because the minute I turn my back, you're going to let me have it.
Suppose you try it and see. I have no interest in stopping you. Go ahead. Run to the police. Tell them anything you like.
All right, Buster, you asked for this. I'm alive. You let me go.
Here. Where do you think you're running to?
Officer, listen to me.
Oh, it's you again. The one with the Martian.
Listen, that story is true. You've got to believe me. You've absolutely got to believe me. They're inside that house, inside number 108. He killed them.
Who killed them?
Graffius, the leader of the Venusian invasion.
Venusian invasion.
Look, they're going to take over the Earth. Listen to me. Go in that house.
Martians, now Venusians. Okay, brother, I've heard enough. Your baddie's a bedbug. Come along.
Please, where are you taking me?
Bellevue Psychiatric Ward, my friend. Come on.
Oh, but you...
Come along.
You don't understand. Why are you such a fool? Let go of me. There's going to be an invasion. The Venusians are going to invade us. Why don't you listen to me? Why don't you listen?
You have just heard X-1, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of astounding science fiction. Tonight, by transcription, X-1 has brought you The Embassy by Donald A. Wollheim, adapted for radio by George Lefferts. Featured in the cast were John Larkin, Theo Getz, Bill Zuckert, Audrey Blum, Virginia Payne, Clark Gordon, Jack Orison, and Reese Taylor. Your announcer, Fred Collins. X-1 was directed by Dan Sutter and is an NBC Radio Network production.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
Well, and how do you do, friends of the Sanctum? This is Raymond, your host of the Squeaking Door. Come right in. What are you staring at? Oh, him. Oh, he won't hurt you. He's been dead for years. He came here with our first program. Said nothing could scare him. I've been using him for a doorstop ever since. Have to get a new one, though. His bones are showing through. My friends, did you know that this is a bad winter for our ghost friends? Oh, my, yes. There aren't enough sheets to go around, and lots of them have horrible colds. They float around just coughing and coughing their heads on. Are you all set? The Coast of Maine Express is already an hour out of Boston. It's noon of a windy November day as the New England landscape flashes past. On the train, the crowds of servicemen, doting mothers, babies, salesmen, and a man who was this day acquitted of murder because the police couldn't find the body. Richard Fenner sits alone, the suspicion of a smile tugging at thin lips that whisper what his eyes follow on the paper.
Body of Ole Sventorg, color chemist of Satan's Point, Maine, still unfound. Sventorg was known to be developing a paint formula, making it possible for colorblind people to see reds and greens as normal people see them. It is believed that the chemist had the final notes for his successful formula on his person. Richard Fenner, youthful assistant, on whom Sventorg tested his pigments, admitted he may have killed Sventorg in a fit of temporary insanity induced by the experiments. He was found in a dazed condition with blood on his hands on the day of the chemist's death.
Hello, friend. Anybody sitting here? No? Good. Have a peanut?
No, thank you.
Best food in the world, peanuts. Always eat 'em. Name's Botts, friend. Jasper Botts. Travel for Goodman's Sex Store. Don't feel like talking, huh? Got some thinking to do? Well, that's all right. I'll just read a while.
Idiot. I've done my thinking. So many things to think about. So much for Anna and me to remember. It had been hard to convince Anna at first. Easy enough for me to say, we have to get rid of Ole. But Ole was Anna's brother. We talked it over on the cliff near the land. We have to, Anna. We have to go through with it.
Oh, Richard, there must be some other way.
The way things are now, everything's hopeless. You know that. With the paint formula cleared, we can be married.
Richard, I love you so much. I'd do anything for us. But this is...
Murder? Well, you needn't look at it that way, darling. So far as you're concerned, Ole will just disappear.
But suppose something goes wrong. Suppose you're convicted.
Not a chance. You can't convict a man for murder until you find the body. And they'll never find Ole. We must, Anna. We must.
Very well, Richard. When? When will you...
The moment Ole finishes the formula. It's almost ready now. I'll have to do it that instant to make my alibi hold. Today, tomorrow, soon, anyhow. Everything else is ready.
I love you above everything else in the world, Richard. I love you enough for even...
Have a peanut, friend? No? Oh, snoozing, huh? Traveling on trains will make some people sleepy. Not me. Been on trains all my life. Never get sleepy. Going far?
Satan's Point, Maine.
Satan's Point? Never heard of it. Be a devil of a small place. What I said. Satan's Point. Devil of a small place. Good, huh? Have a peanut? Devil of a place. Devil of a place. Devil of a place.
Devil of a place it was that day. We went over every detail again and again until our story was perfect. A lot depended on the story we constructed. A lot depended on telling it well. I told it well. To the police in Maine and to the alienists in Boston. I started the story with the morning of October 11th in Ole's laboratory.
Hold on. This is my last mixture.
Be ready in a few minutes. I want your eyes to be well rested.
Think you've got it this time, Ole?
Well, there's no longer any doubt. When these pigments are mixed, I will paint a square board. It will look like a dirty green to my eyes.
And to mine?
To yours, and those of millions of others who are colorblind. Red. Red that you have only imagined till now. Red of the rose, red of a sunset, red of fire, red of blood.
I put the blindfold on. I could sense Ole's tenseness. He'd worked 15 years to make this moment arrive.
This is from all I can see. A miracle is about to take place. But I confess to one great fear.
What's that, Ole?
I'm not afraid the formula is wrong. I'm afraid for you.
For me?
Yes. I have to warn you, Richard. I don't know. No one knows what mental reaction takes place when a person who has never seen color before suddenly does.
You mean that I could be affected?
You could be. You see, red excites even normal people. It vibrates in the brain. With you...
Let's have a look, Ole.
Now, Richard, when you take the blindfold off, look straight ahead of you. The board is right before your eyes. Look, Richard. When you do, start talking right away. I want your immediate reaction.
Okay, here it goes.
Look. See, Richard. Look, it's red. Look. Hey, talk, Richard, talk.
Something I couldn't. It's hard enough to recall the little that I do. I was staring straight ahead of me at a square board. Nothing happened for a brief instant. And then I caught my breath sharply. My eyes dried. They burned. I closed them, but the patch of exquisite color seared my brain. A single hot, flashing stab of pain pierced my hip. And then I felt a surging power, a physical power grip me. And Ole's voice reached me, jabbed at me. My whole being seemed to focus on his voice. I had to choke it off. I vividly recall reaching for him across something and finding his throat. And then nothing more. Nothing but the breaking of glass and a sensation of violent action. Motion and action that lasted long after the voice stopped. Then I felt cold air lashing at me. I was carrying something limp and heavy. There's a point of rock outside the house. It juts over the sea. I stood there for I don't know how long. The first clear thing I recall is identifying Anna's voice coming towards me.
Richard! Darling, what are you doing? Richard! Your hands!
Something died in me. I sank to the ground, moaning. Anna, I'm afraid. I'm afraid. Well, that was my story. That's what I told them all. They didn't believe me, so what? They didn't find Ole. Anna told her own story as well, about coming back from town in the station wagon, finding me on the rock with blood in my hands. In the time they searched the house and the grounds, they came close, too close, just once. It was the day they gave up the search. I was standing in the yard with the guard when the inspector called me over to the little meat house near the cliff. Well, they'd been through it before, but the inspector held something in his hand.
You sure in your day's meanderings you didn't come near this meat house, Fenner?
Well, I can't be sure of anything, Inspector. I don't think so. Why?
There's no felt hat over it before. Got the initials OS stamped in it.
Ole's hat. I left it out. Was our whole plan going to be upset by a hat?
Hi, Fenner.
It's Ole's. He always wore it out here when he worked on his meat.
No? And the blood on the brim?
Well, look around you for the answer to that one. Ole was proud of his larder. He just hung 2 quarters of beef the other day for aging. Right over there, see? It was fresh killed stock. Blood probably came from that.
Well, we'll have the blood tested anyhow. All right, Penner. You can go back now.
I walked away a little elated. Habit's a funny thing. It plays tricks, even on detectives. People are used to thinking of bodies as being so many feet long, with 2 legs, 2 arms, and a head.
Well, friend, this is your stop, I guess.
Yes, this is it. I'm sorry I was such a poor traveling companion.
Oh, that's all right. Feel that way myself sometimes. Have some peanuts?
No, Ray. So long. Anna!
Oh, darling, darling. Oh, I'm so glad to see you. Everything went just as you said it would, didn't it? And now you're free.
Free, but not safe yet, baby. Don't talk here. Let's get in the station wagon first.
None of the papers believed our story, did they?
No, it's just as well. Makes tonight's work easier.
But there are so many things I don't understand. Isn't there some other way we can...
No. And it's just as well you don't know everything, Anna. There's less chance of your making a slip.
It seems to me that I'm in this as deeply as you are.
All right. I'll tell you this much. The papers played up the fact that Ole had the final formula on his person when he was killed. The formula we thought was on the lab table, right?
Yes.
Well, that leaves 2 things I have to do. I have to search Ole's clothing for this thing, and, well, the other thing should be obvious.
Oh, don't, Richard. You talk about those things so coldly.
Well, it's a cold subject, isn't it? Now, I see the house now. Put your lights off. Did you make the phone call I told you to?
Yes, the man said all arrangements had been carefully made. He said the rest was up to you.
You wasn't kidding. Okay, pull up by the garage. Don't look around you as we walk into the house.
Oh, I'm not as calm as I thought I'd be.
You've got nothing to be afraid of, darling. Unless you believe in spirits.
Richard, let's do what has to be done and go.
Did you have that extra key made for the meat house?
Yes. Yes, we did.
Good. Now, do just as I tell you. My life depends on it. You will stand at the kitchen door with the lights off, and you won't take your eyes off the meat house for 1 second.
That's right.
The meat house door will be open so you can see me working. The lantern will make it light enough. Right now, I'm going to stand in front of the only window in the room we left the blind up on. While I'm there, you go get the dummy we had made to look like you. Put it in a chair in the position you're in now. That's it?
Yes.
All right, get the dummy. It's in the linen closet. Are you sure it's arranged naturally?
It looks a lot more natural and comfortable than I am.
Good. Now crawl below the window level into the kitchen. Set?
All set.
Here's the revolver. Now stay in the shadows while I light the lantern and leave. And then stand in the door as I told you to. And remember to watch the meat house. Scared?
Yes, but I'll do my part. Don't worry. Just be careful and hurry.
Well, this gruesome business will be over soon, baby, and it's worth it. What are a few days of this compared to what's in store for us?
I know. But hurry.
Well, this is it. Now I must work carefully. The meat house. Boy, this metal's cold. I'll bet Ole is, too. Now, let's see. Put the lantern here. So. And it's the 3 sacks on the meat hooks on the left side. It's heavy. Seem heavier than when I put them up. I'll start on this one. My knife. Yeah, close it here. Now, let's see. It'd be the inside coat pocket. Yes. here it is. Here's the...
You? Hello, friend. Have a peanut?
You were on...
That's right. I was on the train. I got on because you did. And I got off because you did. Small world, huh?
Yes, isn't it? Let's see. Didn't you say your name was Jasper Botts?
Yeah. Good memory you've got. I see you finally remembered where you hid poor Sventog's remains.
What do you want, Botts?
See? I can crack peanuts with one hand. Good, huh? Just telling you in case you think it might spoil my aim. For your little partner in crime sitting comfortably back in the house, waiting for you to finish your business here.
What do you want, Botts?
You and the formula, my friend. I followed your case very carefully. When I first read about you in the papers, I said to myself, now there's a very clever young operator. He's fibbing when he says he threw Sventog's body into the sea.
So?
So. Wouldn't take a chance on its turning up on some shore. That would convict you. No body. No murder, eh, fella?
You're right, Botts.
Then when I read that Sventog's formula was on him when you murdered him, I knew you'd have to get it from the body before, destroying the corpus delicti. Simple? Hmm?
All right, Botts. Put the cuffs on and let's go.
Oh, gosh. I see you don't understand. I'm not a detective. And you're not going anywhere. Anymore. All I want is the formula.
Oh? That's how it is.
Mm-hmm. That's how it is.
Why?
Why what? Why am I going to kill you? Because that's life insurance for him. My business. Why do I want the formula? Well, I tried to buy it from Sventog about a month ago. We knew we had it just about finished, but he turned me down.
So you read about the murder, figured out that I was after it, and now you want to take it away from me. It's pretty low, Botts.
Yeah. Well, you see, I can get a much better price for it than you can. Some friends of mine think it would be a valuable asset in counter-camouflage, taking targets in this country. Clever, hmm?
Don't move a muscle, Mr. Botts. That little round thing in your neck is the muzzle of a .38. Just open your fingers very slowly and drop the gun. That's it. Now stand still. All right, Richard.
Good girl. Now I'm taking over, Botts. Nice Luger your friends gave you.
Mm-hmm. It is a nice gun. I hope you won't hang me on those hooks.
Oh, no. No, I've got other plans for you. Annie, you feel all right?
Yes, I'm all right. Just that thing on the floor.
Yeah, I know. Well, don't look, darling. We're going back to the house now. And look, Botts, no breaks, please. You'd make a heavy corpse to drag from here.
Wow, that's a very cozy little room. Tired and everything, huh?
Okay, darling, make your phone call.
Hello? Hello, Mr. Walsh?
Yes, we've been watching. You've got him?
Yes, you can tell your men to close in on the house now.
That was Mr. Walsh of the FBI, friend.
Smooth piece of work all the way through, Richard.
Yes, sir. My first and last case, Walsh.
Well, we don't usually call on outsiders for help, you know, but this is such a natural. The boss is apparently the man who's been dodging us so successfully. He's one of the Nazis' best men over here.
Slippery fellow.
Yeah. When you and Mr. Sventog came to us a month ago about the suspiciously high offer you'd had for the formula, it sounded like our man. He's got lots of dough to play with.
But why the elaborate story of murder and intrigue?
Well, making Richard here out to be a murderer took away the suspicion of a trap. We knew Richard would be released, no matter how phony the story he gave, because the police wouldn't find Mr. Sventog's body, of course. We knew the man we wanted would follow Richard here as soon as Richard was freed to get the formula. But we didn't have the slightest idea of what he looked like or who he was.
Now?
Now, you know. Well, I admit that was clever. My friends will be disappointed.
And the son of a gun sat next to me on the train for 8 hours.
A dull trip, wasn't it? But what about the meat house angle? The sacks.
That's beef. Just good prime beef. In sacks, it looks a little like... I planted Ole's clothes there.
Oh, Richard, stop. I've had enough.
By the way, where is Mr. Spentalk?
Oh, my gosh, he came up here from the hotel this afternoon. I'm so used to thinking of him as dead that I forgot all about him. He's probably lost in the... Anna, you all right?
Yes, I'm all right, Richard. Just took me up, but I... Richard! Richard, the laboratory!
All right, you still have the box, Mr. Walsh. Hold on to him. I'll take a look in the lab.
Go ahead, Tanner.
Ole, where are you? Ole! Oh.
Here, Richard. I'm all right. It's just my leg. Light a match so we can see.
Yeah, sure.
Hurry, Richard. I want to see what's wrong. Light a match.
I'm holding a lit match, Ole.
Oh. Oh. I see.
Your eyes, Ole.
Richard! Richard,
He's all right, Anna. I'm bringing him out now. He's all right, yes. But never again to see the red of a rose. The red of fire. The red of a sunset. The red of blood. Ole's formula brought color to millions. Now, he's blind.
No corpse? Oh, my. No corpse. Well, a corpse, man. Will somebody pass the peanuts? Listen, you. Yes, you over there. Are you sometimes green with envy? You ever go into a purple rage? Are you yellow? You are. Oh, don't worry about it. You've got what the writers call a colorful personality. Or maybe you're just a rainbow. By the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is Puzzle for Puppet by Patrick Quentin. Well, now it's really time to close that there squeaking door until next week at this same time. So, good night. Pleasant dreams.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/c/GAR.
Tired of the everyday routine? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all? We offer you
Escape. Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight we escape to an early California gold camp and an exciting tale of frontier revenge, as Les Crutchfield tells it in his colorful story, The Pistol. San Francisco Bay was a graveyard that summer, with over 300 deserted windjammers lying at anchor, and the city itself the next step to a ghost town. Every man who could walk, run, or stagger had headed inland to look for gold, and the women had followed. Mostly they traveled up the river as far as Sacramento, then fanned out into the hills. That was the jumping-off place, Sacramento.
All right, step right in, boys.
let's move up close. Everybody sees and everybody gets a chance. Anytime old honest Faraday runs an auction, you know it's on the level. All right now, friends. The pistol I'm holding in my hand here is the first one of its kind ever seen west of the Rockies. The first model of Dr. Samuel Coates' new 44 caliber 6-shooter. The gun that fires 6 times without reloading. Now, who'll open her up with a bid of $250? Did you hear me? $250. Come on, boys. There's plenty of gold on the Sacramento River, but only one Colt 6-shooter. Now, did I hear a bid of, say... $250. Thank you, sir. The man says $250. All right, here we go.
I stood there in the hot sun on the Sacramento waterfront and watched the crowd bidding for the pistol. Roustabouts, gamblers, vaqueros, gold miners, men from everywhere and from nowhere. And a few women. I wanted that gun myself. I wanted it bad. I was taking a stagecoach to Rawhide Flats in the morning, where my brother Dave and his partner had located a rich claim. And I didn't plan to load myself down with an outfit, but a gun was different. I was packing $1,000 in gold eagles, and I was ready to lay out a good part of it to get that 6-shooter. The bidding reached $500.
All right, anybody else? Anybody making $550? $525. Anybody else? All right, going once, going twice.
$600.
$600. And a new bidder. I have $600. Gentleman here bids $600. Will anybody make it $6 1/4? $6 1/4. Only $700. And another new bidder. And the little lady knows a bargain when she sees one. All right, I'm bid $700. 777. Will anybody make it 8? How about you, mister? Fellow that bid 6? Would you want to raise it again, sir?
Sorry, mister. 6 was my limit. Let her have it.
All right, anybody else? Going once? Going twice? Sold! Lady, you bought yourself a gun. Now, friends, if you'll step right over here to the end of the platform, I've got...
Could I get through? Pardon me, please.
Well, congratulations.
What? Oh, you should have kept on bidding.
Why? You'd have gone to $1,000 if you had to.
Yes, I suppose I would. I guess it just isn't your lucky day.
Oh, I don't know. Haven't I just met the prettiest girl in California?
Have you?
Haven't I?
Maybe that's not as lucky as you think.
When I climbed on board the stagecoach to Rawhide Flats the next morning, I found 7 trunks had already been loaded. 5 tied on the back and top and 2 inside. And a few minutes later, their owner showed up. Oh, it was the red-headed gal who'd bought the gun the afternoon before. It took 5 miles out of Sacramento to break the ice. And after that, well, I learned her name was Teresa Blake. She'd been down to San Francisco to buy some new clothes. And she was on her way back to Rawhide Flats.
No, I don't live with my folks. I don't have any folks. I work.
Oh? Doing what?
I'm a singer. The Brass Nugget Saloon.
I see. No wonder you wanted a gun so bad.
No, I never have any trouble there. I got the pistol as a present for my boss, Mr. Mallory.
$700 makes a pretty expensive present, Miss Blake.
He's been good to me. Awfully good.
I see. Well, anyway, it's a great gun. In 15 years, every man west of St. Louis will be packing one.
Oh, I was going to give you something. I almost forgot. A sort of consolation prize for losing out on the gun. Oh, here it is.
Yeah, it looks like a little gold nugget.
Brass, not gold. It's to hang on a watch chain. Souvenir of the Brass Nugget Saloon. Of course, you can pretend it's real gold, if you like.
All right, I will then. I hope that's not what my young brother's doing on the Boston Pocket claim of his. I mean, pretending it's real.
The Boston Pocket claim?
Uh-huh.
You said your name was Storm.
That's right. Jonathan Storm.
I didn't even recognize it until... Then you're Dave Storm's brother.
Yeah. Do you know him?
Yes. Mr. Storm, I wonder if you'd mind if I tried to get some sleep now. I'm really awfully tired.
Around the middle of the afternoon, our stagecoach dropped out of the rough hills we've been traveling through, ran down into a comparatively level gulch, splashed across the ford in the creek below town, and swung into the wagon-rutted main street of Rawhide Flats. It was like every other boom town I'd seen. A mixture of mud, shacks, board-fronted stores, bars, rooming houses, stables, horses, burros, and men. Men everywhere, milling and shoving along the plank walks and out into the street. Noisy, brawling, bearded, and tough. Rawhide Flats.
Well, 'cause
half hour later, I rented a horse and rode up through the canyon north of town. Both banks of the creek were lined with miners, busy with picks and shovels, pans and rockers. All of them breaking their backs, sweating out their hearts for the same reason: gold. About 3 miles up, I turned into the side canyon the man at the livery stable had told me about. And a few yards in, I found it blocked off by a 6-foot rail fence.
All right, mister. That's far enough.
Yeah? Afraid I might jump that fence?
Don't get smart. Just turn that horse around and head out the same way you came in.
Why? I just got here. Is this the Boston Pocket claim?
That's right. You're as close to it right now as you're gonna be. Go on, get.
Now, look, suppose you put that rifle away before it goes off and hurts somebody, huh? And go tell the owner his brother's here.
Barton Mallory's got no brother. Now get out.
Mallory? The way I heard it, Dave Storm is the owner of this claim.
Storm? Are you Storm's brother?
That's right. Is he around here?
Get out of here, Storm. Boot that horse and ride, do you hear me? This is the last one you're gonna get. So start riding.
All right, mister. I never argue with anybody who's packing a rifle, unless I've got one, too. And maybe the next time I will have. Come on, boy, get up!
Yes? Oh, Mr. Storm. What are you doing here? How did you find my room?
I asked one of the bartenders over at the Brass Nugget. Mind if I come in, Miss Blake?
Of course I mind. Why, if Mr. Mallory found you here, he'd...
He'd what? You only work for him. He doesn't own you, does he?
That's no concern of yours. You're presuming a good deal simply because we rode in the same stagecoach. Now get out.
Miss Blake, I didn't come here with any presumption in mind. All I'm after is some information about my brother Dave. Where is he?
I don't know anything about him.
You brought his name up yourself during the trip this morning.
I have nothing to say. Will you please leave?
What's this about Barton Mallory owning Dave's Boston Pocket claim?
I know nothing about it.
Dave's partner's called Dan Rivers. Do you know him?
Get out.
All right, Miss Blake. I'll find them. And it's nice to have seen you again.
Look, if you want some good advice, leave town right now and don't ask any more questions.
Why not?
Never mind why not, Mr. Storm. Just get out of town fast.
Thanks for the advice, Miss Blake. I'll decide whether it's good or not after I talk to my brother and his partner. Now, look, Dan, you're Dave's partner, so let's have it straight. Why does everybody shut up like a clam when I mention his name? What's this all about? Where's Dave, anyway?
Jonathan, I wish somebody else had told you.
Told me what?
That David is dead.
Dead?
That's right, Jonathan. He was...
Go on, Dan. What happened?
He was shot in the back. We found him lying in the street at the north edge of town one morning a couple of weeks ago.
I see. Who did it?
You want the official story?
Yeah, first.
They say Dave dropped into the Brass Nugget Saloon late that night and sold the Boston Pocket claim to Bart Mallory. Took $12,000 in gold certificates for it. And they say that's how come he was murdered and robbed after he left the Nugget.
Has Mallory got a deed, a bill of sale?
Yeah, he's got one all right with Dave's name on it.
How come Dave could sell the claim out from under you even if he wanted to? I thought the two of you were partners.
We were, but we recorded the whole claim in Dave's name. And that way only one of us had to make the trip to Sacramento.
All right. That's the official story. Let's have the other one.
Dave wouldn't have sold out to Mallory for any amount of money. Mallory had been after him for weeks, but Dave and me both knew we had the best claim in Rawhide Flats.
So?
Some of his gunslingers bushwhacked Dave. Mallory turned up with his phony deed the next day. And everybody in town knows it, but nobody dares to say so.
I suppose it's like every other boom camp. No law here yet, huh?
Only what law a man can make for himself.
In that case, I guess I better make a little. To fit this Bart Mallory.
Maybe you don't know exactly what you're tying into, son. Why, he's got half a dozen or more of the toughest boys in California on his payroll.
We'll find out how tough they are.
Don't count much on me. I'm an old man.
All right, Dan. So they're not the best odds in the world. Can't be helped. You play with the cards you got.
Dave used to tell me you were the coldest man he ever seen when it come to trouble. I think maybe he was right.
Well, first thing I need's a gun. With odds the way they are, I guess I better have a 6-shooter.
Pretty out of luck, Jonathan. I've heard of 'em, but you won't find one here in Rawhide.
Oh, there's one here, all right. Fella got it just today. Fella named Mallory.
Mallory? Now, wait a minute,
Now, look,
son.
Dan. I thought a lot of my brother. And I don't like the way he was killed. I need that gun of Mallory's. I'm going to get it. And then I'm going to use it to get Mallory. That's the way it's going to be, Dan. You can count on it.
In just a moment, we will return you to the second act of Escape. But first, another Wednesday night, Star Night, coming up on CBS again tomorrow. The young fellow who made good on the Bing Crosby show last week will be back again for more songs and fun-making. The young fellow named Al Jolson, who Bing thinks is quite promising. Burns and Allen will be around again with more of their madcap humor, and Groucho Marx will be throwing the ad-libs fast and furiously on You Bet Your Life. And Dr. Christian, the only show in radio where the audience writes the scripts, will be announcing a great new prize contest. They're all heard on most of these same CBS stations. So tune in tomorrow night for Dr. Christian, Groucho Marx, Bing Crosby, and Burns and Allen. And now we return you to Escape.
I stepped inside the swinging doors of the Brass Nugget Saloon and looked things over. Finally, I had the bartender point out Mallory. He was sitting at a table in the back near the offices, playing poker with 3 other men. The 2 boys lounging against the wall behind him were obviously his bodyguards. I pushed my hat back on my head and walked toward the table.
Well, there you are, boys. 4 10s. I guess that ought to do it.
Sorry to butt in, but is your name Barton Mallory?
Yeah, that's right. Something I can do for you?
My name is Storm. Jonathan Storm.
This is the one I told you about, boss.
You probably knew my brother.
Oh, yes, David Storm. Sure. He used to come in here.
So I heard.
You got anything special in your mind?
Yeah. I need a gun. I understand you got a new 6-shooter.
I'm sorry, it's not for sale.
I didn't say anything about buying it. I'll bet $1,000 against that gun on a cut for high card. What do you say?
Sorry, Storm, the gun's out of it. Name something else.
No, I want the gun. What's the matter, Mallory? The boys told me you'd bet on anything in the house if the odds were right.
Yeah, that's right, I will. But the gun's a gift from a friend.
Maybe you figure your luck's about to run out. Would that be it?
All right, I'll take the bet. Benny, break out a new deck.
Yeah.
Well, there's the gun. Let's see your 1,000.
Sure. Mind if I shuffle?
No, go ahead.
Maybe I should have warned you, Mallory. I got a feeling this is my lucky night.
I'll take a chance it isn't.
By the way, you wouldn't happen to have any idea who shot my brother in the back, would you, Mallory?
No, I'm afraid not. The killer hasn't been identified yet.
That's too bad. Maybe I'll have to identify him myself. Your cut, Mallory.
All right.
10 of clubs, huh?
Go ahead, Storm.
Jack of diamonds. Thanks for the gun. Oh, it's already loaded, too. Well, I think I'll be...
I've been looking all over the place, and I can't find... Oh,
Good evening, Miss Blake.
how do you do, Mr. Storm? I'm sorry if I'm interrupting.
No. I'm glad you came. Gives me an idea. Mallory, how'd you like another chance at my $1,000?
What's the bet?
High card again. $1,000 against a kiss from Miss Blake.
What?
Of course, maybe you don't have any say over her, huh?
Wait a minute, the bet's on. You want to shuffle again?
No. Go ahead, cut.
Queen of spades. You'll find that pretty hard to beat.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Ace of hearts does it, though. My lucky night, Mallory. Well, Miss Blake, I guess you...
Don't you dare.
I'm afraid you don't have much choice about it, honey. I won this from your boss.
You
It's too bad, Storm. Looks as if the lady doesn't like your brand.
No, I guess not. I didn't expect her to be the one to have to tell me, though, Mallory. I kind of thought that you might resent that, might want to do something about it.
Well, why? That's what she's here for. It's her job. She gets paid to take care of the customers. Why should I worry about a cheap little...
Watch your talk! Hold it, boys. You're covered. All right, Mallory, you better get up off the floor and call off those dogs of yours. If either one moves, I'll kill him.
All right, boys. You can drop it. Storm, it was a pretty bad mistake you just made. I don't forget things. I think maybe this was your last lucky night. I'll make that a bet if you want. All right, boys, come on, let's go.
Mallory and his gunman went into the office and didn't come back. Finally, after about an hour, I walked out of the Brass Nugget and bumped square into a middle-aged woman who'd been waiting for me just outside. She said Teresa wanted to see me right away in her room.
You can put that gun away, Mr. Storm. I'm here alone. This isn't a trap.
And what is it?
I want to know why you made that bet. I mean, about kissing me.
Suppose we just say I wanted to. Let it go at that.
You're afraid, aren't you? You're afraid not to be tough.
Is that why you asked me to come here to tell me that?
Well, don't you suppose a girl can have feeling left? That she can be sorry for things? Meet somebody, maybe.
Go ahead, honey. You're doing fine.
What do you mean?
I mean, I'm halfway ready to believe that. A little more of it, and I would believe it. And if I had any sense, I'd know better.
I see. And that's the way you feel about it.
It's a start, isn't it?
This is the first time I have... Oh, what's the use?
Try
You
it
wouldn't
and
believe
find out.
Get out. You don't understand anything. Go on. Get out. Get out! Get out!
I'm telling you, son, it's the worst mistake you could have made. Knocking him down like you did last night, why, he won't think of nothing else. Not until he's killed you.
People have tried that before, Dan. I'm still here.
But you haven't got a chance. His gunmen will be watching like hawks for the first second you're not covered.
The whole town isn't on Mallory's payroll. I've got an idea a lot of people around here might like to see him shown up. Provided somebody else called the play.
Maybe so, but still leaves half a dozen of his gunslingers to deal with.
I don't think so, Dan. If their boss is knocked over, they'll drift. I've seen hired guns before.
Odds are against you, son.
Well, I feel lucky. It's worth a chance to get Mallory. Not only for killing Dave, but because of what he's doing to Teresa Blake.
Teresa Blake?
Yeah, I kind of think she'd be a pretty decent kid. If it weren't for him.
Yes, Jonathan. That's what your brother Dave thought.
What?
He was crazy about her, too. Hung around the Brass Nugget every night. She kept leading him on. I guess that fitted in with Mallory's plans.
I guess it did. I guess it still does.
What do you mean, son?
Nothing, Dan, when you come right down to it. I guess when a man turns soft, it always starts with his head.
I'm sorry, Jonathan. I didn't know you felt that way about her.
Oh, it's all right. I'm glad you told me. Glad I found out in time. And now that I have, I think I can use Miss Blake.
Why did you come here? What do you want?
A short talk, honey. I don't want Mallory to see us.
You've got to leave town. Leave now and don't come back, please.
How much do you get for this, honey? I mean, talking me into leaving town and getting me out of Mallory's way.
Oh, you fool. He doesn't mean a thing to me. It's you, don't you know that? I'll go with you if you'll only leave tonight. I'll go with you right now, please.
No. I've gone too far now to turn back. I've got to finish it up.
It's not too far yet, but it will be. Maybe you'll want to turn back then, only it'll be too late.
A few hours from now, it'll all be done. And then maybe we can think about some other things. If you still want to.
Want to? course I'll want to, Johnny.
Johnny. Nobody's called me that for a long time. Terry, I want you to do something for me.
Anything, Johnny, anything.
Do you think you can get that deed to my brother's claim from Mallory's strongbox and give it to me?
I think so. Yes, of course I can. He trusts me enough.
Yeah, I'll bet he does. How long will it take?
Give me an hour.
All right.
Johnny, would you kiss me first?
Sure, Terry.
Oh, Johnny.
That was better than the one I risked $1,000 for.
Nobody could buy that for $1,000. Nobody ever has. Come back here to my room in an hour, Johnny. I'll have the deed.
I followed her into town, staying behind her in the darkness. And from the opposite side of the street, I watched her walk into the swinging doors of the Brass Nugget. Then I slipped into the shadows between two tar paper shacks and waited. It was a half hour before they came out of the saloon and headed down the street toward Teresa Blake's rooming house. All 6 of Mallory's gunslingers. He wasn't taking any chances. Terry had double-crossed me after all. Just the same as she double-crossed my brother. And that was fine with me because I was ready for it. I walked into the Brass Nugget and down the hallway at the far end of the bar. I eased the 6-shooter into my hand and stopped in front of the door to Mallory's office.
Come in.
Evening, Mallory.
Stop. Well, it's quite a surprise.
Yeah, I imagine. Keep your hands on the desk.
Well, sure, Storm. I don't have a gun anyway.
Watch him, Johnny. He's lying. He carries one in his sleeve.
You dirty little rat.
Well, I didn't see you there in the corner, Miss Blake. Thought you might be down the street waiting to watch the fireworks.
They made me tell, Johnny. One of the boys followed me and saw us together. When I came back here, they made me tell. They hit me, look.
That must be real painful. Almost as bad as being shot in the back like Dave was.
I didn't know what they were planning. I didn't know Bob was going to kill him. Johnny, I swear I didn't.
Drop it. Mallory, you got a forged bill of sale there in your strongbox. I want it.
Sorry, Storm. You're out of luck. I won't open the box and you can't.
What makes you figure you're in a position to argue about it?
Why not? Because you've got a gun on me? You wouldn't shoot an unarmed man, Storm.
What about that gun in your sleeve?
I'm not drawing.
I see. All right, Miss Blake, get out of here.
Johnny, what are you going...
I said get out. And don't bother going after the boys. There won't be time.
Johnny!
Get out! So you won't draw Mallory, huh? You're going to play it safe.
I'd be crazy to do anything else.
Maybe. The only way out of this room is through the door behind me. I noticed that kerosene lamp has a glass bowl on it. Ought to start a nice fire if I picked it up and smashed it against the wall.
Storm, you fool!
What about it, Mallory? My gun's in the holster. Want to stay there and burn or draw and try to get out?
This place will go up like a tinder box.
Take your choice, Mallory. Draw or burn.
Storm, you can't leave me in here like this.
Draw or burn.
All right, then, if you...
Tough luck, Mallory. That's for Dave. And that's for me. All right, hold it a second, hold it. You better clear out of here fast. The place is on fire. And anybody that works for Bart Mallory is out of a job. He's dead.
Jonathan, son, are you all right? You're not hurt?
No, I'm all right, Dan. Come on, let's get out of here.
Sure, come on, son.
Mallory's dead. I guess that takes care of it, Dan.
Jonathan, you're the luckiest man alive.
Yeah, sure. Somebody might go down to Jackson's rooming house. Tell those bushwhackers of Mallory's they can hit the trail north. The boss is dead.
Your boss is dead.
This ought to be far enough, Dan. Look, the fire's breaking through to the roof. Won't be long now.
Johnny, are you all right?
Sure, I'm all right. What of it, Miss Blake?
Thank heaven. Oh, Johnny, if anything had happened to you, I couldn't have gone on.
Miss Blake, I've got something for you. It's a nugget. Some people might figure it's real gold, but actually it's only brass. There you are, pick it up, and then get going.
What do you mean, Johnny?
I mean you better catch up with the boys. They'll be heading north.
But you said that we...
Drop it. Oh, yes. Here's something else you can have, too.
Your six-shooter?
No. It's yours. You bought and paid for it. It's got one shot left. Use it any way you want to. Only get out. Beat it.
Johnny, you're wrong, you know. You're wrong about a lot of things. But what's the use?
That's right. What's the use?
Bye, Johnny.
Son, you hadn't ought to give her that pistol. That was your luck, you might call it.
I think my luck's all run out, Dan.
Yeah.
Claim is all yours. I'm leaving in the morning, heading south.
Why, son? There's nothing south of here.
Yeah. But it's the surest way I know to keep myself from heading north.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson. Tonight we have presented The Pistol by Les Crutchfield. Featured in the cast were Gerald Moore as Jonathan Storm, Betty Lou Gerson as Terry Blake, Charlie McGraw as Bart Mallory, and Will Gear as Dan Rivers. Also heard was Eddie Marr. Special music was arranged and conducted by Del Castillo. Next week.
You are in command of an English destroyer sailing to join the North Sea Patrol in October 1914. It is midnight, and from the enemy coast comes a desperate signal for help, which you would like to ignore, but from which there is no escape.
Next week, we escape with Robert Buckner's exciting and unforgettable tale, The Man Who Won the War. Goodbye, then, until this same time next week, when once again we offer you Escape. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the whistling? I'm the whistler. If you could look upon Charlie as I do, you'd realize he's inanimate, dead, with no power to harm.
That was old Peter Medford, the jungle explorer, now confined to a wheelchair with paralysis.
I would suggest that you leave this place at once, Miss Medford. At once.
That was Clay Alden, Peter Medford's secretary. And this is Marie, Peter Medford's young niece.
No. It's no dream. It's here. Here in my room.
Saturday night, and CBS presents another in the new mystery series, The Whistler.
And I, the whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. And so I tell you tonight the strange mystery of the shrunken head. In the quickening darkness of a stormy fall evening, a young girl paces the deserted platform of a small suburban railroad station. From her anxious attitude, we know that she's waiting for someone. But just be patient, Miss Medford. There is someone coming to meet you. He has just now driven up. He is coming through the station door. walking up behind you.
Miss Medford?
Oh, yes,
Sorry to have kept you waiting. I'm Clay Alden.
Oh, yes. Uncle Peter has mentioned you in his letters. His secretary, aren't you?
That's right.
Where is my uncle?
He was disappointed he couldn't meet you. Pretty much of a task for the old gentleman to get around these days. You see, he's confined to a wheelchair.
Oh, I didn't know. Serious?
Legs are paralyzed. Result of jungle fever. Just came on him lately.
How awful.
Yes, it's a shame, all right. Well, shall we get going? Car's out front. Better run for it or you'll get wet.
Yes.
I'll take care of your luggage.
Thank you very much.
Rather a disappointing reception, Marie Medford, wouldn't you think? You have come over 2,000 miles all by yourself just to see the only living relative you have in the world. And then you are met by a stranger. The car turns up the tree-lined driveway. This, Marie, is what is known in this countryside as Medford Manor. Yes, Medford Manor. It's all that the name implies, a gloomy pile of a structure, even made gloomier by the blackness of the night and the driving rain. Oh, someone has heard the car approach. The door is open. It's the butler, Victor. Well, Marie, are you going in? What a pity you don't know what I do. You'd never cross that threshold if you did. Too late now. Your luggage is being brought in. The young man and the butler stand beside you. The door closes.
Victor?
Yes?
Take Miss Medford's luggage upstairs to the south corner bedroom.
The south corner bedroom, sir?
Certainly. Why not?
Very good, sir. Any further instructions?
No. Oh, has Mr. Medford retired yet?
Not yet, sir. He's in his study. I just gave him his warm milk. He may have dozed off, sir.
All right. Thank you, Victor.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Would you care to follow Victor to your room, Miss Medford?
I'd like to see my uncle now, if I could, please.
Very well. Come this way. Here we are. I'll speak to him. Wait here, please.
Well, Marie, how do you like it? You get a feeling of something not as it should be? Strange fellow, this Clay. And the butler, too. Look about you.
What a depressing house. Huge and cold and unfriendly.
Oh, not at all as you'd imagined it. Is it, Marie?
Your uncle will see you now.
Thank you.
Marie, my dear child, come in, come in, come in.
Uncle.
Well, my poor child, take off those wet things at once. Alden, what's the matter with you? My niece will catch her death. Help her off with those things.
Sorry, Mr. Medford.
Thank you.
Bless my soul, pretty as a picture. You got a kiss for us?
Of course.
That's it. Now you sit down here beside me. I'm sorry I couldn't meet you, my dear, but I'm afraid the ravages of old age and malaria have finally caught up with me. My one comfort is this wheelchair. Getting onto it, though, you should see me wheeling all over the house. The only thing that baffles me is the stairs. My life is now confined to the first floor only. Oh, pretty bad trip, wasn't it?
Seemed endless.
Well, you're here now, thank goodness. This is your home. You're free to come and go and do whatever you please.
Thank you, Uncle Peter.
Don't suppose any of this is what you imagined. I know that I'm different from what I'd hoped you'd find.
Tell me, Uncle Peter, do you think you'd have recognized me if you hadn't known I was coming?
Recognize you? Why, of course. You have the family of Medford written all over you. No mistaking you, my dear. Well, Alden, what are you standing there for? What are you staring at?
Oh, waiting to see if you need anything for this.
No, that's all. I'll ring for you if I need you.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I forgot to thank him.
For what? He gets paid for whatever he does?
Forgive me for saying this, but somehow I don't like that young man.
Was he rude to you?
Oh, no, not actually. But he seems to resent my being here. And the butler, he seems resentful, too. I feel as though I don't belong.
Oh, they're harmless enough. But getting back to you, I was so sorry I was in South America at the time it happened. Must have been pretty ghastly for you, my child.
Like a nightmare, Uncle Peter. I'm not myself yet.
I should think not. An only child losing both parents so suddenly and so horribly.
Maybe it was a good thing it was sudden. It had to happen at all. One spectator at the crash said that they never knew what happened.
Now, you mustn't talk about it. All that's behind you. A new life from now on,
God. That's the way I want to look at it, Uncle Peter. And I'd like to get something to do.
What? Oh, now.
Oh, yes, really, I would. I want to be active if I can. I'm quite capable. I'd really like to get a job, Uncle Peter.
Well, bless my soul.
Secretarial work or anything.
Well, that might not be a bad idea. Keep you from brooding. We'll see what we can do. And now I have a little surprise for you. You haven't seen my collection.
No, I haven't. Mother and Father often talked about it.
Well, if you'll just open that door over there, I'll show some of it to you.
Oh, this one?
That's right. You'll find the light switch just inside.
Why, it's a regular museum. All these glass cases.
Over here, my dear. Now, look at these. Well, what do you think of them?
Well, they're horrible, Uncle Peter. They look like tiny human heads.
Well, that's exactly what they are. Life-size at one time, but isn't it remarkable the way they shrink them down? Look at this one. See his little features? Perfect in every detail. He's my favorite. Interesting history about him. He was once a white man.
Oh.
Forced down in the South American jungle when his plane cracked up. The headhunters got hold of him, and there he is. His name is Charlie. I'd like to see him closer. I can unlock the case.
No, please. Do you mind if I don't look anymore?
Oh, dear. I keep forgetting people are sometimes shocked by these things. I see them only through a collector's eyes. Oh, well, you'll have lots of time to look over my jungle paraphernalia. Meanwhile, perhaps you'd better get some rest. Would you like Victor to get you something to eat?
No, thank you, Uncle Peter. But I am rather tired. I think I'll say goodnight to you.
Know your way about, do you?
Yes, I'll find my room. Good night, Uncle Peter.
Good night, my sweet child. I'll see you in the morning.
Poor Marie. Know something? You're going to have dreams tonight. Unpleasant ones, too. Well, let's move the clock ahead and go to Marie's bedroom. It's a little after 3 in the morning. She's asleep now. The rain's still coming down. The wind moans outside. Hear it? Yes, Marie's asleep. Looks peaceful enough lying there in that big 4-poster bed. But suddenly she begins to toss.
My name's
Charlie.
My
name's Charlie. My name's Charlie. My name's Charlie.
No. Uncle Peter! Oh, how foolish. Only a dream. But it seemed so real. I'm sure I heard it whisper.
My name's Charlie.
Only the wind. Oh, I wish I hadn't seen that dreadful thing.
Miss Medford, are you all right?
Who's there?
Clay Olden.
Oh, yes, Mr. Alden. I just had a bad dream, that's all. I'm quite all right, thank you.
Well, if you need anything, just ring.
Yes, I will. Sorry I disturbed you.
Not at all.
Oh, I must get some sleep. Stop dreaming.
But little sleep for you, Marie. The moments tick by with dreadful slowness. Fearing to close her eyes, she lies staring at the roof of her bed, lying in agony for the moment when that hideous little head will again come floating in through space. It is morning now. A dreary fog still hovers depressingly over the old house, a cold clamminess which only adds to Marie's sensation of uneasiness. In the dismal morning room, Victor is serving breakfast to Clay Alden and Marie.
Shame you didn't rest well last night, Miss Medford.
It's just the newness of everything. I'll get used to it, Victor.
I hope you will, miss.
Of course she will.
Oh, and Mr. Alden, don't mention anything to my uncle about that silly dream I had last night.
Oh, of course not.
Did you have a bad night, miss?
Yes. The daytime makes such a difference in things. Even you seem different, Mr. Alden.
For the better, I trust.
Oh, sorry. That wasn't very complimentary. Oh, here comes Uncle.
Well, good morning, you two.
Good morning, Mr. Medford.
Morning, Uncle Peter.
You look quite fit this morning, sir.
Feeling splendidly. Had the best night's sleep in I don't know how long. And how are you feeling, my child?
Quite well, thank you, Uncle.
Oh, you remember our conversation of last evening? I mean, about you wanting to do something?
Yes?
I think I've got it for you. Friend of mine named Phineas Drake. Collects books. Just purchased a library complete. Wants someone to catalog it for him. Small pay, but not too difficult. Well, how does it sound to you?
Oh, it sounds wonderful. It's just what I want.
Splendid. I'll call him again after breakfast. Can you imagine such an ambitious young girl, Alden? Wants to work, and she's only worth a cool $1 million.
Oh, not yet, I'm not, Uncle Peter.
Well, whenever you become of age, or whatever it said in your father's will.
I thought you knew what it said. I won't inherit my cool $1 million until I'm married.
What was that, Miss Medford?
You see? Right away you put notions into his head. She said she won't come into her inheritance until she marries. Why her father made that strange provision, I shall never know. But, Marie, you stay your distance from this young man.
Oh, Uncle Peter, you're making him embarrassed.
Can't an old man have his little joke? Anyway, with all the eligible young men you'll meet, poor Alden won't stand a chance.
Oh, Peter, please.
All right. Victor, where are my eggs?
Right here, sir.
Oh, yes, soft-boiled eggs. That's your diet. Tell me, my dear, did you find your room comfortable?
Oh, yes, it's a lovely room. It's almost like a castle.
Oh, I miss my old room, the one next to yours. I haven't been up there in over a month. One day soon I'll have Victor and Alden carry me up those stairs just to see if the place looks the same. Victor, serve my niece some more coffee.
Yes, of course, sir.
So, Marie, you're going to have something to do, eh? Well, you're an intelligent girl. Should do well at your new assignment. It's harder work than you thought, though.
Hours of scanning small print and copying down the individual histories of countless books.
All goes well for several weeks, and then early one afternoon, you return home, Marie, to find your uncle as usual in his study. Why are you so upset, Marie?
Marie, well, you're home early. You're not finished already.
Finished as far as Mr. Phineas Drake is concerned. I can't understand it. I've done my work well. This afternoon, Mr. Drake came to me and said he had no further use for my services.
What?
Didn't explain why, just looked at me queerly and said he preferred someone else to finish the job.
Well, that's strange. Oh, well, he's an old crank. Don't let this upset you. We'll find something else for you to do. No, don't you worry.
But what's wrong with my work, Mr. Palando? Surely it's been satisfactory.
Well, you see, because of the peculiar nature of my profession, I must have someone more experienced. I'm sorry, Miss Medford.
But I didn't, Professor Hanley. I did exactly as you instructed. What on earth is wrong?
You'll excuse me, Miss Medford, but, well, your ability as an assistant has not come up to standard.
Please listen, Dr. Humphrey. I've studied botany, and I've checked this manuscript most carefully. There's not a single mistake.
Very sorry, Miss Medford, but they're not all acceptable. Have to get someone else.
can't understand it, Uncle Peter. Is there something wrong with me?
Well, I shall certainly call Dr. Humphrey right away.
Oh, no, I'd rather you didn't.
But it was only the other day he telephoned me and said what an efficient secretary he thought you were.
Something wrong somewhere.
You know, Marie, I think I'd give up this idea of wanting to work. I haven't mentioned it to you, but you're really not looking your best lately.
Well, to tell the truth, Uncle, I haven't been sleeping well. I have the most frightening nightmares. In fact, it's the same dream every night.
Well, that's odd. What's the dream about?
Well, I keep seeing that little head. The one you said was called Charlie.
Oh, dear, I suppose I made a mistake showing that to you on your first night. If you could only look upon Charlie as I do, you'd realize it is inanimate, dead, with no power at all to do you harm. You build up a phobia about that head. Now, the thing to do is to destroy that fear by facing it. You come along with me, my dear.
You mean in there again?
It's the only way. Now, come along.
Oh, no, Uncle Peter.
I know what I'm doing. Open that door, Marie. I'm going to make you realize how foolish you've been. Over here, my dear. Oh, I know you think I'm being cruel, but I know my psychology. Why, that's strange.
What is it, Uncle Peter?
Why, somebody's broken into this case. Ring for Victor and get Alden here at once.
Is something missing?
Somebody has deliberately taken that head.
So Charlie is missing, eh? Wonder who could have broken the lock and lifted the little head from its black velvet pad. I wonder. But now, several nights have passed, and still the head called Charlie has not reappeared. Marie has just taken a sedative her Uncle Peter gave her and is now lying on her bed, tossing fretfully, praying for sleep. Sleep, Marie. Tonight?
Oh, dear heaven. No dreams tonight. Let me get some sleep.
My name's Charlie.
No.
My name's Charlie.
No.
My name's Charlie.
No.
Yes, Marie. Open your eyes and look at me.
No.
You're
No.
holding me in your hands, Marie.
Uncle Peter! Uncle Peter! Uncle Peter!
What's wrong, Miss Medford?
Where's my uncle?
He's downstairs asleep. Well, you're frightened out of your wits. Another of those dreams?
It was no dream this time. The head. It's there in my room.
What?
It told me to open my eyes and look at it. And there it was in my hand. I was so frightened I threw it to the floor.
Oh, I know dreams can seem terribly
Oh,
real,
this
but...
was no dream, I tell you. It's there now in my room. When I threw it on the floor, it rolled to the foot of my bed. Oh, don't look at me as though I'm insane. Come look for yourself if you don't believe me.
Just as you say.
It's right here. I'll turn on this lamp here. Now, it's gone. It was here. It was. I saw it as plainly as I can see you. Oh, I know you think I'm crazy. But I saw it. I saw it. I tell you, I saw
Miss
it.
Medford, please.
What's wrong, Miss Medford? I thought I heard you scream. Marie!
It's your uncle.
Are you all right?
I'm coming down, Uncle Peter. I must talk to you.
Now, you must get hold of yourself, my dear.
Oh, you won't think I'm crazy. But I really did see it. I touched it. And it was nestled like an orange in my hand. I woke up and threw it on the floor. And when Mr. Alden and I came back to the room, it was gone. Oh, you don't believe I actually saw it. Do you?
Now, compose yourself, child. I want to ask you some questions. First of all, in this dream, do you hear a voice of any kind?
Yes. A voice that whispers, "My name's Charlie," over and over. But tonight it said something different.
Now, you needn't go on, my dear. I had hoped and prayed with all my heart that this wouldn't happen to you. But I'm afraid it has.
What are you trying to tell me, Uncle Pete?
You've heard me go on about the fine old Medford stock. Well, it so happens our branch isn't so fine. There's been something wrong with us.
You mean insanity? Oh, but if there is insanity in the family, Why haven't I heard of it before?
Because, my dear, it's the Medford secret.
Oh. Oh, Peter. I'm frightened.
Whatever you do, Marie, you must not let go of yourself.
But it's not easy being told you're mad. Uncle Peter, if I am afflicted, then all those people must have known. That's why they discharged me. But how did they know? What did I do that would give evidence?
Perhaps you do things you're not aware of.
Maybe I do. Seems the only logical answer. Oh, Uncle Peter. What's to become of me?
Now, we'll work this out together, my dear child. No one will ever know. You can depend upon me. I won't leave you. From tonight on, I shall be taken upstairs, and I'll stay near you. Knowing that which afflicts us gives us a weapon with which to fight it. Just you rely upon me, my dear.
Uncle Peter. Uncle Peter. Yes, who is it?
Lay Alden. I must see you for a moment.
Very well.
Better not close it. I'll have to talk quietly.
Something wrong?
Terribly wrong. The old gentleman's asleep in the next room. I had to wait till he dozed off before I could see you.
Well?
It's about the head.
The head?
The one he calls Charlie. It's back in its case.
When did this happen?
Sometime last night, I guess, after your nightmare.
Yes, I'm convinced now that that's all it was.
I'm not so sure.
What?
When you threw Charlie to the floor, a piece of his ear broke off. I found it after you went downstairs. Here it is. It's Charlie's ear, all right. I checked it very carefully.
Oh, no, this doesn't make sense.
Did you ring for me, miss?
No, Victor, no, I didn't ring.
Oh, sorry, miss. Excuse me.
Miss Medford, you're in grave danger. You've got to leave this house as quickly as you can and never come back.
What's going on in here?
Uncle.
What was that I heard you telling my niece Clay?
I said she should leave this house and never come back.
All the impudence. Alden, explain yourself.
I'll be glad to, sir. I think Miss Medford is in danger of losing her sanity as well as her life.
What is all this poppycock? Are you trying to frighten my niece? Lord knows she's been through enough.
She's been through too much. If she weren't made of pretty stout stuff, she'd have been a gibbering idiot by this time.
Alden, you're packing your things and leaving at once.
Leaving? I'm afraid you're wrong, sir. I'm not leaving. Not yet. Maybe you're leaving.
Now, Mr. Alden, what's the meaning of this?
I'm sorry to break it to you this way, but I'm definitely convinced your uncle is a diabolical fiend.
I can take so much and no more. Look here, Alden. If you know what's good for you, you'll leave here at once. At once, do you hear?
You're pretty anxious to get rid of me, but it's too late. Miss Medford, you remember your father's will. You'd come into your money only if you married. Well, if you didn't marry, Uncle Peter would get the money. And if he could prove you were insane, you'd never be able to marry. You see how it all works out?
Why, how dare you, Mr.
Listen
Alden?
to that maniac.
Listen to me, Miss Medford. Your uncle, your loving uncle, was the one who telephoned your employers and told them you were crazy. Phineas Drake and all the others told me so today.
I don't believe it.
Lies, lies!
Why, your uncle even told me you were crazy. I know what's happened. He himself smashed the lock and took the head from its case and planted it last night in your room. If you'll stand on a chair and look above your bed as I did this afternoon, you'll see a small radio loudspeaker. It's hooked up to a microphone in the backstairs hallway. The voice you heard was your Uncle Peter.
I don't believe you.
Last night, after you came out in the hallway, your Uncle Peter grabbed up the head, stepped out onto that balcony, and climbed down the vines to his study.
Why, he's as mad as a March hare. How could I possibly be a party to such a monstrous plot? Why, I can't even walk.
Look at this ear, a piece of Charlie's ear. I found it in Marie's room. That proves she wasn't dreaming, and it fits perfectly. I've tried it.
Why, you... Give me that ear. Give it to me!
Uncle Peter, you're walking.
Give it to me!
Look at him, Marie, standing unaided. Does that prove anything to you?
Uncle Peter. Oh, and it's true.
All right, it's true. I can walk. But you are insane, Marie. Insane. You'll never marry anyone, Marie. I'll see to that.
Victor, grab him.
Don't move, Mr. Medford. Easy now.
Don't believe what Alden says. You're crazy, Marie. There's no escaping it. You'll have those dreams, and Charlie will visit you every night. You'll hear him saying, "My name's Charlie. My name's Charlie. My name's Charlie."
Hold him, Victor.
Got him, sir.
I think you're the one who's crazy, Medford. Maybe that could be proved.
Take your hands off of me.
Take it easy now, Mr. Medford. Take it easy.
There's nothing wrong with me. You know it.
Is the car ready, Victor?
Yes, it's ready. Come in, gentlemen.
These are the officers. Then you'd better take him away.
Yes, sir. Please come quietly, Mr. Medford.
I'm not crazy. I'm not.
Hello.
You're lying on me. Lying. Lying. Do you hear? You're lying. I'm terribly sorry about this, Marie. Terribly sorry. But it's all for the best.
How can it be for the best? But think what this means. He's my father's brother, and if he's insane, then it means that I might be too. Runs in the family.
No, don't worry, Marie. Don't worry. You're safe. You're perfectly normal, I know.
No?
Yes. You see, he wasn't your real uncle. He was your father's foster brother. I found proof. So you see, you've nothing in the world to fear.
How do you know that?
Someday, Marie, I'll tell you all about it. Tomorrow, maybe.
Why don't you tell her now, Clay? Tell her why you were working as Peter Medford's secretary. Because your father was Peter's partner, his partner. That your father was ruined in business by Peter and killed himself in disgrace. That you suspected him of having cheated your father. That you came to find the evidence and discovered in time Peter's diabolical plan to prevent Marie from ever marrying. Better tell her, Clay. I would.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Tonight's Whistler story was written by Joseph Kearns, directed by J. Donald Wilson, and originated from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time,
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you the strange story of the cursed. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
Hollywood, California, Monday, May 10th. The Lux Radio Theater presents Joan Crawford and Francho Tone in Mary of Scotland with Judith Anderson. Lux presents Hollywood, starring Joan Crawford, Francho Tone, and Judith Anderson. And as guest of honor, the head of one of the oldest houses in English nobility, the Earl of Warwick. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. These performances come to you through the courtesy of the makers of Lux Toilet Soap. And may we thank you for your enthusiasm for this fine soap, which of course makes the Lux Radio Theater possible. Now, I'm sure you have all heard men say something like this. Pretty?
No, not exactly. But let me tell you something. Boy, she's got a way with her. There's something about her that sort of gets you.
When a man talks that way about a girl, you can be sure she's learned the secret of being really attractive to men. That skillful and beautiful little screen star, Betty Davis, says this. You girls who want to be popular, here's something to remember. The man was never born who could resist the charm of perfect daintiness. The least fault against it just ruins illusions, spoils romance. The easiest, most delightful way I know to protect daintiness is to bathe with Lux Toilet Soap. The active lather leaves skin really sweet, fragrant with the delicate perfume you'll love. Try it. I turn our microphone over to Hollywood's celebrated producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen.
The climax of tonight's play was created exactly 350 years ago, when in 1587, emissaries from the English crown entered the great hall of the castle of Fotheringay and read to a woman named Mary the memorable orders of Queen Elizabeth. Termed the most eloquent historical romance drama of our time, the story you will hear is the work of Maxwell Anderson. It brings us through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, Joan Crawford in the title role, and Francho Tone as Bothwell, while Judith Anderson will portray Queen Elizabeth. Joan is one of the most earnest actresses in Hollywood. The next picture in which she will star with Spencer Tracy is named 3 Rooms in Heaven. From Cornell University, Francho Tone went immediately to the stage. We in Hollywood know him not only as a fine actor, but as one of our most civilized, charming, and best-liked neighbors. He comes to you shortly on the screen in MGM's They Gave Him a Gun. In Judith Anderson, Broadway lends us one of its greatest dramatic actresses, last seen in Hamlet, The Old Maid, and Come of Age. Now, back through history, back to the kingdom of the North, to Scotland, land of lakes and heather, of pibrochs and bluebonnets and bagpipes, of tartan and tam o'shanter. Back to a day when one throne stood in Edinburgh and another in London. Back to romance, as the Lux Radio Theater presents Joan Crawford and Francho Tone with Judith Anderson in Mary of Scotland. Scotland, in the year 1561, from France across the angry waters of the North Sea, Mary Stuart comes unheralded to take her rightful place upon the throne as Queen of Scots. It's a stormy midwinter night. On the pier at Leith, Scotland, 2 soldiers huddle in a corner seeking shelter from the wind and freezing rain. The Earl of Bothwell walks quickly along the pier and, stepping from the shadows, addresses them sharply.
Leg it over the inn, one of you lads, and fetch a chair. What on God here, my lord? Curse your guard duty. The Queen of Scotland stepping out of a boat in velvet shoes.
I doubt there's a chair nearer than Edinburgh town.
There's one at the Leith Inn, as you well know.
Wouldn't have the silver for that in any case.
What the devil do you mean by haggling over a dirty chair? Seize it. Seize it in the Queen's name.
I'll fetch it.
And you go with him.
I will, my lord.
The Queen of Scotland with her velvet shoes. We want none of her here.
A very braw evening to you, Master Knox.
And to you, Lord Bottle.
It seems some here have heard of her coming, though not perhaps those she'd have chosen. You're not here by chance to greet Mary Stuart.
If I had aught to say to her, it will be for her own ears.
No doubt. And I have a little observe to make to you about that, too, sir. I'm no such fool as to try to muzzle a minister. Nevertheless, whatever it was you were going to say, you won't say it. That's my observe to you.
I shall say what I have come to say.
Here at the steps for the Queen. She's coming off the boat.
That you are Queen would be known if the world were stripped of subjects. The very trees and frozen mountains would bow down to you, Your Majesty.
I can well imagine. Body o' me, I could wish the clouds would stoop less to their queen in my native land.
Oh, one forgets how rank dismal this Scotland can be.
Dismal? Traitor. Have you never plucked a gowan in spring? A very green gowan?
Oh, is there spring here in this heathenish climate?
They are sweeter than in France, as I recall. And all fruits are sweeter here. Of those that grow. And the summer's sweeter.
Ah, they're short enough, in faith.
And when they come, they will bring excellent devices of masks and ornaments to deceive the eye, and soft words and perfumes to cumber the senses of mankind.
Who is this man?
Jigmasters and the like will come in authority with Mary Stuart, and their council will be whining and carousing, the flowers and fruits of evil.
Surely this is some jest, sir. Surely this is not said in welcome to me.
And what other welcome shall we give the woman of Babylon? The leprous and cankerous evangel of the devil.
Stand back. Your Majesty, they're preparing a room at the inn. The chair will be here at once. If you would deign to take my cloak for your shoulder.
Thank you. I wish to speak to this gentleman.
This is Master John Knox, of whom your grace may have heard.
Nay, then I have heard of him, and I wish to speak to him. Master Knox, it is true that I am Mary Stuart and your queen. And I have come back from France after many years away to take up my rule in this country. It is true, too, that I am sad to leave the south and the sun. And I come here knowing that I shall meet with difficulties that would daunt many older and wiser than I am. For I am young and inexperienced, and perhaps none too adept in statecraft. Yet this is my native place, Master Knox, and I loved it as a child and still love it. And whatever I may lack in experience, whatever I may have too much of youth, I shall try to make up for, if my people will help me, in tolerance and mercy, and a quick eye for wrongs, and a quick hand to right them.
Hey, they told me you spoke, honey.
Your Majesty, if the old goat has said anything that needs retracting...
He shall retract nothing in fear. I will have all men my friends in Scotland. Can we not be friends, Master Knox?
Your Majesty, I have said what I came to say.
But you no longer mean it. See, I give you my hand, Master Knox. It is a queen's hand and fair. And I look at you out of honest eyes, and I mean well and fairly. You cannot refuse me. Do you still hesitate? It is clean.
Your Majesty.
And will you come to see me at Holyrood House and give me counsel? For heaven knows I shall need it. And I shall listen. That I promise.
I will come.
I will send for you, and soon.
Good night, Your Majesty.
Good night, Master Knox. Now I wonder, will he hate me more or less?
More, probably. However, it's just as well to have him where he can watch him.
You're an outspoken man yourself, Captain.
I am.
You will forgive me, but so far I have not heard your name.
The captain is James Hepburn, madame, the Earl of Bothwell.
Ah, you fought ably for my mother.
I have been of some slight service here and there.
You have indeed. Tell me, my lord of Bothwell, have I done well so far? Shall I not make this Scotland mine?
Madam, it is a cold, dour, sour, villainous country. And the folk on it are a cold, dour, sour lot of close-shaving villains. And I can only hope no harm will come here to that bonny face of yours. And no misery to the spirit you bring.
Now here's a new kind of courtesy.
You'll hear far and wide I'm no courtier, madam. But I have eyes, and I can see that the new sovereign is a comely lass. And a keen one. And I was for her from the first I saw her face. But from my heart I could wish you a better country to rule over.
Enough. Solemnly and truly, sir, it may be that they are not a happy race. But they have beliefs. And what they believe from the heart. Why, even this Master Knox believes.
He believes whatever is to his own advantage. He split the country wide open over your coming and leads the pack against you. We'll have bloodshed over it yet.
Bloodshed?
And plenty.
No. If I thought that, I should turn now and bid the mariners hoist sail and put back for France. I shall win. But I shall win in a woman's way, not by the sword.
Let us hope so.
Hope so? But I shall.
I am no courtier, madam. I say, let us hope so.
And so Mary Stuart began her reign in Scotland. Meanwhile, in the court in London, the jealous Queen Elizabeth of England begins to plot the downfall of the young sovereign.
You said, Lord Burleigh, you had made some memoranda in regard to Mary Stuart.
They are not in order, but the main points are covered. First, Mary Stuart has crossed from France to Scotland against your advice and without your safe conduct.
Yes?
Second, she has been crowned Queen of Scotland. This also against your wish and in defiance of your policy.
Yes?
Third, she is next heir after your Majesty to the throne of England and is held by some to be the rightful Queen of England at the present time.
Out with it, then. What must be done?
She must be defeated.
Truly, but not so quick. Not so quick with wars and troops and expenses. Have you no better counsel?
In all my reading, I have found no case of a sovereign deposed without violence.
My lord, it is hard to thrust a queen from her throne. But suppose a queen were led to destroy herself, led carefully from one step to another in a long descent, until at last she stood condemned among her own subjects, barren of royalty, stripped of force, and the people of Scotland were to deal with her for us.
Can this be done?
She is a woman, remember, and open to attack as a woman. We shall set tongues wagging about her. And since it may be true that she is of a keen and noble mind, let us take care of that, too. Let us marry her to a weakling and a fool. A woman's mind and spirit are no better than those of the man she weds.
She will hardly marry to our convenience, madam.
Oh, not if she were aware of it.
You have thought of someone? She is seen much with the Earl of Bothwell.
I have thought of Darnley.
But after herself, Lord Darnley is in fact heir to the English throne.
The better, the better. He is handsome and a good bearing.
Yes.
And a fool.
A boasting, drunken boy.
If I give out that I am determined against it, she will marry him, and he will drag her down, turn her people against her, make her a fool in council, spoil her beauty. I tell you, a queen who marries is no queen. A woman who marries is a puppet, and she will marry him.
But this will take time.
It will take many years. I can wait.
And we shall need many devices.
You shall not find me lacking in devices. In the word to drop here, the rumor started there. It will grow up about her in whispers that she is tainted in blood. She will be known as double-tongued, a demon with an angel's face, a prophetess of evil. Her own people will rise and take her scepter from her.
Oh, but, Your Majesty, you...
However, I am not to appear in this. Always and above all, I am to seem her friend. You would say that I am in myself more nearly what will be said of her.
No.
Perhaps. But that is not what is said of me. Whatever I may be, it shall be said only that I am the Queen of England, and that I rule well.
With expert prompting from Elizabeth in England, the court of Scotland fast becomes involved in a morass of lies, deceits, and petty intrigue. Lord Darnley, vapid of countenance, vain in bearing, has already begun to press his favor with Mary, Queen of Scots.
Mistress Beaton, is it true that our sovereign is inaccessible this day?
Quite true, I fear, my Lord Darnley.
Oh, heaven help the man who tries to woo a queen.
Lord Darnley is to remain within call. It is Her Majesty's pleasure.
Oh, well, that's something.
Oh, my Lord Bothwell.
I see my name's remembered, and that's a triumph. Tell the sweet Queen Lord Bothwell would see her alone.
Sir, she's closeted with her secretary. We're not free to speak with her.
Closeted? So? I like not that word closeted. Who is there here can speak with her and tell her?
My lord, she has spaced this day off into hours. So many to each, and I fear your name is not scheduled.
I've been sloughed off much the same way, my lord.
Run along, then. And practice wearing that tin sword you got hung on you before it tripped you.
Tripped me?
Aye, run and play. This one's been used. The nicks along the edge were made on tougher than you. Tell my lady queen I wish to see her, now.
My orders are strict, my lord. Her Majesty has great problems of state.
And they concern me more than some others. Now I've argued enough with women and women-faced men. A room's a room and a door's a door. Shall I enter without warning, or will you announce me to her?
Your Majesty. I will speak with my lord alone. Sure. Do I find you angry?
At these pests and midges.
You saw me yesterday.
I have been standing since this early morning. I and some 100 crows out in a coppice on the cliff's edge, waiting for the smoke to rise from your breakfast chimney. And by the Lord, these crows are a funny company. I've had 4 full hours to study them.
You come to tell me this?
I come to tell you I've never shown such patience for a woman. Not in my life before. When I would see my girl, why, I must see her.
Your girl? Give me leave, since I'm a queen with a kingdom to reign over, to queen it once in a while.
I tell you truly, I've the manners of a rook. For we're all crows here, and that's what's understood in this town. But I could be tame and split my tongue with courtly speeches if I could be sure of you. If I could know from one day to another what to make of your ways. You shut yourself up with secretaries and ministers, harking for weeks on end to their truffle, while I perch me on the rocks and look my eyes out.
Mm-hmm. When I was but 13, a pretty lad fell in love with me. He'd come, afternoons, late midnight, early dawn, sopping with dewfall. He'd stand there waiting for a glance. I've never had such tribute.
This is no boy. This is a man comes beating your door in now. It may be you're too young to know the difference, but it's time you learn.
You've had your way, my lord. We've spoken, though I had no time to give. And now, with your pardon...
You'll go about the business of marrying someone else.
I cannot marry you. I beg you. Ask it not. Speak not of it. Let me go now.
They've made a slave of you, this half-brother of yours, this fox of a Maitland, this doddering Châtellerault. What they'd like best of all is to wreck you, break you completely, rule the country themselves. And why they fear me is because I'm your man alone, and man enough to stop them.
Yes, you are man enough. It's dangerous to be honest with you, my Bothwell. But honest I'll be. Since I've been woman grown, there's been no man save you, but I could take his hand steadily in mine and look in his eyes steadily, too, and feel in myself more power than I felt in him. All but yourself. There is aching fire between us. Fire that could take deep hold and burn down all the marches of the West and make us great or slay us. Yet it's not to be trusted. Our minds are not the same. If I gave my hand to you, I should be pledged to rule by wrath and violence, to take without denial and mount on others' ruin. That's your way, and it's not mine.
You'll find no better way. There's no other way for this nation of churls and cravens. Here you strike first or die. Your brother Murray seeks your death. Elizabeth of England seeks your death, and they work together.
Nay, you mistrust too much.
God help the child.
Oh, be staunch to me. You have been staunchest of all. Let me not lose your arm, no, nor your love. You know how much you have of mine. I'm here alone, made queen in a set, hard, bitter time. Aid me and not hinder.
So it shall be. Lady dear, do you use guile on me?
No, sweet. I love thee. And I could love thee well. Go now and leave me. We've been seen too much together.
You must lay this hand in no one's else. It's mine.
I have but lease on it myself. It's not my own. But it would be yours if it were mine to give.
And now, to Mary's court comes an ambassador from England, in the person of Lord Throgmorton, whose purpose is to trick the Scottish Queen into marriage with Lord Darnley.
Come down to earth and speak without swaggering. What is it that Elizabeth would have me do?
There is some hope, Your Majesty, that when you seek a husband, you will not do so to bolster up your claim to the English crown.
That had not occurred to me.
But surely your choice in marriage will imply your attitude.
I have no intention of plighting my troth at once. But if I had, I've received enough advice already on that point. A mort of it. And I'm tender.
Say no more, madam. And I will say no more.
Oh, out with it now. Give me the advice. I won't take it.
You see, Your Majesty, Elizabeth had a fear of this. The young Lord Darnley has come north against her will. Why he's here, we don't know. Nor whether by invitation or what plans you have concerning him.
I have none.
Then, if you will, forget what I have said. It was only that this Darnley combines to exactness what Elizabeth dreads in case you marry. After you, he's next to her throne. And if you had a son, why, he'd be heir to England. And I think the plain fact is that Elizabeth would rather choose her own heir.
Now, heaven forgive me. I am heir to the throne of England. And after me, whatever children I have. Is it part of her love to cut me off from my right?
In brief, my queen has wished that you might choose Bothwell or perhaps some other.
And that's the message. We're down to it at last. Lord Throckmorton, I marry where I please, whether now or later. And I abate not one jot of my good blood's lien on the English throne. Nay, I shall rather strengthen it if I can.
This will hardly please.
I could hardly expect it would. But I, too, am a power, and it matters what pleases me. This was all?
This is all I am commissioned with.
I shall see to your safe conduct. Yes?
Will Your Majesty see a gentleman calling himself Lord Bothwell?
He's in again?
There's no keeping him out.
The Doxy invited me in herself.
You may go, Beaton.
Yes.
Lord, I have heard from England.
Mary McQueen, what you heard I could have guessed. She's a demon. She bodes you ill.
I believe it now. Oh, would heaven I'd been born deep somewhere in the Highlands and there met you. A maid in your path, and you but a Highland bowman who needed me.
Why, if you love me, Marie, you're my maid and I your soldier.
And it won't be.
Aye, it will be.
Look, Bothwell, I'm a sovereign and you obey no one. Were I married to you, you'd be king here in Edinburgh. And I'd have no mind to your ruling.
They'll beat you alone. Together we could cope them.
Love you I may. Love you I have, but not now and no more. It's for me to rule, not you. I'll deliver up no land to such a hothead. If you'd been born to the blood, I'd say, aye, take it. The heavens had a meaning in this. The royal blood's in me. I will have no master. Nay, I am jealous of this, my Stuart blood. Jealous of what it has meant in Scotland. Jealous of what it may mean. They've attacked that blood, and I'm angry. They'll meet more anger than they know.
And who has angered you? Not I.
Elizabeth.
I thought so. She's afraid if I'm half a prophet that you'll marry me.
No, her fears run the other way. She's afraid I'll marry Darnley and threaten her throne, and so I might.
Will you tell me what that means?
I mean, if I have a son, he'll govern England.
And so he might if he were mine, too.
Nay, might. But it must be. She dares to threaten my heritage.
Does that mean Lord Darnley? Aye, lady, will you stoop so low to choose a weapon? This is not worthy of the girl I've known. Am I to be ousted by a papejay? An end of mouldy string? You take too much on yourself for the future. Think of us, and the hours close on us here we might have together. Leave something to the gods in heaven. They look after lovers.
Oh, what's a little love? A trick of the eyes, a liking to be set beside the name you'll have forever or your son will have? You don't offer enough, Lord Bothwell. You're not true in it, and I'm not true to myself and what I feel for you.
I'm no lute player to languish and write sonnets when my lady says me nay. But when the tug begins around your throne, you'll be lost without me. Try no threats toward England. It will tax a hardy man all his time to hold what you have.
We differ there, too. What I have, I'll defend for myself.
If you marry this Darnley, I take away my hand.
Before heaven, he believes he's held me up so far, and that I'd fall without him.
I believe it, and it's true. Darnley. No miracle could make him a king. He's a fool, and he'll rule like a fool.
We shall see, Lord Bothwell.
Well, I'm sped. My suit's cold. But by heaven, lady, Darnley, he sticks in my craw. I can't go him.
Will you learn, Lord Bothwell, that this is not your palace, but mine? Or must you be taught that lesson?
There's been a bond between us. We'll find it hard to forget.
You may, not I. I've set my face where I'm going.
Lass, God them thee. You've seen the last of me.
I've given no leave for departure, Lord Bothwell.
I need no leave, nor leave-taking. You see no more of me.
Here in Hollywood, there's an apartment house with a view of the hills from the windows. On the top floor lives Miss Jane C., who came to Hollywood a year ago and is now an extra over at the Paramount Studios. Today, she's home early to greet a friend just arrived from New York. Let's listen in.
It's a break that Betty's away, so you can use this bedroom the whole 2 weeks you're here. I've cleaned out the top drawers there, and there's room in the closet.
Oh, thanks, darling. I'll hang my dresses up right away. We can talk while I unpack. Heavens, this bag was stuffed and something's dropped on the floor.
I'll get it. Oh, it's under the bed. Here it is. Wait. Well, there's 2 of them. 3 of them. For Pete's sake, Lux toilet soap.
Certainly, darling. Never go anywhere without it. No cosmetic skin for little Nettie. You know, unless cosmetics are thoroughly removed...
You're explaining to me, and after I've been in Hollywood for a year. Well, Ned, old girl, I'll have to hand it to you. We may be able to tell you something out here about how movies are made and show you the Coconut Grove or the Brown Derby, but we're not going to be able to tell you a thing about smart complexion care.
It's because Lux toilet soap has active lather that it guards so effectively against cosmetic skin, little blemishes, enlarged pores, dullness. It carries away every trace of dust, dirt, stale rouge, and powder. Use it before you put on fresh makeup. Always before you go to bed. Use it regularly. You'll learn why 9 out of 10 screen stars use it. At home in their own luxurious bathrooms and in their studio dressing rooms as well. Now, back to Mr. DeMille.
Joan Crawford, Frank O'Tone, and Judith Anderson return to us now in Mary of Scotland. An evening in the year 1566. Mary has been married to Lord Darnley for only a year, but already the vicious actions of the new king have reflected on the throne. The web of lies surrounding Mary has grown stronger. Malicious tongues have linked her name falsely with that of Rizzio, her secretary. In a hall in the palace, Mary is seated near the great hearth. Rizzio and the ladies in waiting form a circle about her. Mary is sad, and Rizzio knows the reason.
Oh, my lady, I shall never forgive myself. I favored Lord Darnley, and he's our weakness, not our strength.
None could have known that.
I should have known. Bothwell would have been better.
Bothwell?
Aye, Bothwell. He'd have held them off. There's no trifling with him.
Let's have no talk of Bothwell.
He's better away. The country's been much quieter since he left it, hasn't it, madam?
Much quieter.
You'll have a child, Your Majesty. You'll have an heir, and then you'll be happier.
With Darnley's child?
He will change, too. The man changes when there are children.
We must hope so.
His Majesty will return tomorrow?
He was to have returned 3 days ago, but the hunting may have been delayed. We may expect him soon.
Your Majesty, I have a request which you have denied before, but which I must make again. It is necessary for me to leave Scotland.
Oh, Rizzio.
I grow lonely for Italy.
We know why, Rizzio, and I won't have it. I won't have my friends driven from me.
I think it best.
Has His Majesty spoken to you?
Only by the way. Oh, I'm not wanted here. You know that.
The king is full of these whims and fancies, my dear Rizzio. If I gave way to one, I should have to humor him and all. You and I know that I'm quite innocent with you, and you with me. And I can't spare you.
Majesty, I tell you honestly, it's torture to speak of going away, and yet... Oh, I want no harm to come to you through me.
And none will. The king is jealous of everyone, my Rizzio. Everyone I see or have seen. It's a brain-sick notion. I know that he has acted and spoken foolishly in many such matters. But as for danger, there is none.
I hope there is none.
His Majesty?
My lord.
I'm unexpected, perhaps. Too early. A thought too early. I'll retire. Come when I'm wanted.
No, my lord. You've been long expected and more than welcome.
Why, a pretty wife. A housewife with her maids. A pretty sight. And maybe a cavalier or two for the maids' company. That sit ye down all. I'll not intrude.
I take my leave, my lady.
Yes. No, stay. Stay, Rizzio. I'm the one to go, it seems.
You're tired, my lord. Will you wish some service, something to eat or drink?
She sends me off to bed, you note. You noted, Rizzio.
My lord, I hoped you would have some other word for me when you return.
I think if I gave you the word you've earned, you wouldn't stay to hear it. Ribbon! Ribbon!
What is this? You will retire, sire. Who are you?
My good friend Ribbon.
Is this a place for armor? I will receive Lord Ribbon another time.
The gallant's there, Ribbon.
Hey.
This is my apartment, sir, and I ask you to go.
Not yet, Miss Sweet. Lord Douglas comes here, too.
I demand little courtesy, but that little I must have. Are these your friends? If so, take them elsewhere.
Aye. I'm to have my friends in my apartment, and you're to have yours here. That fellow Rizzio with the kinked hair there. That's he, the one we have in question. He, I tell you, that Italian spawn.
Your Majesty.
Take him!
No, Lord Douglas, Ribbon! Whatever you have in hand here, put no faith in this king I've crowned and set beside me. His word is a paper shield.
I'm king in this country, mistress, and I know my rights.
Let me pass.
Nay, lads, Miss Hood says
Take me, my queen.
I Rizzio.
We'll take care of him.
No.
Douglas, I'll remember this. You murdered him. You pack of filthy cowards.
Yea, and done well.
Done well. Oh, fools and cowards. Oh, Rizzio. It was I wouldn't let you go.
You might cover that sight.
Is he dead?
Yes, madam.
Oh, you do well. You do well, all of you. You shall answer for this.
There'll be no answering. We know what we know about you.
You pitiful dolt. To think such a calf should rule, and at my choosing. God may forgive you, not I, and Rizzio. Take yourselves out. You pollute the dead to stand there.
Come, we've done our work.
And well done, too.
Rizzio. He wanted to go to Italy.
Madam, take care. The blood will stain your dress.
Oh, if that were all. This blood will bring more blood after. Now I see. Before I reign here, clearly there will be many men lie so for me. Slain in needless quarrel. slain, and with each one with blood to spill but once, like his. Oh, I tell you, beaten, my soul is aghast at this blood spilled for me. And yet it hardens me, too. These are their manners. This is the way they go to work. I shall work on them, and not too lightly. They think of me as a girl, afraid of them. They shall see. And yet my mind believes nothing of what I say. I'm weak as grief, stripped and wept out before them.
Your Majesty, there's someone here would speak with you.
Let no one enter. No one. In all this kingdom I can trust but 5, and one's myself. And we're women, all of us.
But he's from France, and says that he has news.
From France? What is his name?
He gave me this token for you. No name. It's a crow's feather.
Tell my Lord Bothwell I have no wish to see him now or later.
Oh, madam, you'll see him. I brought him along with me.
Your Majesty. Your Majesty, you've had unwelcome company this hour, if I've heard aright. And I care not to be another. But I come to make an offer I made before. To be your soldier.
I have no time to talk, Lord Bothwell. Nor do I wish to see you. The time's gone by.
My queen, turn not away your friends. You're few enough. Too few, it seems, to prevent what's happened.
Oh, go now. I'm not unkind. But I'm cut off from you. You know that.
Aye. But there's no need to hide your weeping. He was over young to die.
Oh, it's not for him. No, it's for all I wanted my life to be, and is not.
Majesty, you have a fortunate star. It will come well yet.
If I have a star at all, it's an evil one. To violate my room, kill my servant before my eyes. Oh, how I must be hated.
They'll pay for that.
Perhaps.
I've taken an oath they'll pay for it. Your Majesty, I wearied of France and exile, wearied of the sun and wine, and looked north over the water, longing for fog and heather in my own country. Further, the news was none too happy from Scotland. They want your throne and plan to have it. But I mean to live in this land and mean you to be queen of it. The Earl of Bothwell is home and spoiling for a fight. Before day dawns, they'll hear from me.
Lord, I thank you.
Give me no thanks. I like a fight too well to pretend it's a virtue.
You have no army.
I have my bordermen. Lord Huntley's joined with me in his Highland kilties. If you'd call your clans, we could drive them to the wall.
It's a war, then.
It's war already. They've turned your Darnley against you. They'll use him as long as they need his seal. It's in the wind. This Darnley has not long to live.
I'd have no hand in that, nor you.
Lady, I need you and you need me. But I'll be cursed if Darnley's needed on this earth.
You have never yet learned how to take an order.
And never will, from man or woman living, sovereign or knave. I have not been conquered and will not be. But I offer you my loyalty, and it's worth the more for that.
You shall be my Lord Admiral and act for me. Yes. And to that let me add how my breath caught when I knew you were here. Hoping I know not what. Things not to be. Hopes I must strangle down. Oh, Bothwell. Bothwell, I was wrong. I loved you all the time and denied you. Forgive me, even too late.
I tell you, we shall be happy yet.
No, for I think I've been at the top of what I'll have, and all the rest is going down.
You're weary. You've borne too much. They shall pay for this.
Come no nearer, my lord. It's not ours to have. Go now.
Yes, your Majesty. Yet I tell you, we shall be happy. And there will be nothing not ours to have.
The Earl of Bothwell's prophecy came true, in part, for Darnley was mysteriously murdered, and some months after his death, the Queen and Bothwell were married. But their happiness was short-lived, for rumors again beset the throne. Rumors that Bothwell himself had murdered the king and set himself up in his place. Scotland was split in two, and the nobles arrayed themselves in battle against their sovereign. At a parley in Dunbar Castle, Murray, the Queen's half-brother, addresses the vanquished Earl of Bothwell.
We have little to gain, Lord Bothwell, by a conference with you. The battle is ours. The Queen is prisoner to us. But to spare ourselves further bloodshed, and spare you bloodshed, we grant this respite and ask that you surrender without conditions.
No. No, I thank you. Moreover, Murray, if your turn's to be foremost in this council, we'll stop now and argue the matter outside.
Be patient, my lords. We're here to make terms, as you are, Bothwell. The Queen and you have been defeated. We made war on you because you two were married, and because she planned to make ye king.
You make war on us like the pack of lying hounds you are by swearing in public and in court that we killed Darnley so that we might marry. You've won with that lie. May your mouths rot out with it. And now, what do you want? What do you ask us?
First, that you leave Scotland.
That's easily said. What else?
Why, next, that the Queen should delegate her powers to the Lords of the Council, those you see before you.
I see them.
And bind herself to act with our consent only.
No more?
No more.
Then here are my conditions. I will leave and trouble you no more if you pledge your word that the Queen's to keep her throne and her power intact without prejudice to her rights. But if you dare encroach 1 inch on her sovereignty, guard your gates, for I'll be at them.
Aye, you make your terms.
Aye, I make mine. Defeated, I still make mine, and you'll do well to heed them. I shall want leave also to see the Queen for a moment.
You know our answer.
Then look to yourselves.
Take his terms, my Murray.
Are we to fight a war and win and toss the spoils away?
Find some agreement, for I'm in haste. And if you say no to me, I've other plans.
I say, let him go and leave her the throne.
And if you do, this sword stays in a scabbard, and lucky for all of you. You give your pledge? Lord Maitland.
I give my pledge, Lord Bothwell, for all here present. We have not rebelled against the Queen and will not. If you are banished.
Then give me leave to speak alone with her.
With the Queen?
Aye, for a moment.
Thank God you're safe.
And you are safe, my Queen. Safe and set free and may keep your kingdom.
At what price?
They made a bargain with me. God knows whether they'll keep it, but I think they will, for Maitland gave his word, and he's been honest.
What bargain? You've sacrificed yourself for this. What have you offered?
Nothing to weigh against what you'll keep. I've given my earldom. That's a trifle to what we save.
Oh, you shall have it back and more to put with it.
No, I've accepted exile. I'm to leave the kingdom.
Well, then, I'm exiled, too. I'm your wife, and I love you, Bothwell.
The bargain's made. You may keep your crown without me, but not with me. Do you abdicate your throne? What's left?
Call in the men of your guard. Cut our way through and ride. They'll never hit us. We can rouse the North, ask help from France and England, return with an army they dare not meet.
You'd raise no army, Marie. You forget what a drag I am on you. The North is sullen to the South toward you and me. What's left, we must do apart.
What if we lost? At the worst, we'd have each other.
And do you vision the end of that? A woman who was a queen. A man who was the earl her husband. But fugitives put to it to ask for food and lodging. Enemies on every road. They, weary, heartsick, turning at last on each other with reproaches. She saying, I was a queen, would be one now but for you. And he, I have lost my earldom.
I betrayed you once and betrayed my love. But I learned by that. I swear, though it cost my kingdom, not again.
If you wish to thrive, break that oath. Betray me, betray your love. Give me up forever. For you know, as I know, we lose together. God knows what we'll ever win apart.
Nothing. Oh, Bothwell, the earth goes empty. What worse could happen than parting?
Can I stay? This once for the last, I can save you from yourself and me. There's something wills it. I go alone. This is your kingdom. Rule it.
You must not surrender. They'd serve you as they served Donald.
I'll not surrender. I'll see to my own banishment. Find my guard, force my way out, and go.
We must say goodbye.
Aye, girl. We've spent what time we had, and I know not when I'll see you. Let's have no pretense unworthy of us. It's likely we'll not meet again on this same star.
God help me and all women here in this world, and all men. And let all women and men drink deep while they can their happiness. It goes fast and never comes again.
Face these lords like a queen and rule like a queen. I'd help you if I could, but I'm no help. You must meet them now.
Yes, I'll meet them. Can you break your way through? They're watching.
It's a chance. Huntley. Huntley. I'm here. We ride at once for Stirling. Be ready for a fight.
We're ready.
I must take my moment.
I know.
Goodbye, sweet. But if they wrong you, if you ever need me, look for me back.
Goodbye to our two worlds.
Our horses, Huntley. Here, my lord. Away, then. Waste no time.
Who's there? It's Bothwell. Bothwell, hit him off. Uncle! Pistol him! Pistol him!
Well, brother?
The Earl of Bothwell. Is he gone?
He has.
You sent him off. That was your ruse.
Lord Bothwell will leave Scotland. That was what you wanted.
Lord Murray, he's escaped. Hey, clean away.
Madam, collect what necessities you require. You will change your residence.
That is at my will, I think.
You think so?
You're to be lodged in Holyrood House for the time.
I'm to be lodged. And your faith? You pledged your faith and word, all of you, to leave my power untouched. Leave me my throne if Bothwell and I were parted.
We'll keep it when Lord Bothwell surrendered to us.
Go out and take him. Go out and take him if you can. But for your queen, I warn you, never since there were kings and queens in Scotland has a liegeman laid hand on my line without regret.
What you need, gather it quickly.
This is betrayal at once of your word and sovereign.
We know that.
I need nothing.
Your Majesty.
I am a prisoner, Beaton. Come after me to Holyrood House. I may have my own room there, Lord Maitland.
Yes, madam.
You show great courtesy for a liar and traitor. You lied to us, a black and level lie. Blackest and craftiest. It was you we believed.
Aye, sister. It was that we counted on.
Aye, brother.
Pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Kate.
Mary of Scotland, starring Joan Crawford, Francho Tone, with Judith Anderson, is resumed in a moment. In the 16th century, when our play was being enacted in real life, among the closest advisors of Queen Elizabeth were the Earl of Warwick, his younger brother, the Earl of Leicester, and Leicester's son, Essex. Tonight, it's my honor to introduce the present Earl of Warwick, member of a family which for centuries has been among the most distinguished in the British Empire. Nephew of Anthony Eden, England's Foreign Secretary, our guest recently arrived in Hollywood. Here, under the name of Michael Brooke, he makes his debut shortly as a motion picture actor. Ladies and gentlemen, Charles Guy Fulk Greville, Baron Brooke, and 7th Earl of Warwick.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille, but think of what time you'd save if you called me just Mike, or at least Michael Brooke.
I'll take that advice, Mike. Queen Elizabeth doesn't fare so well in tonight's play. Do you think we do her an injustice?
All I can say, Mr. DeMille, is that Elizabeth did what she thought best for England, just as Mary did what she thought best for Scotland. My ancestors, as you said, were rather close to Elizabeth. About 10 miles from my home in England is Kenilworth Castle, which many of you will recall from Sir Walter Scott's novel. Elizabeth gave Kenilworth to the Earl of Leicester, and they'd visit there quite frequently, and often come over to my home. As a matter of fact, I still sleep on what was called Elizabeth's bed. It's a fine old bed with enough room for 5 people if we ever get crowded. I also have her fiddle. When she owned it, it was about 200 years old. So today it's really an antique. It's beautifully carved, and in spite of its ripe old age, can still be played.
Do you have any of Queen Mary's belongings?
No, but I've seen several. There's a house near mine which belongs to the Throckmortons. I've been there many times. They own one of the garments worn by Queen Mary when she met her death. Also near Warwick at Sulgrave is the ancestral home of George Washington. And Shakespeare's birthplace at Stratford. Shakespeare was alive at the time of your play tonight. It's a great romantic age, though many things were terribly crude. To put it bluntly, it was an age of awful smells. In fact, the gentleman protected himself by carrying a gold or silver ball around his neck
filled with perfumes which he could sniff whenever the going got rather tough. Women used lots of cosmetics, which had such funny names as fat of swans, turpentine of Albezo, and one which might interest you, Mr. DeMille, called soap of Cyprus. But I dare say they'd have given its weight in gold for a cake of Lux toilet soap. It's a splendid soap. I took along several cartons on an expedition I made in 1935 through Russia, Persia, Afghanistan, and into India. One of the comforts I didn't like to leave behind.
I don't blame you. After a trip like that, Mr. Brooke, even Hollywood must seem rather a dull place.
On the contrary, it's one of the world's most fascinating communities. Certainly the only place where one can learn the motion picture business. I'd like to stay here 4 or 5 years, acting and learning, and then perhaps I'll be able to make some better pictures at home.
Too bad that you're unable to attend the coronation.
I regret it tremendously. I know this program is frequently heard across the ocean and all over England. Although I can't be there on Wednesday, I can at least say what's in my heart. God save the king.
In which sentiment, I'm sure we all join you. Mary of Scotland, starring Joan Crawford and French Otone with Judith Anderson. Escaping from her enemies in Scotland, Mary fled to England. Fled to certain doom at the hands of another enemy, Elizabeth. The jealous English queen was quick to seize her advantage. Mary was imprisoned in Carlisle Castle, there to await for help, which never came. In her room, the exiled sovereign turns from her barred window as the heavy door swings open.
I have seen but a poor likeness, and yet I believe this is Elizabeth.
I am Elizabeth. May we be alone?
Beaten.
Yes, Your Majesty.
I had hoped to see you. When last you wrote, you were not sure.
If I've come so doubtfully and with slow step, it's not for lack of thinking of you. Rather because I've thought too long, perhaps, and carefully. Then at last it seemed, if I saw you near and we talked as sisters over these poor realms of ours, some light might break that we'd never see apart.
Can it be as I've hoped? Can it be that you've come to me as a friend, meaning me well?
Would you have me an enemy?
I have plenty to choose among as enemies. What I seek now is only my freedom, so that I may return and prove in open court and before my witnesses that I am guiltless. You are the Queen of England, and I am held prisoner in England. Why am I held, and who is it holds me?
It was to my interest, child, to protect you, lest violence be offered to a princess and set a precedent.
You wish me here? You wish me in prison? Have we come to that?
It's safer and better for both our kingdoms if you remain my guest.
For how long?
Until the world is quieter.
And who will rule in my place?
Why, who rules now? Your brother.
Elizabeth, I have been here a long while already. If it's your policy to keep me, shut me up, I can argue no more. No, I beg now. There's one I love in the north, you know that. And my life's there, my throne's there, my name to be defended. And I must lie here, darkened from news and from the sun. Lie here impaled on a brain's agony.
Then be advised. And sign your abdication.
Stay now a moment. I begin to glimpse behind this mask of yours. It was this you wanted from the first.
It's what I wanted. Why, I'm no witch to charm you. I make no incantations. You came here by your own road.
I see how I came. Back, each step the wrong way. And each sign followed as you'd have me go. It was you who forced Bothwell from me. You there and always.
Your life was a threat to mine. Your throne to my throne. Your policy a threat.
And you'd take my life and love to avoid this threat?
Nay, keep your life and your love, too. The lords have brought a parchment for you to sign. Sign it and live.
And if I will not sign this abdication?
You've tasted prison. Try a diet of it.
And so I will.
I can wait.
And I can wait. I can better wait than you. Bothwell will fight free again. Kirkcaldy will fight beside him, and others will spring up from these dragon's teeth you've sown. Each week that passes, I'll be stronger and Murray weaker. I wait for Bothwell, and wait for him here.
Child. I studied this gambit before I played it. I will send each year this paper to you. Not signing, you will step from one cell to another. Step lower always till you reach the last. Forgotten. Forgotten of men. Forgotten among causes. Wait then for Bothwell's rescue. It will never come.
I may never see him?
Never. It would not be wise.
And suppose indeed you won within our lifetime. They still will find you out. Win now. Take your triumph now, for I'll win men's hearts in the end. Though the sifting takes this 100 years or 1,000.
Child, are you gulled by what men write in histories? This or that, and never true. It's not what happens that matters, but what men believe to have happened. They will believe the worst of you, the best of me.
And still I win. A demon has no children, and you have none, will have none, can have none, perhaps. Leave me here and set me lower this year by year as you promise. Still I win. I have been a woman, and I've loved as a woman loves, lost as a woman loses. I have borne a son, and he will rule Scotland and England. You have no heir. A devil has no children.
By heaven, you shall suffer for this. But slowly.
And that I can do. A woman can do that. Come, turn the key. I have a hell for you in mind, where you will burn and feel it. Live where you like and softly.
Once more I ask you, and patiently. Give up your throne.
No, devil. My pride is stronger than yours, and my heart beats blood such as yours has never known. And in this dungeon, I win, here alone.
Then, good night.
Aye, good night. Beaten.
You will not see your maids again, I think. It's said they bring you news from the north.
I thank you for all kindness.
Year after year, the fateful missive came. Year after year, with head held high, the exiled queen refused to sign, until at last another document arrived, one with no need of Mary's name to make its fatal clauses binding.
This, then, my good lord, is the warrant?
The warrant for your death, milady.
Signed by Elizabeth. And by her my fate is sealed. And yet not death. For I have died these 20 years 1,000 deaths, with each one worse than that which went before. I welcome then these tidings, and I pray to God the end of all my bitter suffering is at hand. Tell your queen, my lord, that I am ready.
Many years before, Mary, Queen of Scots, had embroidered 6 words upon a piece of linen. 6 simple words, which were, "In my end is my beginning." Our play, ladies and gentlemen, is done. Leaving the royalty of ancient Scotland and England, we bring you the royalty of modern Hollywood and the stage in a brief interlude with our stars, Joan Crawford, French O'Tone, and Judith Anderson.
It's rather difficult to be original, ladies and gentlemen. And what you want most of all to say is simply thank you.
I think you might express our appreciation of the Lux Radio Theater, Joan.
That's right. But personally, I feel indebted not only to the Lux Radio Theater, but also to Lux Toilet Soap.
Well, I was coming to that, Judith. I think everyone should at least try Lux Toilet Soap. And if they're like me, they'll keep on using it. After all, it's the easiest thing in the world to have a smooth, healthy complexion when you let Lux Toilet Soap take care of it for you. And certainly there's no doubt that a lovely complexion is very important to women.
That's exactly the way I feel, Joan.
Mr. DeMille, what are we going to listen to? The Lux Radio Theater next Monday night.
A play, Joan, that has a particular message and a particular appeal to every family. Maybe you saw it on the screen, or when it was entertaining capacity crowds on Broadway. It has a compelling honesty and a simple love story that I'm sure will keep you all very close to your loudspeakers. The title, Another Language, and starring in it will be Betty Davis, Fred McMurray, and John Beale. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Betty Davis, Fred McMurray, and John Beale in Another Language. As a special guest of honor, you will hear also from the mother of our president, Mrs. James Roosevelt. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
A word of appreciation to those who were with us in the cast tonight. Edward Cooper as John Knox, Kenneth Hunter as Burley, Vernon Downing as Darnley, Walter Kingsford as Throgmorton, Vernon Steele as Maitland, Leo McCabe as Moray, Phyllis Coghlan as Mary Beaton, and James Eagles as Riccio. Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Golden Age Radio. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Don't touch that dial, because the next installment of timeless tales and captivating narratives is just around the corner. Stay tuned for another dose of vintage radio magic that will transport you to a bygone era of entertainment like never before.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes. Best of all long cigarettes brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to accident investigation, hit and run detail. You receive a call that two elderly women have been struck down in a crosswalk by a hit and run driver. The women lie in Georgia Street Hospital. Their condition is critical. Your job? Find the driver. In Fatima, the difference is quality.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality.
Quality of tobaccos. The finest domestic and Turkish varieties, extra mild. Superbly blended to give you Fatima's much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Quality of manufacture. Smooth, round, perfect Fatima cigarettes. Rolled in the finest paper money can buy. Manufactured in the newest and most modern of all cigarette factories.
Quality. Even to the appearance of the bright, clean, golden yellow Fatima package.
So compare Fatima yourself today.
You'll find Fatima gives you all the advantages of extra length, plus Fatima quality, which no other king-size cigarette has.
Yes, light up a Fatima. Your first puff will tell you...
Ah, that's different.
Because in Fatima, The difference is quality.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Saturday, September 5th. It was mild in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of accident investigation, hit and run detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Benny Caldwell, chief of traffic. My name's Friday. It was 7:35 p.m. when I got to 4656 Collis Avenue. My front door.
Is that you, Joseph?
Yeah, Ma. Got both Sunday papers.
Oh, good. It's nice music on the radio, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty. It's your favorite song, isn't it?
Yes. See you in my dreams. Every Saturday night we used to get together down at the old Cromwell house on West Adams Boulevard. Weekly dance, you know.
Yeah, I know.
It was a lovely old home down there. Had a beautiful ballroom upstairs. Always had a good time at the Cromwell house.
Was that before you were married?
Oh, my, yes. Met your father through Mildred Cromwell, you know. She was quite fond of him, too.
Was that so?
Yes, she was. Oh, nothing serious, but she used to think quite a lot of Sam.
And you broke him up, huh?
Now, Joseph, you know I wouldn't do a thing like that. If Millie was only mildly interested in Sam, I wouldn't come between two people that were happy. You know that.
No, that isn't the way he used to tell it. Said you just broke him up, that's all.
Yes. Well, he ever tell you about the time all the girls invited some of the fellows from the Royal Order of the Western Wildlife Protective Brotherhood, Southern Charter, over to the basket raffle?
To a what?
Basket raffle. All the girls packed tasty lunches, and the boys bid for them at auction.
Oh, yeah.
It was a warm summer evening, just like tonight. It was a grand affair. Annie Shellman was there with Jim Donahoe, and your father came with Lorenzo Fisher, the grand vizier of the wildlifers.
Yeah, sounds like quite an evening.
Oh, it was, Joseph, it really was. Samuel bid the highest for my basket, $10.15. I'll always think to this day that's the reason Millie Cromwell's been so cool toward me.
Yeah, could be. You want part of the Examiner, Ma?
Oh, thank you, son. I want to finish turning this collar on your shirt.
Okay.
You wouldn't think a basket lunch could come between two good friends, would you?
I beg your pardon? What's that?
Who'd ever think a basket lunch should break up a friendship like Millie Cromwell's and mine?
No, ma'am, you wouldn't. I'll get it, Ma. Friday talking.
This McDermott, Joe.
Oh, yeah, Mac.
Got a bad one. Two elderly women were struck by a hit and run.
Well, just a minute, Mac. I can't. Hey, Ma, would you turn down the radio, please?
Oh, all right.
Thank you. Yeah, Mac, go ahead.
3 blocks west of Riverside on Los Feliz. We have 2 traffic cars out there now for the preliminary investigation. You, Romero, better roll on it.
Right, Mac, right away.
I've already notified Romero. He's on his way over to pick you up now.
Okay, I'll be ready.
Keep me informed, huh?
Right, Mac. Bye.
Do you have to go back to work, Joseph?
Yeah, where'd you put my flashlight, do you remember?
It's right here in the desk.
Okay, thank you.
What is it, son? An accident?
Yeah, bad one, it sounds like. Hit and run.
Who was it, did they say?
A couple of elderly women struck down up on Los Feliz.
Isn't that terrible?
Yeah, Ma, they're all terrible. 10 minutes after I hung up the phone, Ben arrived, and at 8:10 p.m. we got to the intersection of Los Feliz Boulevard and Commonwealth Avenue. The bodies of the 2 victims had been removed and taken to the Georgia Street Receiving Hospital. One of the uniformed officers was taking photographs of the scene. His partner was picking up particles of glass and all physical evidence left by the hit-and-run driver. He identified himself as Officer E.W. Hyde, Unit 61T.
A few pieces of the headlight lens and a chrome ring, about all.
And this is the point of impact, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
It's
24 feet south of the northerly pavement and about 12 feet east of the westerly curb line.
Right in the crosswalk up there, huh?
Yeah.
Been freshly painted. The driver couldn't miss seeing it, could he?
Yeah, it's well illuminated. Good street lighting up here.
Hide, were the signals in operation?
No, they weren't. Boulevards stop here, though. Blinkers are all in operation.
How far were the bodies of the victims thrown?
Body number 1 was thrown 70 feet. Body number 2 was knocked 38 feet in the southwest direction. Both came to rest approximately at the center line of the street.
Whoever did it was going at a high rate of speed.
That's what we figured. I told you there were no skid marks, didn't I?
Yeah, you did.
Any witnesses?
Yeah, there's 3, but only one I think will be helpful.
What's the name and address?
He's right over there on the curb now. Name's Richard Morgan. Runs the nursery there.
Well, thanks, Hyde. You're going to make the reports and book the evidence, are you?
Yeah, I'll take care of it. That's Morgan over there in the tan overalls.
All right. Thanks a lot, Hyde.
Okay.
Your name, Richard Morgan, is that right, sir?
Yeah, that's right.
Police officers, Mr. Morgan. This is Sergeant Romero.
Oh, how are you?
Hi, sir.
My name's Friday. We're out of accident investigation. I'd like to talk to you about the accident that just happened here.
Sure was a bad one. Hope you catch those kids. Didn't even slow down.
I understand you witnessed the accident. Wonder if you'd be kind enough to tell us what you saw.
I was just closing up my nursery here. Just unlocked my car and was about to get in when I saw this car come shooting up Los Feliz there. Fast clip.
Where were the 2 women?
They were just stepping off the curb onto the crosswalk over there. I could tell they didn't see the car. Yelled, honked my horn. Guess I wasn't quick enough. It was just awful.
Go on, Mr. Morgan.
Well, the way that car hit those women looked to me like he knocked them 50 feet at least. Then, just like nothing at all, the car raced right on through the intersection on down Los Feliz, that way.
Did you get a look at the driver?
No, sir. Not too good, but I believe he had blonde hair. Looked to me like he was alone in the car.
Anything more about him?
Looked like a young kid to me. I'll bet on that. He was young, blonde kid, about 18, 19, around in there.
Now, how about the car he was driving? Can you help us out there, sir?
I believe it was a Ford. I don't know what year. Yeah, a Ford sedan, 2-door.
What color was it?
Black, dark blue. I'd say black.
Did you happen to get the license number, sir?
No, sir. Everything happened so fast, I guess I was kind of stunned for a minute. You know how you'd be. Sorry, wish I did.
And you're pretty sure about the car, Mr. Morgan. Are you familiar enough with cars to be positive it was a Ford?
Yeah, I think I am.
And you don't know what year the car was?
No, sir. I'm sorry, I don't. Just know it was a Ford sedan.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Morgan. We may have to check back with you later.
Anytime. I'd glad to do whatever I can to help you get that driver.
How can we get a hold of you, Mr. Morgan?
Well, I'm right here all times. Morgan Nurseries. 4402 Los Feliz. Phone number Normandy 32257.
All right, sir. Thank you very much.
Those 2 old women, they didn't have a chance the minute they stepped off the curb. Crazy kid didn't even stop to see if he could help him.
Yes, sir, we know.
Then again, maybe he didn't see him. Maybe it wasn't his fault.
Well, whose fault was it he didn't stop? Before we left the scene of the accident, we interviewed the other 2 witnesses, but they could add nothing to Richard Morgan's statement. The investigation disclosed that victim number 1 was a Marcella R. Norton, age 58. Victim number 2 was identified as Elizabeth Ann Carey, age 65. Ben and I drove over to the Hollywood station, where we met Officer Hyde, who was just completing his reports and was booking the physical evidence found at the scene of the accident. Included in the evidence were the topcoats worn by the victims at the time they were struck down. All this was turned over to Lieutenant Lee Jones in the crime lab. Ben and I compiled the small amount of information that we had. The physical evidence found at the scene, and the scanned information that the witnesses were able to give us. Not enough for us to attempt to identify the driver of the hit-and-run car. Well, there wasn't much to go on. 9:54 p.m., we got a call from Lee Jones, who said that he'd completed his investigation and wanted to see us right away. We went over to the crime lab.
I think maybe I got what you need here. Well, we haven't got much now, so almost anything will help, Lee. Well, let's go back here.
All right, fine.
First off, your witness out there, what was his name?
Morgan?
Yeah, well, Morgan was right. The car was black. Then a microscopic analysis on scrapings found on the victim's coats.
Yeah.
I'd say a black car, previously painted tan or sand color under the black. That was one of the things he's positive of. How about the make and the models? Anything there? Is that too much to ask? Well, I think maybe I can help you there, too.
What's the break-in?
Let's see. Just got back from the lighthouse. Ran a lens meter test on those pieces of broken headlight lens, and the diopter reading shows that particular type lens was made in 1934.
Well, how about the make of the car, Lee?
The only company that used this type of lens was the Ford Motor Company.
Pretty positive about it?
Ran a spectrographic test on the chemical composition of the glass in the lens. Checks out.
Well, we got a car to work on.
That's it, 1934 Ford Black.
No, thanks a lot, Lee.
It's all right. When you find the car, I can tie it indefinitely for you.
Well, that's fine.
Oh, excuse me. Crime Lab, Jones. They're right here, Mac. Just a minute. To either one of you, it's McDermott.
I'll take it, Joe.
Okay.
Yeah, Max Romero. Oh, when? Yeah, me too. Yeah, right. Mac just got word from Georgia Street.
Yeah?
Both victims. They just died.
With the death of the two victims, what had only been a hit-and-run felony had now become a case of manslaughter, 2 counts. Ben and I went back to the office and met with Lieutenant McDermott. Past experience has proven to the traffic officer that the quickest and surest way to a successful prosecution of a hit-and-run case is with the full cooperation of the average citizen. A hit-and-run felony differs from the ordinary police case in that the investigating officers are not dealing with a criminal suspect. In a case of this nature, the guilty party could well be the outstanding citizen of his community. In all probability, he had no motive for a crime, only motive in running from the scene of the accident. Well, the one way to gain citizen cooperation was to acquaint him with all the details of the accident, any and all information that we had or would obtain as the case worked towards solution. 10:15 p.m., Saturday, September 5th. In addition to the emergency broadcast put out at the time of the accident, supplemental broadcasts and APBs were sent out. Ben and I then started to make up a special police bulletin.
Wanted for manslaughter and hit-and-run felony.
Okay. Information regarding identity of occupant of following hit-and-run vehicle. Regarding identity of occupant.
Yeah. Vehicle, okay.
Got it?
Mm-hmm.
Involved in accident resulting in death of 2 female pedestrians.
Accident. Pedestrian. Accident occurred September 5th. Approximately what time, Joe?
7:30 p.m.
Right. On Los Feliz Boulevard at intersection of Commonwealth Avenue.
Okay. Now, can I see what we got?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Occupant, young male, Caucasian, approximately 18 to 19 years of age. Vehicle, 1934 Ford sedan, black with tan undercoat, driven by male occupant. This car will have extensive damage to front end. Facsimile photographs of type of car wanted appear on this bulletin.
We got the photos right here. Side, front, and back view.
Okay, this ought to do it. Let's get it down to the printing bureau right away, huh?
Yeah, auto paint shops, wrecking yards, garages, repair stations, used car lots, insurance company.
The daily papers are running a spread on it in the next edition.
That ought to cover it.
Yeah, it's all there if it gets to the right person. Wednesday, September 9th, 10:45 a.m. The inquest of the 2 hit-and-run victims was held, and the jury returned a quick verdict of manslaughter, 2 counts, naming a John Doe as guilty. For the next 3 weeks, we received numerous phone calls concerning the black Ford sedan. All leads were checked out and failed to materialize. Cars fitting the description of the wanted vehicle were constantly being stopped and the occupants questioned. We got nowhere. Ben and I followed up on our bulletins. We checked various garages and paint shops. Used car lots were checked and rechecked. No luck. Monday, October 3rd, 2:30 p.m. We were on our way back to the office after having canvassed several wrecking yards and repair stations.
I never knew they made so many black 34 Ford.
Yeah.
I don't see how we could have overlooked anything, you?
No, I don't. Something ought to break on this thing soon.
We just had a little more to go on. That license number, if somebody could have seen it.
Yeah, that'd help, wouldn't it? I'll get it. Traffic Friday.
Hello, my name is Dan Provost. I run a used car lot in Dan's Corner at 54736 6th Avenue.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to talk to somebody regarding that last bulletin you sent out, September 7th this year.
Well, I think maybe I can help you, sir.
That 34 Ford you're looking for on that hit-and-run thing?
Yeah, that's right.
Young kid, blonde, says he's got some repair work for us.
Yeah?
I got one of my mechanics stalling him now.
What's the car look like, Mr. Provost?
Like the one you're looking for. The reason I called is because he says he banged up the front end. Right away, I remembered the bulletin.
All right, sir. See if you can hold him there, will you? We'll be right over.
I'll do my best.
We'll be right there, sir.
I think I've got your man for you.
It took us 15 minutes to get to 5473 6th Avenue, Dan's Corner. We crossed over the gravel-covered lot to the rear, where we found a small wooden shack marked office. Dan Provost met us at the door.
I'm Provost. You the police?
Yes, sir, that's right.
I'm sorry. I did my best, but I couldn't hold him here without making him suspicious, but I'm sure he'll be back.
How do you know?
You see, he bought this car from us, says he had a little accident and wanted us to fix it up for him. I told him we would if he'd bring it in.
Why do you think he left? It's only been about 15 minutes since you called us downtown.
Well, he might have heard me talking to you.
Well, if he did and he's our man, I doubt very much if he'll be back.
Oh, I bet he will. Blonde kid, about 19 years old, driving a black 34 Ford, just like the one you're after.
Well, can you give us his name and the license number of the car?
Sure, it's Curly Watson. License number, I got it right here. It's 9R9707. I looked it up on his contract.
And this name, Curly, you have his full name?
Sorry, I guess I'm a little excited. It's Wilfred E. Watson. Everybody around here calls him Curly. I'm pretty sure he's the one you want. I know that car. I bought it from us about 5 months ago.
Well, it's just too bad you couldn't have detained him just a little longer, Mr. Provost.
Well, like I say, you don't have to worry. He'll be back.
What makes you so sure?
From the way he described the damage to us, I'd say he's got about $75 to $100 worth of work on that front end.
Yeah?
I know he's the man you want. I'm going to be in trouble if he's not.
What do you mean?
Well, it was the only thing I could do on the spur of the moment like that.
Yeah?
That's how I know for sure he'll be back here.
Well, how's that?
I told him I'd fix his car free.
You are in the forgery division of a Metropolitan Police Department. Handwriting analysis.
All right, now write the alphabet in lowercase, please.
You are listening to a handwriting expert taking an exemplar of a suspect's handwriting.
Now write the numerals from 1 to 10, please.
This handwriting sample will be compared with a forged signature. Side by side, two signatures may often look alike, but closer examination will prove a world of difference. You'll find the same is true when you compare king-size cigarettes.
Fatimas are the same length as any other king-size cigarette, 85 millimeters. Fatima has the same circumference, 1 1/64 inches around.
And Fatima filters the smoke exactly the same long distance as other king-size cigarettes.
But in Fatima, the difference is quality.
Fatima gives you extra mildness, a much different, much better flavor and aroma. You get all the advantages of extra length, plus Fatima quality, which no other king-size cigarette has.
So compare Fatima yourself. Your first puff will tell you...
Ah, that's different.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Best of all, long cigarettes.
We called Lieutenant McDermott and filled him in. He sent Sergeants Kilpatrick and McClendon out to relieve Ben and me and to maintain a stakeout on Dan's Corner, the used car lot, in the event the suspect should return. We went back downtown to R&I. Wilfred E. Watson had a record and was wanted by the Fresno Police Department, where he had jumped bail. The charge was grand theft. We took Watson's mugshot back to the used car lot, where he was positively identified by Dan Provost. Ben and I went to his last known address. The landlady told us that Watson had moved approximately a month ago and had not left a forwarding address. From his mama sheet, we obtained a list of his friends and associates. All efforts to locate him failed. The stakeout continued. We showed the mugshot to Richard Mortigan, the one good witness to the accident. He said he could not identify Watson as he did not get too good a look at him, but he stated that there was a possibility that he could be the man. A week went by. The whereabouts of the suspect was still unknown. Tuesday, October 10th, Ben and I were out running down a lead on Watson when we received a call to return to the office. Lieutenant McDermott met us as we got there.
I put that call in for you.
Anything doing there?
I got a lead. I don't know how good it'll be, but we ought to check it out right away.
Well, what do you got?
We just received a call from the Santa Monica PD. Mrs. Agnes Hastings called in and gave him a little something.
Yeah?
As I say, maybe there's nothing in it, but see what you think.
All right.
The Hastings woman stopped in at a local soda fountain down there. The place is patronized by the hot rod crowd. Said she overheard part of a conversation between a couple of the kids.
Yeah?
This one dark-haired boy was sitting at the counter when another kid walked in the front door. The kid that came in had red hair. The dark-haired kid said, "Hi, Red," and the redhead sat down by him.
Yeah.
And one of the kids made some remark about the boy's red hair, asked him why he dyed it. The redhead said, "Well, they're looking for a blonde, aren't they?"
Yeah? It could be a little something, huh?
Yeah, I thought so. Then the Hastings woman followed the red-headed boy outside and took the license number of his car.
Anything there?
I don't know yet. Ran it through DMV, but it's not in the file. Mark Benson's got a call into Sacramento now.
Anything new on Watson?
No, nothing yet.
Well, where can we find this Agnes Hastings, Mac?
Oh, here's the address right here.
Okay, thank you.
Well, that's all she had. Said she'd been following the hit-and-run story in the papers. Thought this might be worth forwarding anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, just a minute. Traffic, McDermott. Oh, hi, Art. Yeah? Oh, you did, huh? Yeah, I see. Yeah. Yeah, right. Bye. That was Art Kilpatrick. He and McLendon picked up Watson.
Yeah? Anything?
They're bringing him in now. They say this Watson denies the hit and run. Jones will check his car over, then we'll know a little more.
Well, there's not much we can do till we hear from Benson on the Santa Monica thing.
Well, maybe there is.
What's that?
We got 2 leads. We can hope one of them's right.
While waiting for the call from Mark Benson at CHP, Ben and I drove over to the police garage on South Figueroa. Wilfred Watson's car had been impounded, and Lee Jones had made his investigation. His findings eliminated Watson's 34 Ford as being the hit-and-run car. Investigation showed that Watson's car was involved in an accident, but this was 5 days prior to the killing of the 2 women pedestrians. Wilfred E. Watson was booked for the Fresno authorities for prosecution on their warrant. This left only the one lead, the red-headed boy who had dyed his hair. If Agnes Hastings' observations had been correct, the fact that the boy originally had blonde hair made him a possible suspect. 11 a.m. The information from DMV came through from Sacramento. The car was registered to a Calvin L. Martin, 16 Boardwalk Lane, Santa Monica. The car was a 1939 Dodge sedan, legal the same. 16 Boardwalk Lane was a small beach house facing out on the Pacific Ocean in the town of Santa Monica. 11:26 a.m. We arrived in front of the house.
This is it, number 16.
Yeah, all right, let's go up on the porch.
I don't see anybody around. Looks like nobody's home.
Well, let's try the bell. I guess you're right. Nobody home.
Yeah. Let's check the garage, huh?
All right. It's around the side, isn't it?
Yeah, it's right there.
Oh, yeah.
Padlock. Maybe there's a window on the side. Yeah. Come here, Joe.
All right.
Window's kind of dirty. I'll wipe it off a little.
Yeah, that's better, huh? Can you see anything?
Take a look, Joe.
I see. Yeah. Looks like a 34 Ford to me.
Notice the left front fender?
Yeah. Pretty badly dented, isn't it?
Looks like we're home, maybe, huh?
Well, I'd like to get a closer look.
Thanks much, Sid. See you back at work, huh? Sure. Anything about 1:30? Okay.
Young kid got out of a car out front. Looks like a redhead from here.
Come on.
Hi. You men want something?
Police officers.
Yeah.
Do you live here?
Yes, I do. What's wrong?
What's your name?
Louis Martin.
Who is Calvin L. Martin?
My father. Why?
Does he own a 1939 Dodge?
Yeah, that's right. Anything wrong?
Whose car is that down in the garage there?
Belongs to a friend of mine. I just let him keep it in there.
What's his name?
Jesse.
Yeah, well, Jesse what?
Jesse Armstrong.
Where does he live?
Over on Venice Boulevard.
What's the number?
I don't know offhand.
And you let him park his car here in your garage and you don't know where he lives?
Well, I know, but I just can't think of it. I don't understand. What's wrong?
You got a key to the garage?
No, Jesse's got it.
You don't keep a key to your own garage?
No, I let Jesse keep it.
You always had red hair?
Sure. Why?
Red on top and blonde at the roots. Is that it?
I wish you'd tell me what's going on.
No, Armstrong, you tell us.
Well,
Watch it, Joe. All right. Let's hold it right here. I didn't do anything. Let me go.
Well, how about it, son? That's the second time you tried to run now, isn't it?
How'd you find me? Who told you?
You want to tell us about it?
I didn't mean to hit those two women. I was coming home from up in L.A. I was late, and I was trying to hurry to get home. I didn't see him until it was too late.
Why didn't you stop? Why'd you run?
I was afraid. I just couldn't face it. I thought I could get away with it, I guess. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do it.
Do you know those two old women died as a result of you running them down?
No. I didn't know they'd die.
All right, come on, son. Let's go.
I didn't really mean to do it. I'll tell everybody I'm sorry. I am sorry. That'll make a difference, won't it?
You killed two people. You figured.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On December 17th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 81, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
And now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. Friends, I can give you over a dozen good reasons why Fatima is the best of all long cigarettes, but I'd rather let Fatima speak for itself. That's why I suggest that you buy a pack tomorrow, and then compare Fatima with any other long cigarette. You'll find, just as I have, Fatima's extra mildness gives you a much better flavor and aroma. You get all the advantages of extra length plus Fatima quality, which no other king-size cigarette has. Ask your dealer for Fatima, best of all long cigarettes.
The suspect, Louis T. Martin, was found guilty of manslaughter. He was sentenced to 1 year in the county jail and was placed on probation for 5 years. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Stay tuned for Counter Spy, next over most NBC stations.
Thanks for watching Golden Age Radio. We have new episodes every day.
Sit back, close your eyes, relax, and let your imagination take over.
That's right. Radio is theater of the mind. So listen while you work, rest, drive, or sleep. Just be inspired.
Let us know your thoughts. We strive to provide the best programming for you.
Visit g3pl.com for your WordPress needs.
Subscribe for more videos.
Calling all cars. The copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars. Attention all cars, broadcast 92 regarding a murder. Joe Mastanaga, a Japanese, shot by an unknown assailant. That's all. Rose and Clerk.
The Rio Grande Oil Company has received the following letter signed by Jerome Erickson.
As a petroleum refinery engineer, I have followed with interest your advertising of Rio Grande cracked gasoline. I am familiar with the unique processes used in your cracking plant, which are far in advance of those used by any other refinery. I'm glad to testify that your claims of the advantages of cracked gasoline are entirely truthful. In fact, I believe you understate the superiorities of cracked gasoline. But I do question your statement that Rio Grande cracked gasoline powers more police cars, ambulances, fire engines, and other emergency equipment than any other brand. How can you prove such a sweeping statement?
Well, Mr. Erickson, we can prove every claim we make for Rio Grande cracked gasoline. You know that our patented cracking process gives our gasoline exclusive advantage. In soliciting city contracts, we talk with competent chemists and engineers and induce these officials to test Rio Grande cracked against any other gasoline. The result is that the leading cities and counties of California and Arizona now specify Rio Grande cracked gasoline exclusively. So, Mr. Erickson, if you will add the number of police cars, fire engines, and other emergency equipment operated by Arizona's largest city, Phoenix, and its largest county, Maricopa, to the cars operated by such California cities as Oakland, Berkeley, Marysville, Fresno, Bakersfield, Los Angeles, and San Diego County, and many others, you will find that the vast majority of the emergency cars in the territory where Rio Grande is sold use Rio Grande cracked because it gives the best performance of any gasoline they can buy. And now we are privileged to present Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department, who has a word for you. Chief Davis.
Good evening, friends. The tentacles of the narcotic traffic are far-reaching, and the byproducts, crimes of possession and sale of narcotics, range from petty theft to murder. When our men face a narcotic case that entails Orientals, then the task is doubly and triply difficult. For here we meet the craft and painstaking attempt to avoid detection of a drug trafficker linked with the wily taciturnity of the Oriental. But the officer has two strong forces on his side. One is right, and the other, the honesty and civic mindedness of the Orientals living in our midst. The case you are about to hear was broken because the Japanese refused to be a party to breaking the law of his adopted land. Our policing job would be very easy if the Native American element of the population broke the law as infrequently as do our Pacific and Japanese fellow citizens.
One night, late last April, a Japanese tanker slowly makes its way through the spring fog in the Los Angeles harbor. While the rest of the crew is busy preparing docking gear, two shadowy figures approach the stern, quickly drop two packages wrapped in oilskin over the side. 5 minutes later, a Japanese fisherman reclaims the packages from the oily waters of the bay, and in half an hour, Master Naga, Japanese dope runner, dressed as a gardener, rattles cityward in an old Model T Ford. It is still an hour before midnight when he knocks on the door of a house in Aliso Street.
Oh, you are late, Master Naga. See, there's sometimes a traitor to circumspection, Honorable Kobayashi. I have merely been careful.
You have brought the packages?
As I promised.
You arrived none too soon. Poor thing grows impatient.
Poor thing? He who dictates the laws of Chinatown?
Even so.
Oh, so then I understand your impatience.
With him, on the other side of that door, is also the great Song Gao. With 2 such men as customers, our lives from this moment on can be one never-ending succession of joyous ease. Wait for me outside. I will bring you all your money as soon as I have completed the transaction. Honorable gentlemen. He has 6 ounces of morphine, honorable sirs.
We had expected more.
It was a more secret procurement this time, but there will be more soon.
The quality?
Oh, the best.
Swear?
I swear my honor upon it.
And the price?
$500.
500. This is not an inconsiderable amount.
Oh, yes.
It is not beyond the reach for two such distinguished gentlemen who are satisfied only with the best.
$500 is $500.
Your venerable Lipo has written, for every prudent one who turns away from the lotus path, there are 10 who will gladly follow it. Others of my acquaintance will pay $500.
Bây giờ bữa mà 2 ngày chẳng ngầu là 2 ngày phản công.
Bọn ở trái bên gì gọi lại là lấy cái tầm đó lên.
So, gentlemen, for fine marking, your price is fair. We will pay it.
I was already aware that I was dealing with gentlemen of astute perception.
Here's your $500.
And here is your 6 ounces of morphine. May you live 10,000 years. My humble house is honored. Come in, gentlemen.
We can say what we have to say, Kitty. It is not necessary to encroach upon your hospitality.
Oh, is something wrong?
There is. Here is the morphine you sold us.
What is the matter?
It is of inferior grade. It is worthless for our purposes. You must return our money.
Oh, but gentlemen, I cannot understand. I am sure the merchandise was of the finest.
You are not a user of our by our car. We are. Therefore, there can be no question which of us is the better judge. Take your morphine and give us our money.
Oh, I'm very sorry, gentlemen. I cannot understand how this happened. I have been the victim of misrepresentation. I was positive the morphine was of the finest.
It may be as you say, but it does not concern us. We want our money back.
Well, it is not possible to pay you this moment. If you give me time...
How much time?
Oh, maybe 2 days, a week.
You shall have a week. At the hour of the deepening shadows, 7 days from now, we will return.
Matsunaga, you have dishonored me.
Oh, how is that, Okabayasha?
The morphine you brought me is worthless. Tungao and Wu Sing have returned it.
Oh.
We demand their money back.
Oh, but we can't do that. We did not know it is the Honorable Araki in Yokohama who is to blame if your morphine was bad.
The Araki will do nothing. You know that. We must make good to the 2 Chinese. You must return your share of the money.
Oh, but I have spent much of it. I have paid the Matsu.
This is done, Matsu.
Oh, but the Matsu has paid the 2 sailors on the boat.
Then he must get the money back from them. Let them return the morphine to Araki in Yokohama.
Oh, the 2 sailors are gone. The boat has sailed.
Oh, I hear enough excuses. You get me that money.
Oh, I will do my best.
Something to eat, Honorable Sir? Yes. Very much. A glass of hot sake. Thank you. And draw the curtains to the booth. If anybody asks for me, you tell them you have not seen me.
Okay. Save yourself the trouble. We shall draw the curtains ourselves.
Oh, no.
Yes. Also, Fu Sing, you seem to have been avoiding us, Bishop. We called at your house several times since your week was up. You were not home.
No, I've been very busy getting your money.
And you have the money?
No, not so all of it. All I could get was $150. Here, take it.
It is not enough.
But it is all I could get. Please understand, gentlemen. I am not responsible for this. I acted in very good faith.
Who is responsible?
Matsunaga. He delivered the morphine to me. He received it from the boat. He is responsible.
Then collect the money from him.
Oh, I have tried. He spent it. All but $35. I have added all the money I have. It only comes to $150.
It is not enough.
I can do nothing more.
It is not enough.
But what shall I do?
You have caused us to lose faith.
Oh, I'm very sorry.
Your sorrow, no matter how deeply felt, cannot compensate for our losing faith.
Our honor must be appeased.
But how?
You say this Matsunaga is responsible?
Yes.
Then he must pay with money or with his life.
Oh, he cannot pay money. He has no money.
Then you must take his life.
Oh, no. I know murder.
You must save our faith.
But,
it is very simple problem. You take Matsunaga's life, or we take yours.
I have done my best. I am not guilty. I am a man of honor.
You must save our faith.
But if I kill Matsunaga, they will send me to prison.
And if you don't, our hatchet man will visit you.
Prison is a beautiful garden of cherry blossoms compared to the hot steel of a hatchet man.
And if you are clever, you do not have to go to prison. Our hatchet man, if his services are required, will not go to prison.
Oh, gentlemen, surely there is some other way. You are men of honor.
Exactly. That is why our honor must be preserved.
There is nothing more to say.
If Matsunaga is not dead within 4 days, we will visit you again. Good night.
All ready. Sorry, Mister. Oh, take it away. I'm not hungry now.
For 3 days, Okabayasha in mortal dread searches for Matsunaga. But no one in Little Tokyo knows the dope runner's address, for while in Matsunaga has no residence excepting his automobile in which he apparently lives. Finally, as the time limit imposed by the two Chinese approaches, Okabayasha, trudging down East First Street, sunk in desperation, recognizes Matsunaga's car parked before a noodles joint. His decision made, Okabayasha clambers into the rear of the sedan, settles down to wait for his quarry. A half hour later, Matsunaga, accompanied by 2 Japanese, leaves the restaurant.
It seems we have a passenger.
Yes, Matsunaga. I saw your car. I thought perhaps you might be driving near my house.
It is a pleasure to accommodate the Honorable Okabayasha. Get in, my friend. Get in.
At the corner of First Street and Boyle Avenue, Matsunaga drops one of the Japanese. Continuing on toward Hollenbeck Park, the remaining trio travel in silence. And then as they are approaching Hollenbeck Park, at the corner of 4th and Company.
Get out, motor, and help our passenger out. He lives in this neighborhood.
Out.
This is your stop, Okabayasha.
Please, go get out. You keep out of this. You got the money in Matsunaga?
No, I told you I could get no money.
You refuse to get the money?
Yes, I refuse. I cannot get it.
Very well. You have had your chance.
No. Oh,
is it your life or mine?
Help, motor. Help.
Shut up, you.
Help.
You are his friend. I kill you, too.
I'm not.
Come back here. Come back.
All right, Moto, calm down now and tell us what happened after he chased you into the park.
He was shooting after me and hit me wrist. So, you see here.
Well, how'd you get away from him?
I think he was hiding in bush. Then when he going after me in great distance, I taking off shoes and going to barber shop of friend, Kokomoto. I'm calling you, Richman.
You took off your shoes. Why?
Oh, not wanting to make any noise for him to knowing where I am.
I see. Now, who was this guy that did the shooting?
I not knowing. Never seen him before.
You the boss here?
Oh, yes, the police.
Are these two guys in here with another guy about midnight last night?
Oh, yes, sir. I think I may be so.
You know a friend of theirs by the name of Oka?
Oka? Oh, many Japanese have a name, Oka. Okamoto, Okajima, Okahuro.
That's nice. Like looking for John Smith.
A police?
Nothing. You know Matsunaga, don't you?
Oh, Matsunaga. Oh, yes, sir. I thinking Matsunaga were eating here with these two honorable gentlemen last night, sir.
Well, do you know any fellows with the name of Oka that Matsunaga hung out with?
Oh, not knowing for sure. But please, may I ask a question?
Sure. What do you want to know?
Is Honorable Matsunaga dead yet?
What? Say, what are you talking about? Did you know he was going to die?
Oh,
I know ain't got nothing.
Come on. What are you talking about?
Oh, well, I'm not interfering in Chinaman affairs.
Chinaman's affairs? What do you mean?
Oh, well, a couple days ago, I hearing two Chinamen say to customer, if a Masanaga not there the 4 days, they kill customer.
You did? Why didn't you tell the police?
Oh, none of my business. I'm not wanting to be killed by Chinaman too.
What was the name of the customer these Chinamen threatened?
Oh, I'm not remembering that.
Oh, come on. What was his name?
I cannot remember.
Listen, this is important. Masanaga's dead. If 2 Chinese told this guy to kill Masanaga or be killed, then this customer of yours is a murderer.
Is his name Oka? Oh, I'm thinking maybe so he called Oka. Yes, for certain. I hear Chinaman saying good night, Oka Bayasha.
Okabayasha? What did he look like?
Oh, I'm not noticing. I'm not wanting to be killed by Chinaman.
Listen, you've got to remember what he looked like.
Oh, I think maybe he have a round face.
Moro, did the man who rides with you have a round face?
Oh, yes. He having a round face.
How was he dressed?
He wearing cuffs, a gray sweater maybe.
How old was he, Matsu?
Oh, maybe for he living 50 years on Earth.
How much did he weigh, Moro?
Oh, I'm not sure, but
California Police State Teletype, broadcast 13 to all points. Be on the lookout for Joe Okabayasha, Japanese, 50 years old, height 5 feet 7, weight 185 pounds, wearing dark sweater, dark cap, fat, round face, known gambler. This suspect may attempt to escape by Japanese fishing boats from Terminal Island, wanted on suspicion of murder.
Well, Tap, how about those prints we found on the car?
They can account for all of them. Either Masanaga's, Motu's, or Matsu's.
Found out anything else about Okabayasha?
Mighty little. You know, this case smells of dope to me.
That's what I've been thinking. I just told Eddie Chitwood about it, and he's working on that angle.
How about the Japanese colony?
What do you mean?
Well, they're self-respecting, law-abiding citizens. That is 99% of them. When one of their countrymen breaks the law, they consider it a personal insult to their race. Well, I'm glad to help us. Why don't you call the Japanese papers and ask them to play up this story and run a description of Okabayasha? They'll play ball with us.
Good idea, Pat. I'll do it right away.
Patton is right. The Japanese editors are more than willing to cooperate in the manhunt, and their outraged editorials appeal to the Japanese population all over California to look for this renegade of their race and turn him over to the authorities. Several days go by while a Japanese attorney assists Hurst and Patton in their investigation. And then one evening on a lettuce ranch on the outskirts of Brawley in the Imperial Valley.
Oh, Snappy. Oh, we're having visitors who come to our humble house. Your kinsman, Okabayasha.
I am not surprised.
Hello, Cousin Nake. Have you no welcome for me?
You are not welcome here, Okabayasha. You have killed a man.
Oh, even so. I am your kinsman.
You
I
are
need your
no
help.
longer my kinsman, Okabayasha. You have brought disgrace to our house.
But I could not help it. You do not understand. It was his life or mine.
You have come far from the old teachings, Okabayasha. Better to commit harikiri than dishonor your name and your race.
But, Cousin Nake...
It is people like you who make it difficult for the rest of us to live happily in this alien land.
Oh, I have no strength to stand here and discuss such things. I am tired and hungry, Cousin Nake. I've been walking many nights. I must get across the border to Mexico. Then they cannot follow me.
The coward's way lies in flight. The brave man chooses death.
Hear me, Naki. Will you help me to cross the border? All you need to do is drive me to Mexico.
I will not help you afoot. I will give you no food. I will do nothing for you. You are less than a crawling beetle since you have brought disgrace upon all who once knew and respected you.
Oh, what will I do?
I do not care what you do. If I were you, I would drown myself in the Salton Sea.
Oh, we do not look upon things the same way.
I can say that.
If you will not help me, I will find someone who will.
No doubt there are people in the neighborhood who have no honor, but you will not find them among your countrymen.
Brawley Police Department.
You had better send some policemen down to irrigation ditch.
Why, what's up?
Or something that will interest you.
Well, what is it?
2 Mexicans going down that way.
Well, what of it?
Another person with them. You go finding.
Well, who's the other person?
Or maybe white woman, maybe not.
what you charge for contact.
Well, now, look here. Hello. Hello. Hung up.
Yeah, what is it, Sergeant?
Some Japanese says a couple of Mexicans are taking a white woman down to the irrigation ditch.
A white woman?
Well, he isn't sure. He wouldn't say for sure. Probably a crackpot. You two boys better get down there and look around.
Okay, Sergeant. Okay, Sergeant.
Then you promise to get me across the border tonight?
Si, amigo. But first we must have our pay.
Oh, I cannot say you all in money.
Well, it is too bad, amigo.
But I have 2 ounces of very fine morphine. It is worth more than you ask.
Oh, that is different. Oh, that is different.
Come back here by these trees. I will let you sample it.
I don't see no Mexicans. You, Ed?
I don't know a white woman either.
Yeah, wait a minute. Somebody in those trees there.
A couple of Mexicans, all right. And a Japanese.
We better shake them down and see what it's all about. Okay. I'll just flash my light in there. Well, boys, what are you up to?
The police.
Hey, come back here.
Full of guns, Harry.
Let them have it. Well, we winged one of them. The gap. You see where the Mexicans went?
No, they got away. This fellow dead?
No, he seems to be breathing.
Now roll him over. Let's get a look at him. Let's see. That face, dark cap, dark sweater. Say, looks like the guy that's wanted for murder up in L.A.
Here's his gun. Spanish 38.
You better get the ambulance from El Centro and have the sergeant send his gun up to the L.A. Homicide Squad.
Well, Moxley, what's the dope on that Spanish 38 the Brawley police sent us?
The gun is the same one that shot the bullet found in Masanaga's body. It is 2 slugs. One's a test shot fired from the gun.
Yeah.
The other's a slug taken from Masanaga's head. Now, notice the groove.
Never mind
here.
the technical explanation, Moxley. We'll take your word for it. Come on, Pat.
Well, I guess that settles Okabayashi. The prints on the gun handle are identical with the ones we found in Okabayashi's apartment. And the description furnished by Brawley police matches the description we have for him.
Right. The next step is to talk to the guy.
Hurst and Patton pull out for El Centro, where Okabayashi lies in the hospital recovering from the wounds inflicted by Brawley officers when he tried to escape. It is a glaring hot May morning when they enter the hospital.
How's the patient, Doctor?
Recuperating nicely.
Nothing serious, huh?
No, just a flesh wound. You'll be on his feet in another week.
That's just fine. Mind if we go in?
Not at all. Right this way. Okay to question him? Certainly. You can get anything out of him. He's pretty quiet, Duck. Oh, don't worry. He'll talk to us.
Hello, Okabayashi.
Who are you gentlemen being?
I'm Hurst from the Los Angeles Police Department. This is Patton.
Oh, police? What for police wanting Okabayashi?
I guess you know that as well as we do.
No, not knowing.
Pretty hot down here in El Centro, isn't it, Okabayashi?
Oh, yes. I thinking sometimes cannot standing heat.
Pretty cool up in L.A. Nice breeze blowing in from the ocean. I'd like to go back up there.
Oh, no. I want to go to Los Angeles.
But you're going just the same.
Why did you kill Matsunaga?
No, not killing anyone.
Listen, Okabayashi, it's too hot to argue. We know you did.
Oh, no. Honorable gentleman making mistake. No killing. Okabayashi killing no one.
You're feeling too bad to lie convincingly, Okabayashi. Listen, you've been described by Moto and Matsu, who were in the car with Matsunaga that night. You've been described by the proprietor of the noodle joint the night the Chinaman threatened to get you.
And we have your fingerprints from your apartment in Los Angeles, as well as on the gun they found on you in Brawley. The gun that you used to murder Matsunaga with.
We'll prove all these things in court, and we'll send you up for murder. Of course, if you confess now, you might get a lighter sentence. Anyway, it's cooler up in the L.A. County jail than it is down here in El Centro.
Well, how about it, Okabayashi? Want to come clean?
Oh, what is the hungry dare to do when food is corn is white and the cherry trees are buried deep in the cold, wet snow?
Huh? What did you say?
Oh, I was reciting Tanka by Japanese poet, it having meaning of hopelessness.
Yeah, meaning that you're up against it, huh?
Oh, it's seeming to be will of God that Okabayashi is caught.
Well, looks like it.
Very well. I telling everything. I shooting Matsunaga. I having good reason. It's not being my fault.
And so Joe Okabayashi makes a detailed confession to the Los Angeles officers, and as soon as his wounds have healed enough, he is brought to Los Angeles to face charges of murder and assault with intent to commit murder. His preliminary trial is held before Judge Ellis Egan, and Okabayashi, pleading guilty to second-degree murder, takes the stand his own.
Yes. I killing Matsunaga. I am being guilty for murder in American law, maybe. But American, not understanding of the laws. Japanese and Chinaman, we have other laws. We have laws of saving face. Cannot break laws. Chinese tell me lose face. We have to save face for them, or they kill me. They saving face. Very hard American understand. Very easy Japanese understand. I killing Martian, but not being very guilty. I having for killing, or I being killed. It is like big bear and hunter. If hunter not killing big bear killing hunter. I'm not being very guilty.
But Okabayashi's ingenious explanation of the Oriental Code of Ethics fails to impress Judge Egan. Climbs up the case by finding the Japanese guilty and sentencing him to San Quentin Penitentiary for from 5 years to life.
Thank you, Chief Davis. Warning to all motorists.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/c/GAR.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. With his great horse Silver and his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains fought crime and criminals throughout the western United States. No man did more to bring law and order to a lawless frontier. Now return with us to those thrilling days of the early West, when adventure lay at the end of every trail. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for the Bar Square Range. Tonto's waiting there for us. Hi-yo, Silver!
Two sisters, the Crawford girls, had a long, hard trip from Louisiana into the West. Molly, the older of the two, was rather dignified and stately, while the younger Betty was full of life and thrilled with the great new country into which they were traveling. As our first scene opens, we find the sisters on the last day of their journey. There's only one other passenger in the stagecoach with them, a man who pays no apparent attention to their lively talk.
Oh, Molly, isn't it wonderful?
I suppose it is, Betty. But I'm scared half to death something will happen.
Silly. There's nothing to be afraid of.
But they're Indians and wild animals and everything. And we're traveling alone.
Oh, I think you're just trying to frighten me, Molly. Why, it isn't like it used to be 5 years ago out here. And it's nothing like it was when Uncle Dan came out here 10 years ago, just after the war.
But it still isn't civilized.
Oh, it is, too. In his last letter, Uncle Dan said there were regular cities out here with law courts and everything.
Well, if some of the places we passed through are what Uncle Dan meant by cities, then I don't think much of them. That last one wasn't more than a crossroad with 2 stores and a dozen cafes.
You're just prejudiced because that tall, good-looking cowboy we met talked more to me than he did to you.
Betty Crawford, you're just impossible. What's more, I don't think it was wise of you to talk to him as you did when you never met him.
Oh, Molly.
You actually invited him to come to Bar Square Ranch and see you.
Of course I did. We'll be pretty lonesome there if it's at all like what Uncle Dan said.
You'll be busy enough on the ranch without having a lot of worthless cowboys hanging around.
Pardon, senorita.
Oh.
I have not spoken before. Until now, I do not hear you mention the Bar Square.
Yes, that's our ranch. We're going there now.
So, it's very fine ranch, you. You are fortunate.
Betty, do be still.
Oh, hush up, Molly. I'll talk if I want to.
You will ride the stage to within 5 miles of the rancho, see?
That's what we were told to do. There are going to be horses there to meet us.
The Senor Daniel Crawford. He's related to you?
He's our uncle. He wrote to us and asked us to come out and live on the ranch after Mother died.
You have not heard from him since then?
No. Why?
He has died.
Uncle Dan, dead?
Si, senorita.
How do you know?
I know this part of the country very well. Permit me. I'm the Senor Pablo Venado. I have great ranchos in this country.
But, Uncle Dan...
He was shot.
Shot?
Life is most uncertain in this part of the country. I'm very sorry to have to be the one to tell these things to you.
Then, Molly, we'll have to take hold of things right away, won't we?
I don't know. Perhaps Mr. Venata can tell us what's happened to the ranch since Uncle Dan died.
There is much has happened. It is too bad, but there was some trouble about the cattle.
What kind?
Some of it were brands that were not of the Bar Square. I do not say that the Senor Crawford stole the cattle, but he was most fortunate in having many strange cattle come by accident into his herd.
Don't you dare say my uncle was a cattle thief.
Oh, I say no such thing, senorita.
Who's running the ranch now?
The foreman, his helper, I do not know. But I, too, am on my way to town on business that concern the Bar Square.
You are? What is this business, Mr. Bernardo?
It is to investigate the legal claims I may have against the Bar Square. It is quite possible that I may call on you at a later day. See?
We're not going to have any visitors, Mr. Venado. Thanks, just the same.
While the two girls and Pablo Venado continued their journey, the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto were carrying out an investigation of their own. We see them now on the Bar Square range, riding slowly among the scattered cattle, observing them closely.
Tonto, there's another cow with Pablo's brand. We've been riding for only 2 hours, and we've seen no less than 100 like it.
That heap strange.
I would have sworn Dan Crawford was no rustler.
Him good feller.
This seems to bear out what Pablo claimed.
Pablo say ranch someday belonged to him.
If Dan really stole all these cows, Pablo would almost have an honest claim to the Bar Square.
There's another cow
with Pablo's brand. There's something wrong about this.
And that's what Tonto thinks.
Dan Crawford wouldn't have been foolish enough to steal another man's cattle without changing their brands, even if he were dishonest.
That's right.
And there was never any question about his honesty until he suddenly disappeared.
Pablo say Dan dead.
If Dan was killed, where's his body? And Pablo was the first to spread the story of Dan's death.
Tonto know that.
Pablo has been in several crooked deals before this, so nothing could be proved against him.
Him plenty smart feller.
I feel sorry for those two girls if he's plotting against them.
You talked with them?
I spoke to Betty while she and Molly were waiting for the stage. And that's another thing.
What's that?
Pablo was waiting for the same stage. He might have been looking for an opportunity to get acquainted with them.
That may be right.
Tonto, are you sure you heard Pablo say he'd have the Bar Square before long?
Him talk plenty big. Him say him get ranch soon now.
And he told that to the sheriff? But he couldn't claim the ranch without proof of ownership, no matter how many of his cows were found on it.
Pablo say him show lawman proof.
The only proof he could have would be a deed signed by Dan.
That's right.
He's got something up his sleeve. I wonder what it
You
could...
look there.
Bar Square riders. They've seen us. They've stopped their horses.
Them shoot him at us.
Yes.
What we do?
We're leaving, Tonto.
You not get him?
No, I don't want to get close enough to be recognized.
Them breeds.
They are. Come on,
Get
Silver.
him, white feller.
Tonto, you understand now why I didn't want to be recognized?
I do not know.
There were no breeds on this ranch when Dan was here. They looked to me like some of Pablo's men from across the border.
That's right.
That proves something is wrong. But as long as they don't know us, we can keep an eye on them. Come on, Silver!
Molly and Betty, saddened by the report of their uncle's death, took up their residence in the large Bar Square ranch house. We see Molly 2 days later in the living room. She has just heard Betty's hurried steps on the porch outside.
Molly! Whatever's the excitement, Betty?
Oh, Molly, what do you think?
I think you've been running faster than is good for you.
I was just talking to a half-breed.
Yeah?
And he said Uncle Dan had been a cattle thief.
A half-breed said that?
I was just talking to him. That's why I ran to tell you.
Well, you don't believe that.
I don't know. He said nearly all the ranchers around here got their start that way.
Where'd that breed come from?
You remember the man we met on the stage?
Senor Venado?
That's the one. The man I talked to is with him. They have a camp just beyond our ranch.
What in the world are they doing there? I thought Senor Venado was a rancher.
I don't really know. It's something about business here, I guess.
Business?
This man I was talking to said most of the cattle Uncle stole belonged to Venado.
It can't be. I just know it can't be.
Oh, honest, Molly. I don't like to believe it myself, but
who's that?
Why, it's Pablo, the man we met on the stage.
The other man's wearing a star.
The sheriff.
Come in.
It's business, miss. Can we come in?
Of course.
You see? I did not believe the word of Pablo when he told you we shall meet again, huh?
What is your business here?
I have the paper to show you.
A paper?
What he saw?
I don't understand.
You will read the paper, yeah? It will explain itself.
Give it to me.
Molly, what is it?
Now, Betty, just wait. Well, this says that Uncle deeded the ranch over to Pablo Venado.
As I have told you before, I am Senor Pablo Venado.
No.
But how? Why?
It looks legal enough to me, miss. According to that there writing, the bar square belongs to Pablo here, all right.
But Uncle wouldn't do a thing like that.
I'm right sorry, but...
And is it the Senor Crawford wish to pay me what he owe me?
What he owes you?
He steal my cattle. He start this rancho with what is mine. Without what he steal, he have nothing.
Molly, that's just what the cowboy was telling me.
I don't know what to do, what to think.
Look here, Mr. Pablo or Senor Venado or whatever you call yourself. How did you get that paper?
Your uncle, he write it out when he sees about to die. He do not wish to die without paying the debt.
But where is Uncle?
Who knows?
But surely...
pardon, miss, but Pablo said 2 hombres brought in the paper, then lit out.
Well, why would they do a thing like that?
Shucks, that's easy to figure out. Maybe they was the fellows that shot your uncle. And maybe they figured they'd be hung for it even if they wasn't to blame.
And you say this paper's legal?
Looks to me like it.
Oh, Betty, what'll we do?
I don't know. If only that cowboy I talked to when we were waiting for the stage was here. I'll bet he'd know what to do.
You were pleased to leave this rancho at once.
Oh, no.
You will do as I say, or else I'll
Hold on there, Pablo. I'm backing up your play because you seem to have the right on your side. But I ain't going to stand by and let you throw these here girls off the place without no notice.
Thank you, Sheriff.
I will give you 3 days. But on the 3rd day, you...
What the...
A mess, comrade.
Who are you?
Let me see that paper.
An outlaw. Get out, or I'll...
Steady, Sheriff.
A gun!
What is it you want?
I look at that paper, Miss Crawford.
But...
There.
Sir, if he will destroy it...
There ain't nothing I can do, Pablo.
Here you are. I've seen all I need to.
Give it to me, it is mine.
There you are.
Robber, you not...
On your way.
What?
Get out, both of you.
Hurry, Sheriff. We'll call the man and capture these hombres.
I'm coming.
You let them go. They'll call them in. You'll be captured.
I'll take my chance on that.
But...
I've no time to explain. Have you a copy of your uncle's handwriting?
There's a letter.
That'll do. Quickly.
It's on the table here.
Who are you? Why are you here?
Listen to me. Don't leave the ranch until I see you again.
But can't you tell us what...
Not now. Is that the letter?
Yes, but I don't understand.
I'll tell you everything later.
The men are coming after you.
May I have this letter?
Yes. Somehow I feel I can trust
I'll leave by that open window. But remember what I said. Don't give Pablo the ranch before you hear from me.
Hurry. You'll be caught.
Steady, Silver, old boy.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue the story. When Molly and Betty Crawford arrived from Louisiana at the Bar Square Ranch, owned by their Uncle Dan Crawford, they were told that Dan had been shot, and also that he had deeded the ranch to Pablo Venado just before his death. The Lone Ranger, investigating the circumstances surrounding Dan's disappearance, inspected the deed produced by Pablo and warned the girls not to give up the ranch before they heard from him again. Now, as our second act opens, we see the masked man and Tonto riding just beyond the Bar Square range.
Pablo's camp isn't far from here, Tonto. Pablo not there now. No, this is the day he threatened to take over the ranch. I saw him riding to town to get the sheriff. But several of his men are in camp. They won't join Pablo until the ranch is actually his. That's right. I still don't believe that Dan Crawford is dead. I don't think you're right. If he were dead, his body would be found. And Pablo's story about getting that deed from men who disappeared right away doesn't ring true. You think Sheriff crooked? No, but he was too easily convinced by Pablo. You remember when I visited the Bar Square the other day? I don't remember. I saw the paper that Pablo claimed had been written by Dan just before he died. What did it say? Just what Pablo said he did. But when I let Pablo and the sheriff leave the ranch house, I got a sample of Dan's handwriting. Why you do that? I wanted to compare it with the paper Pablo showed. I saw the paper for only a moment, but I think it's a clever forgery. Not bad. I told Pablo and the sheriff to get out of the house so that Pablo wouldn't know I was after more of Dan's handwriting. Now we're going to see if we were right about all this. Pablo camp not far now. Yes, it's just over the next hill. Maybe better you leave Tonto now, huh? You know exactly what you're to do? Tonto? No. Ride into their camp. Tell them the story I suggested. I'll be watching to see that you come to no harm. Tonto not afraid. Isn't a royal. I'll ride this way. Tonto see you later. Right. Come on, Silver. Maybe we catch Pablo, feller. Him plenty smart. White friend of Tonto. Plenty smart, too. There Pablo camp, white fella. And there feller named Chico. What is it you want here, eh? Tonto, talk at you. White fella, I had no business here. You will leave at once. Me tell him you news. Eh? You not listen. You get in heap. Bad trouble. What is this news you speak of?
Chico, who is this Indian?
Wait one. There is something of importance you have to say.
Well, out with it.
You know feller named Dan? Senor Crawford? That's right.
What about him?
Tonto see him.
What is that? It is impossible.
Tonto tell truth.
Listen, you try to play the trick on Chico and you will die. Where is it you see the gringo?
Him ride to town.
If he ever escapes...
Still one. You are sure you do not make the mistake?
Him big feller, wear red whisker.
Senor Crawford has a red mustache.
Tonto know him good.
One. Perhaps Pedro have let Senor Crawford get away.
If that is so, then Pablo will get in trouble.
It is for us to make sure.
Say, and at once.
Tonto, go now.
You will please not to move. One move and Chico, will shoot you.
I will get my horse.
Why you keep Tonto here?
You know too much. You will stay where I can watch you.
You think Tonto not tell truth?
That is something it will not take much time to learn. And if you have not...
What then?
You will die.
I am ready, Chico.
Good. Make haste to learn the gringo have escaped.
See.
If he have, we must ride to warn Pablo. If he have not, then we shall see why the Indian have tried to trick us. Now go.
Get up. Get up.
And you, pig of an Indian, pray that you have not lied to Chico. For if you have, it shall be my pleasure to show you what can be done with the knife.
While Pablo, accompanied by the sheriff, prepared to take possession of the bar square, his servant, the breed Juan, was riding away to learn whether or not Dan Crawford had escaped, as Tonto claimed. We see the other breed, Chico, as he stands guard over Tonto several hours later.
Why does not Juan come? It should not take him this long to make his journey.
Tonto think him come now.
Eh?
Me hear horse not far off.
It is Juan.
Him ride plenty fast.
Juan, what is it you have learned?
The Indian, they lie.
Senor Crawford is safe?
Safe. Pedro keep watch on him night and day. There is no way for him to escape.
You see the gringo with your own eyes.
I saw and talk with him.
Caramba. What have you to say?
Tonto not talk.
But you will. You see this knife? See how the blade she shines.
You not scared, Tonto.
And the edge, how sharp she is. One stroke, like this. And you no tell no more lies.
Do not waste time talking, Chico.
I waste no more time. I will...
What is that?
A mask robbery.
Get back! Tonto plenty can't see you. Oh, the silver.
Stab him.
See, I will. Oh, you shoot my knife.
You're lucky I didn't shoot to kill. Tonto, get him, you now. Hold him, Tonto. Him not get away.
Do not shoot me. I give up. I do not wish to die.
You should die, but we haven't time to waste on you now. What we do? First, we'll tie these men safely. And then we have another ride ahead of us.
In the meantime, Pablo and the sheriff had reached the Bar Square Ranch. The girls, defiant but secretly without hope, did their best to postpone the time of their departure. Molly is speaking.
Sheriff, do we have to leave the ranch?
I sure am sorry, miss, but the 3 days is up, and I can't make Pablo wait no longer.
The rancho is mine. Why should I wait?
I wish I could be sure about that.
You do not yet believe it?
No, I don't.
That do not matter. I have the paper wrote by Senor Crawford, your uncle. I have the sheriff here to see that I got what is mine. There is nothing that you can do.
I'm afraid he's right, Betty.
I'll see that the two of you get back to town all right.
And I will be most happy to pay your fares back to where you came from.
We wouldn't take anything from you. I'd rather die.
That is for you to decide.
We're all packed.
Yes, I'll just get the bag.
There's a buckboard out in front, miss.
Thank you.
I'm so very sorry that you come here only to meet with so great disappointment. But then, what would you have?
I'm ready.
I'll take that bag, miss, and then...
Sheriff!
Huh?
By thunder, I've just seen Dan Crawford riding this way.
What's that?
Uncle Dan?
Well, you couldn't have. Dan's dead.
You think I don't know Dan when I see him? He's coming this way with two fellas on big white horses.
I do not believe it.
If it's really Dan,
Doggone you, I tell you 'tis. I seen him when he was topping the rise over yonder.
What does this mean, Pablo?
Do not move.
He's sure Joe.
Dan's alive. You lied to us, Pablo.
Something has gone wrong, but you will not catch Pablo Venado.
Blast you!
Then raise your arms. Good. Now, Miss Molly and Miss Betty, you will walk out of this house ahead of me.
What are you doing?
You're a crook.
Do not hesitate. Otherwise, I shall be forced to shoot.
If you hadn't got the draw on me,
But I have. Now, march.
We'd better do as he says, Molly.
Yes.
I'm watching you. One false move will be the last.
You can't get away with this, Pablo.
I will soon be across the border. And then your law cannot touch me.
But the girls.
If I am safe, then they will be sent back. If I am followed, and then who can say?
You wouldn't harm us.
Hurry, and maybe I will not. The horses, they're just over there.
I'm not very good at riding.
Come on, hurry.
And I've never ridden anywhere but side saddle.
Blue, it's already too late.
Don't point that gun at us.
I will shoot the big... What is this happened?
Molly, that is the rope.
This rope over me. Let me go, you.
Good work, Tonto.
You get them all right. You cannot.
You're all through, Pablo. Nothing you can say will help you now. Sheriff, get your men. Have them escort this man over the border.
Boys, hurry up. Help the masked man. Do what he says. Hey, you're the same masked fellow as here the other day.
Yes, Sheriff.
But what's this all about?
I can tell you about it, Sheriff.
By golly, Dan, it's sure good to see you again. I figured you was dead a long time ago.
And this is Molly and Betty.
But where did you come from?
Now, hold on. Just give me the chance to tell you.
Please.
It was the masked fellow that got me out of all this alive.
Yeah?
He was telling me about it on the way here. He had his engine pard tell a couple of Pablo's fellers that I'd got away. They'd been holding me prisoner in an old shack back in the hills.
Well, I'll be doggone.
They fell for the Indian story, and one of them rode over to the shack to make sure I was still there.
And then what happened?
That's the best part of it. The breed named Chico held on to the engine, but the masked fella, he trailed the other breed and found where I was.
The masked fella thought of that?
He sure did. He roped them breeds and set me free. Then he brung me here.
And just in time. Oh, Uncle, we're so glad to see you.
Just a minute, Dan. I sort of hate to ask it, but what about them cows of Pablo's that's been found on your range?
Shucks, it was Pablo brung them there.
Huh?
That's a fact. I found that out for myself when they was holding me. They brought him across the border and threw him on my range just so it looked bad for me.
Of all the low-down, sneaking ornery tricks.
Well, it don't matter now.
Where's the masked man gone to?
Hey, ain't he around?
There he is.
Him and the engine.
Wait! Hey, I want to talk to you. Well, I'll be doggone of all the things to do. Save my life and my ranch, then hightail without even waiting to be thanked.
He's riding away, Uncle, but he'll never be able to ride so far that we'll forget what he's done for us.
Come on, Silver, old fellow. We're on the trail of Dolph Layton. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/c/GAR.
Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. Another authentic reenactment of a case transcribed from the files of the Texas Rangers. Names, dates, and places in the following story are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record.
Every day, Monday through Friday, there's top entertainment all day long when you set your radio dial to NBC. Listen for Double or Nothing, and you'll hear one of radio's funniest quiz shows. Yes, Walter O'Keefe consistently comes up with great comedy entertainment Monday through Friday on Double or Nothing. Listen, and you'll agree. And then there's the program with a heart, Strike It Rich. The grand entertainment that Warren Hull brings you every day on Strike It Rich is just what the doctor ordered if you suffer from the housework blues. From Chicago, Tommy Bartlett brings you Welcome Travelers and interviews with the many interesting guests who each day pass through the Windy City. And for more fun, listen for Bob and Ray, those two zany comics. Then there's Music and Charm with Dave Garroway. So remember, every day, Monday through Friday, chase your blues away with the wonderful daytime programs on this station of the NBC Radio Network. And now here's today's adventure with the tales of the Texas Rangers.
And now, from the files of the Texas Rangers, the case called Little Sister.
It is a Thursday afternoon in September 1947. 4 miles east of Winston, Texas, a 17-year-old girl gets off a bus. She wears a cheap red satin dress, spike-heel patent leather shoes, and carries an imitation alligator suitcase. She trudges up a dirt road to a ramshackle house. In the yard, a younger girl is pouring slops from a bucket into a pig trough.
Hi, Buna. Who are you? How come you know my name?
How do you like that? The kid don't even know her own sister.
Huh? Billy Sue.
Yeah. Only it ain't Billy Sue now. That's a hick name. You just call me Billy.
You changed. Your hair used to be brown.
I fixed it up a little. You like it, baby?
Yeah, it's real pretty.
I ain't the only one's changed. When I left here 3 years ago, you was a scrawny little kid. You sure filled out.
I'm 15 now.
You could pass for 18. Yeah. Bet they'd even think you was 19. Where's Pa?
Drunk somewhere, I reckon. He ain't been home in near a week.
Yeah. He's the one ain't changed none. Where you get them pigs? Pa steal them?
Stole a sow. She had a litter. Billy Sue.
Billy,
that dress you got on.
Nice, ain't it?
Sure looks pretty. You reckon I could touch it just once?
Sure, baby. You touch it all you want.
Oh, feels so smooth.
I bought it in Oklahoma City.
You been all the way up there?
I've been lots of places since I left here. I got myself married, too.
Married? Where's your husband?
Him. I walked out on him. He was a no-good bum, just like Pa.
Oh. That sure is a pretty dress you got.
Yeah. Phew. Dumb gives me the creeps. It's just like it did 3 years ago. It even smells the same.
What'd you come back for?
To fetch you.
Me? What for?
You're going to help me. We're going to make a lot of money, you and me.
How?
I'll tell you all about it later. First, we go in town and get you a new dress.
You gonna buy me a dress like the one you got?
That'll be just the beginning, baby. You're going to have 10 dresses as soon as we knock over a few movie houses.
Movie houses? What you talking about?
You'll see what I mean. Come on, baby. We got a lot of things to do for tonight. How you feeling, Buna?
Sick in the stomach. Reckon I'm scared some.
Sure. I was scared, too, first time I pulled a job. You'll get over it.
Don't go so fast. I can't walk good in these high heels.
You'll get used to them, baby, and that dress sure makes you look great. You passed for 19 easy. You remember everything I told you?
Reckon so. Billy Sue.
I told you to quit calling me Billy Sue.
Billy, suppose somebody sees me that knows me.
Forget it. You're 40 miles away from Winston. Anyhow, nobody'd know you in that dress. Okay, there's the movie house. You go on up to the ticket window.
You gonna be right behind me now, where you say?
Yeah, don't you look back at me or nothing. Don't even let on you know me.
I won't.
I'll get going.
Billy, suppose they catch
They
us.
ain't gonna get close to us. I've done this so many times I could work it in my sleep.
But suppose when I ask her for change, she's got
How
it.
many times I gotta tell you? She ain't gonna have change. Manager comes out every half hour or so and gets the money and puts it in a safe. Now start moving.
Okay, Billy. 1 ticket.
That's the stash, please. Oh, don't you have nothing small in there?
That's all I got.
I ain't got change for a $20 bill. I'll have to call the manager. Mr. Bob, I need change for a $20 bill. Yes, sir. You bring it right down. You want to step aside and let the lady behind you get her ticket? 1, please. Thanks. Here you are. Thanks.
Want to talk about it? Oh, something I do for you, man?
Yeah, leave that safe open and put your hands up. This is a stick-up, Buster.
Look, you can't get
Shut
away
up.
with...
Now, give me the money out of that safe and don't try nothing funny or I'll blow your head off.
Now, look,
Get moving.
All right. Yeah.
Now, you get over in that corner and turn your back.
What are you going to do?
Just get over there and turn around. That's right. This is what I'm going to do. And one more. That'll keep your mouth shut for a while.
The
main feature will be open about 10 minutes. There's plenty of room in the lobby. Come on, baby, let's go. Hey, ain't you going away?
No, I changed my mind.
The robbery was discovered a few minutes after the departure of the two girls. The deputy sheriff of that area was summoned, and assistance was requested from the Texas Rangers. 40 minutes after the crime was reported, Rangers Jace Pearson and Clay Morgan reached the theater.
Report said the cashier could tell us about it, Jace.
That's probably her talking to those people just inside the door.
Let us through here. Let us through, please.
Evening, ma'am. Are you the cashier here?
Well, yes, I am, Ranger, and I can tell you everything that happened. It was terrible. It was just terrible.
Uh-huh. Is the deputy around, ma'am?
Well, no, he took poor Mr. Bob down to the hospital, but I can tell you all about it, just the way it happened. I was the only one seen them both, and I was just telling these people here. I was in a ticket booth, and
if you don't mind, maybe we'd better go someplace a little more private.
Well, we could go up to Mr. Bob's office. I don't reckon he'd mind.
That'll be fine. We'd like to see the office anyhow.
It was just awful, Ranger, the nerve of them two little hussies.
How'd you know it was two of them?
Well, I seen them. The one went in, and when she come out, the two of them went off together. Well, I might have been killed.
Yes, ma'am. Everything in this office been left just as it was?
Well, there was a few people in here before the deputy come. We had to get poor Mr. Bob out of here, you know.
Uh-huh. Take a look around, Clay, see if you can find anything.
Okay.
You get a good look at both these girls, ma'am?
I sure did, Ranger. I'd know them any place.
Suppose you tell me what they looked like.
Well, the little one, she was the one come up to the window first and gave me the $20 bill. She had on a loud green dress, and she's all painted up like a... Well, you know what I mean.
Yeah. Well, how old would you say she was?
Well, not very old. 16, 17 at the most. I remember wondering how she come to have a $20 bill.
Mm-hmm. The other one was older?
I reckon she was. She was real hard-looking, and she had blonde hair. Of course, it wasn't natural blonde. I could tell that right away.
Anything else you could remember about them?
Well, no, except they looked a little bit alike, not counting the older one's dyed hair, of course.
Not much around, Jay. Some bloodstains over in the corner. Manager must have taken quite a rap on the head.
Oh, he did. Poor Mr. Bob. When he come to, he looked so awful, like a walk-in ghost. Of course, it wasn't walk-in, but that's the way he looked.
Do you remember which direction the girls took when they left the theater?
Indeed, I do. They went down toward Grossman's drugstore.
Thanks. You have a key to this office, ma'am?
Why, yes, downstairs in my purse.
Would you mind getting it? We'd like to lock the room up till we get a lab crew here.
All right, Ranger. You sure there ain't nothing else you want to ask me?
Not right now, ma'am.
Oh, well, I'll be right back in just a minute.
She'll sure have something to talk about for a while.
Yeah.
What do you want to do after we close off the room, Jace? Check the area around the theater?
Uh-huh. Somebody might have seen the girls when they left here. Maybe they haven't had a chance to get too far away yet. We didn't have to check far. News of the robbery had gotten around. A witness who'd been standing outside the drugstore was positive he'd seen the girls drive away in a blue four-door sedan. The record showed that a car of that description had been reported stolen from a service station in Winston at 5 that afternoon. We were fairly sure this was the getaway car and alerted all units. Following morning, we took statements from witnesses, including the injured theater manager. At 2 p.m., we received word that the car had been found parked on a side street in Farrell, Texas, 60 miles away. We went there and began looking over the car. Clay, come here and take a look.
What'd you find, Jason?
Lubrication sticker on the door frame. Car was greased yesterday in Winston. Speedometer read 3250 then. They only put 102 miles on the car after they stole it.
It's just 100 miles back to Winston. They didn't make any side trips.
I reckon not. See what you can find here in front, Clay. I'll go over the back seat.
Right. Blonde hair stuck in this upholstery. Here's a cigarette butt on the floor. Enough lipstick on it to start a cosmetic factory.
No doubt about it now. This was their getaway car, all right?
Young punks. That cashier at the theater was right. They did have a lot of nerve. Probably more nerve than brains.
I don't know. Took pretty slick timing to catch the manager while he had the safe open. Well, there's not much back here. You nearly finished?
Yeah, just about. As soon as I check this... Hey, Jace, here's some string.
Let's see it. Way it's knotted looks like it was around a box.
Yeah, could have been something these kids were carrying when they got into the car.
Yeah. Well, let's get over to the hotel and start asking questions.
You figure they might have stayed here in town last night?
I don't know, but that's something we're going to find out. We went to the hotel. Nobody answering the girl's description had registered there. We drove back toward Winston, checking motels along the way. 5 miles from the place where the car was abandoned, we got our break. The owner of the Half Moon Motel, a man named Jensen, told us the girls had been there the night before.
You just step this way, Rangers. I got your card in the office. I wrote the license number down myself.
What time did the girls check in last night?
Well, it's long about midnight. Woke me up, they did. Of course, in this business, you get woke up pretty near every night.
Uh-huh.
Let me see. I got the cards right here in this box here. know, I don't like to be nosy, but these gals done something wrong.
They might be the ones who held up a movie theater last night.
Is it so? Well, you know, I kind of thought that blonde gal was no good.
What made you think that?
Yeah, the kind of talk she was using. And I could smell liquor on her 10 foot away. Cheap stuff it was, too.
You find their card yet, Mr. Jensen?
Oh, yes. Let's see here. Here it is. Helen and Agnes Wilson.
Probably using phony names, Jason.
Yeah, but the license number on this card's the same as the one on the stolen car. Can you show us the room where the girl slept last night, Mr. Jensen?
Yeah, be glad to, Ranger. You just come along. They had cabin 3. It's right across the way. You know, that blonde, she talked like she's been around. But the little one, why, shoot, I wouldn't think she'd been nowhere.
Why do you say that?
Well, the way she was gawking and fidgeting around in that flashy green dress she was wearing. And when I took him to the cabin, she run right to the mirror and started looking at herself. Just like she hadn't had the dress long. Here we are.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter, Ranger?
You cleaned the room up.
Oh, gotta keep them clean. The fella had the business for me, wasn't so particular. Had to have the exterminators out here 3 times.
Where'd you put the trash you took out of this room, Mr. Jensen?
Well, there's one box out here. Hey, there, it's down at the corner of the next cabin there. The other one's back by the incinerator. My wife was fixing to burn it. I'll see if I can stop her.
Thanks. Come on, Clay. We'll go through this box in the meantime.
Won't be but a minute, Ranger.
I'll empty it, Jason. Boy, the things people throw away. Toothbrushes, combs. Hey, look at this. Cardboard box with an old shirt and a pair of jeans inside.
Now, wait a minute. Let me see that. Remember the wrapping string you found in the car? It was knotted just about right to fit around this box.
Yeah, and these old clothes, about the size a kid might wear.
Something else under this tissue paper. Price tag. Size 12, $6.95. Might have been a dress.
Close the box a second, Jace. There's a name printed on the outside.
Morrison's Department Store, Winston.
Well, the car was stolen in Winston. If this box did belong to the girl, seems like they spent a little bit of time there.
Yeah, reckon we've got to get over there ourselves.
I'm sorry, Rangers. My wife's already burned that other box of trash.
That's all right, Mr. Jensen. I think we found what we want. In fact, it might be just what we want.
In a moment, we will continue with Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson.
In the armed forces of our country today, 40,000 women are working side by side with the young men of our country, filling important, highly specialized jobs of all kinds. To complete the great defense structure we are building to guard our country's freedom, 72,000 more women are needed in all branches of the service by the middle of the year. Women play an important part in the work of all our American armed forces. The Air Force, for example, has discovered that nearly 3/4 of its different jobs can be done by women. And the woman in uniform holds a proud position, absolutely equal with men in pay, benefits, and opportunities for training and travel. The requirements: she must be between the ages of 18 and 34, in good health and without dependent children. Young women with college degrees or the equivalent may qualify for officers' commissions. Registered nurses and medical specialists also receive commissions and are urgently needed. If you can qualify, you'll be doing a service to your country and yourself by enlisting now in the American Armed Forces. And now back to Tales of the Texas Rangers.
We continue now with Tales of the Texas Rangers and our authentic story, Little Sister.
It was late in the evening when we arrived in Winston. We checked into the hotel, and at 9 the next morning we headed for Morrison's Department Store. Inquiries proved that the price tag we had found in the motel trash box had come from a dress purchased in the store. The manager directed us to a Miss Daisy Riddell, who ran the dress department. We waited while she finished with a customer.
Here's your change, Mrs. Dorothy. I'm sure you like your dress. Goodbye. I'm sorry I kept you waiting, Rangers, but it's Saturday. You know, we're always so busy on Saturdays.
It's all right, Miss Riddell.
You just call me Miss Daisy. Everybody in town does. What can I do for you?
The manager said this price tag came from your department.
Well, let me see. $6.95. Yes, that's ours. one of our less expensive numbers.
We think a young girl we're looking for bought it here. We thought you might be able to help us.
Oh, well, do you have any idea when she bought it?
We're pretty sure it was Thursday, ma'am.
Thursday. Well, let me see. That was day before yesterday. You remember what color the dress was?
It was probably green.
Green. Would you step over here with me, Ranger? We don't sell many of these $6.95 models. In fact, we've had a dreadful time selling them. Between you and me, I don't know whatever possessed Mr. Morrison to buy them. Was it a dress like this one?
We've never seen the dress, but I think it'd be a brighter green.
Well, I see. Now, what about this one?
Yeah. Yeah, that looks more like our girl speed, doesn't it, Jace?
Uh-huh. Fits in pretty well with the descriptions we've heard.
Well, I think I could help you, Ranger.
We certainly appreciate it, Miss Daisy.
She came in Thursday afternoon around 3:30, I think it was, with her sister.
You remember their names, ma'am?
Well, yes, I do. It's Simpson. The younger one's Buna, and the older one's, now let me see. It's Billy Sue, I think.
Did the sister have blonde hair?
Bleached blonde. She was so particular about the dress she picked out for the younger girl, and you should have seen the thing she was wearing.
You know these girls pretty well?
Well, I knew their mother when she was alive. She'd come into the store once in a while.
Their father's still alive?
Well, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't be surprised if he'd killed himself with drink.
You have any idea where their house is?
Well, the family used to live here in town, but it seems to me I've heard they live out on one of the hills near town. Now, I don't know just where, though.
Would you know anybody who might be able to give us a lead on where the girls have gone?
Gone? Our Ranger, as far as I know, they're still around.
What makes you think that?
Well, the little one, Buna. She was in here yesterday, just before closing time. She bought...
Yes, ma'am.
Well, she bought an undergarment. So they must still be around.
Uh-huh. Well, thanks very much, Miss Daisy.
I hope I've been able to help you some, Rangers.
I think you have, ma'am. Let's go, Clay. We checked with the sheriff's office and learned that the Simpsons lived on a hill overlooking the main highway, 4 miles east of Winston. We drove there and went up to the door.
Must be somebody inside, Jay. Smoke's coming out the chimney.
Yeah. Stand clear when I open the door. That blonde might get ideas about using her gun.
Yeah, it's empty.
Uh-huh.
Somebody's been eating, though. Looks like they left in the middle of a meal.
Yeah, one plate. Could have been the father.
Maybe. Then I wonder where he could have... Hey, Jace, out that window.
I don't see anything.
She just ducked behind that shed. I think it was the little one.
Come on, let's go out the back.
Don't see her going up the hill. She must still be back of that shed.
Buna, come on out here. All right, Clay, you start around that way. I'll take this side.
Okay.
Clay?
Little devil. Stab me with a pitchfork.
Get away from me. I'll stick you, too.
Did she get you bad?
No, just in the arm.
Go on back to the car. I'll take care of her.
You stay away from me.
Sure you don't want me to stick around?
No, you better get something on that arm. I'll manage.
All right. Be careful, Jay. She's a mean one.
Yeah. Now, give me that pitchfork, Buna.
You get. Don't you come no closer. You get.
Give it to me.
Yeah. Do it. Oh, you made me damn a dress.
You shouldn't be so handy with pitchforks. Get rid of this. Right now.
A dress. You made me damn a pretty dress.
Where's your sister, Buna? Where's Billy Sue?
She ain't here. Oh, my dress.
Come on, Buna. You're going into town with us.
I ain't.
Come on.
I ain't going. I ain't going nowhere.
Yes, you are, if I have to carry you.
Put me down.
In a minute, Buna. As soon as I help you over to the car. We drove Buna back to town and sent a man to cover the Simpson house in case Billy Sue showed up. As soon as Clay had his arm checked by a doctor, we took Buna to a quiet office in the county courthouse and began questioning her. We convinced her we knew she and her sister had held up the movie theater. When she realized that her sister was free and she alone would be punished, her resentment toward Billy Sue began growing.
Dirty Billy Sue, she got me into this.
Where is she, Buna?
I don't know. Dirty Billy Sue ran out and left me.
When'd she run out on you?
Morning after we stole the money from the movie house. Told me I was going to have 10 dresses just like this one. Then run out on me.
Why'd she do that?
On account of that dirty Tim. Hadn't been for him, we'd still be together. Not have my new dresses.
Who's Tim?
Some friend of Billy Sue's husband.
We see him in Farrell right after we got rid of the car we had.
She planned to meet him there?
No, she just run into him. Went off a nut about him. They got half drunk, and Billy Sue told Tim she wanted him to work with us. He said he wasn't going to work with no kid like me, and they drove me back to Winston, and Billy Sue made me get out.
Are they around Winston now?
I don't know. Reckon he took off someplace. They was still half drunk. What you going to do with me? You going to put me in jail?
No, you're going to be sent someplace you should have been a long time ago, to school.
School? I don't want to go to no school. Oh, that dirty Billy Sue, she got me into this. She better not come around me again.
Before you ran into Tim, did Billy Sue have any ideas about the next movie house you were going to hit?
Yeah, we was going to get a big one Sunday night, a real big one. Billy Sue figured we'd get close to $300.
Where was this?
Over to Ogden. It's going to be easy.
There's a lot of movie houses in Ogden. Which one was she talking about?
She said it was the biggest one in town. That's all I know. You going to catch Billy Sue?
I hope so, Buna.
I hope you do, too. I hope you catch her and that dirty Tim both. Serve them good.
All right, Buna. The Ranger Morgan will take you over to the sheriff's office. You'll be staying there till they come from the school to pick you up.
Hey, they gonna let me wear my dress at that school?
They'll give you another dress.
Yeah, I know. Some kind of uniform. And this here's the only real dress I ever had. Sure was pretty before it got all tore up.
We put out an all-points bulletin on Billy Sue and her male companion, then we drove to Ogden and checked the movie theaters. The largest was the Rio. The next day, Sunday, as soon as the theater opened at 1 p.m., we began to set our trap. We stationed a deputy sheriff outside the theater, and we instructed the cashier on what to do and asked the manager to stay away from the entrance and out of sight. Clay and I sat alone in the manager's office and waited. Nothing happened all afternoon. A few minutes before the last show started that evening, we were still waiting.
It's 10:15, Jace. Cashier's due to close the ticket booth in 20 minutes.
There's still time for Billy Sue and her boyfriend to turn up. You sure you got that safe fixed so you can open it easy?
Yeah. You know, Jace, I've been thinking. Maybe we shouldn't have let the cashier in on this deal. She might tip him off by acting kind of nervous.
The deputy will grab them before they get away. Kind of hope they go through with the job, though. I'd like to get a good, clear case against this girl.
We're still not sure she's going to show.
No, but that could be it.
I'll get it. Yeah? Hold on a second. This man at the ticket window, Jace, gave the cashier a $100 bill.
Tell her to say the manager will be down with the change.
Tell him the manager will come right down. It looks like we might see Billy Sue any second now.
You ready with the safe?
Yeah. You better grab her quick when she comes in. I'm going to feel like a shooting gallery with my back facing that gun of hers.
I'll give you the word when to open the safe. Be sure you make plenty of noise doing it.
I'm ready.
She's coming. Open the safe.
Put your hands up, Buster, and don't touch what?
Give me that gun.
Let me go.
Give it to me.
Cops, lousy cops.
All right, Billy Sue. Now let's go downstairs. I want to meet your boyfriend.
My name ain't Billy Sue, it's Billy.
Well, whatever it is, let's get going.
How'd you know I was going to hit this place?
We had an idea you would.
I know. It was that no-good sister of mine, Buna. She come and told you, didn't she?
Never mind who told us.
I shouldn't have fooled with her, kid like that. I must have been crazy.
You were crazy, all right, the day you started robbing movie houses.
Yeah? Well, you ain't got me yet.
Under with you. Yeah. I think maybe you better put on these bracelets.
You... That no-good little Buna. She done this. I should have known better than taking a chance with her.
Yeah. Next time you have a chance, let's hope you really know better.
In just a moment, we will tell you the results of the case you have just heard.
Later today, you'll find more great entertainment all lined up for you on this NBC station. Be sure to hear The First Nighter, starring Barbara Luddy and Olin Soule in a light comedy drama. Then it's Stars in Khaki and Blue, featuring talented members of the armed forces with a well-known guest MC. And be sure to hear the hilarious Phil Harris and Alice Faye show, featuring the comedy antics of Frankie Remley, Julius Abruzio, and Brother William. Remember, too, that Theater Guild on the Air will bring you Dear Brutus, starring Madeline Carroll, David Niven, and Angela Lansbury. Today's Theater Guild on the Air play is a delightful fantasy that's sure to please you. Yes, Sunday is Fun Day on NBC because of the many fine shows sent your way to add to your listening pleasure. Later tonight, you'll want to hear Jack Parr and the $64 question, as Jack asks the questions and gives away the money. So remember, for fine entertainment all the rest of the day, stay tuned to this station of the NBC Radio Network. And now, back to the conclusion of today's Texas Rangers adventure.
And now, here are the results of the case you have just heard.
Una and Billy Sue Simpson were sent to the state school for girls. On Billy Sue's 18th birthday, she was transferred to Goree Women's Prison to begin a 7-year term for armed robbery and assault. Tim Walsh, the man who assisted in the attempted holdup of the Rio Theater, received a prescribed jail term. The father of the two girls was located and received a sentence for child abandonment and negligence.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. McCrea will soon be seen in San Francisco Story, a Warner Brothers release. Virginia Gregg played the part of Billy Sue Simpson, and Buna Simpson was Marion Richmond. Clay Morgan was played by Herb Ellis. Others in the cast were Betty Lou Gerson, Tony Barrett, and Howard McNair. Technical advisor was Captain M.T. Lone Wolf Gonzalez of the Texas Rangers. This story was transcribed and adapted by Charles E. Israel, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. Hal Gibney speaking.
Next, it's The Chase on NBC.
Visit our channel, rumble.com/c/gar, to see more videos like this, new videos every day.